PKA, episode 537, with our guest Harley. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Postmates and GOAT.com, a couple of wonderful sponsors. But for now, we've got Harley looking wonderful in his office, and Kyle looking, you're a handsome man, but there's something different about you today. It's that crisp clash of your skin with that white blazer, that, what is it, like eggshell blazer? You're looking tremendous. What's the occasion?
No occasion. I got carried away with my online shopping, as I do, like 10 days ago or something like that. I mentioned it on a show or two ago. I ordered I don't even know how many blazers. They're still trickling in, because I ordered it from different places. And last Thursday I dropped this one and a couple more off at the tailor, and got them tailored up, and they came in today. So
very nice.
Where do you go? Where do you go dressed like that? I feel like wherever you go, you're going to be dressed up now.
Yeah,
I'll go to the only place he goes.
I've been where you live. You're the sharpest dressed guy.
Now.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got to step it up then. Yeah, I guess.
Honestly, this is kind of a compliment. Kyle spends all this money to impress what effectively amounts to Woody and I. Yeah. You talk to us.
What about these fucking guys though? These guys too.
That's true. Them. Yeah. The surrounding group. Yeah, they're not all in that color though, right? You did a bunch of different ones, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I did a bunch of colors.
I love that color. That's a sick color.
It is, but there should be more.
I thought it was pajama.
Yeah. I thought
it was pajama at first. I thought it was like a relaxed one, but I guess it's like a leisure blazer, right?
A little Kyle, wouldn't it? Like if Kyle found a way to get like a pajama suit,
They make those.
So I thought it was. Yeah.
Oh, that's trashy and probably sweaty.
It is. Yeah. No, I got a bunch of colors.
You can wear this like on a beach date.
Yeah, that's a very Miami, CSI Miami look. Like that redhead guy who finds like murdered women at the docks all the time.
It's a Miami Vice look. You need a no socks docksiders thing going on. You're all set.
Yeah, I can't tell if you're the cop or the coke dealer in Miami right now.
Yes.
Are you the undercover cop, or are you the guy? Are you actually the guy?
A little bit of both. He's the narc.
A little bit of both. Yeah. I'm working undercover selling the coke. So
I always play both sides.
He's the informant.
Either way, he's doing it. Either way, he's doing a lot of it.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them. I got a black one, a brown one. I got this one, and then one that's a little more bluish than this one, a little darker gray. And
how many?
Six, right?
Six or seven. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention. I just kept clicking. I got some stuff from Express and some stuff from Armani and some stuff from just Gap, and like I said, it's been trickling in all week.
You had to get them all tailored.
Yeah, I always get.
I don't have many suits, but is it normal to order them and need to get them tailored afterwards?
Yeah.
I can't wear off the rack. My shoulders are really wide. My waist is narrow, so it's like it ends up being like baggy in the back. And or too tight in the shoulder. So this is like an extra large. So when I got it, it was just it was way too big, but it fits in the shoulders, and the arms were the right length. So I don't know. Yeah, I gotta get them tailored.
I hate dressing like that unless I have to. I would never opt to wear a blazer or a tie. Well, I guess you're not gonna jump into ties, are you? You're not gonna.
No, not gonna jump into ties. I like kind of more of a casual look. Like a button up under this is fine. But also like a graphic tee, like what I got going on.
Yeah,
now.
Like you're wearing a graphic tee right now, a rainbow with a skull on it or something.
Yeah, something like that. I don't even know.
Stand up, do a little spin for us. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Yeah. There you go. What's that?
Yeah, marble or something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
I forget how you dressed before. Oh, leather jackets.
Yeah.
I've always leather jackets. I like that look too. I got a lot of leather jackets.
It shows up with a members only jacket.
A members only jacket.
No, Kyle's always.
You have one of those?
I do not have one of those.
Well, he has a knockoff members only jacket, of course. It's not a real.
I do not have a knockoff members only jacket. The jacket you're referring to is one of the silliest purchases I've ever made. That jacket is absurdly expensive.
Did you have to be a member?
Tell us.
You have to be a member.
Don't tell me you paid $1,000.
The Jew in me is like, how much did you spend on your jacket, Kyle? How much did you spend?
You don't have to be a member of an Italian designer club. It's a stupid expensive jacket. But I love that jacket. That's I keep looking for more of that jacket. and I can't find it. Like I've scoured the internet because I thought I lost it the other day. It turned out I threw it in the back of my closet. But
is that the one you're wearing all the time, or no?
Yeah. It's like that gray like Armani thing with the like the biker style collar, and it zips, and it's I like that jacket a lot.
If I don't have to wear anything but t-shirts, I'll just wear t-shirts.
But yeah, I'm gonna maybe date this weekend. So this will I'm either wearing this one or the brown one. I haven't really decided yet. Thought I'd try this out.
Yeah.
You're actually going to end up getting dressed and putting on like a jacket and spinning in the mirror and then trying on another one. Like you got options now. So I feel like it's worth exploring, mixing and matching. You send it to another Tinder date.
Kyle holding it.
You send it to Literally, you send it to a previous date being like, hey, I'm going on another date. So like, which one should I wear? Let her know that you have options, but like you really consider her close and trustworthy.
Okay. Very manipulative.
Was that weird? Is that weird to do that move? I don't do that move.
So weird. Oh my gosh. Yes.
That would be fucking bizarre.
I was just playing a show in my head. It was like it's not that I've ever done it. I was just imagining like a show and a guy. It was starring Kyle. It wasn't you, but he looked like you. And he just like, was letting another girl know like, yeah, I got options, It played out in my head. Kyle. It doesn't matter. I was daydreaming.
That's when the laugh track comes in. And,
I was daydreaming about you in your face. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, online shopping is a bit of a problem. I didn't know what to do with the boxes for a while. I had this mountain of boxes in my dining room.
Just throw them away.
What are you gonna fold each one of them up and put it in a garbage bag?
No, you just pile them all outside, and then the garbage man throws them away.
Do you think I don't know if they'll do that. Like, I don't know if
they wouldn't do that here.
They do it here.
My garbage man won't do that.
I take duct tape, and I don't want to break it all down. So if I have a ton of boxes, like when I order workout equipment, I'll just throw all the boxes in there and then do like 3 wraps around of duct tape to be like, all right, this is solid enough that he can just grab it, throw it in the back, and he's not dealing with a bunch of boxes. And it's not going to.
You got good garbage men.
You do.
You got good garbage men. Like,
I don't know if my guy will do that
because they would never do that for me.
Yeah, my guy shows up at like 5 a.m. so I can't really have a conversation with him anyway. So I just burn them. I've got a thing in my backyard. It's not a burn pit like Woody has. That would be ideal. But it's I don't know.
This is what I call a patch of concrete.
It's this elevated steel box that has like a cover on it to keep ashes from flying everywhere, and it'll eat up a month's worth of cardboard boxes in about 15 minutes. So
a month of your use, because that's a tremendous amount of boxes.
I have a real bonfire out there. I usually do it late at night because I don't think I'm supposed to be burning things in my neighborhood. But yeah, I go out there at like 3 a.m. and have a nice little bonfire once a month.
About a month ago,
I got a good box
I was burning boxes, and I had this idea that I could multitask, like, I'll set a big fire and then leave it unattended and get other things done. I set the yard on fire. Our yard is like...
How much of the yard?
Short, dry grass, and I was trying to fix my motorcycle in the stable. It wasn't running at the time, and I hear Jackie screaming, like, I can't find the hose. It won't turn on. And I'm like, what is happening out there, right? Like, is there a gardening emergency? And I go outside. It is way past stomping out phase. It is like a 2,000 square foot fire, maybe.
How many cars? How many cars big?
How many cars big?
That would be dozens of cars.
25, 30 cars big. Like
30 cars big.
Like
that sounds like a lot.
But
Holy shit.
It was like a big chunk of the backyard.
It's like Far Cry 3 when you burn bushes and it catches fire everywhere all around you.
It's not happening. So Jackie, at this point, had already had the hose and started to put it on the bib. We have the problem with the hose bib. Guys working on it right now, where you almost need a tool to undo it, right? You have to screw it so tight to make it not leak that you use a tool for it, and then to get it started again, same sort of thing. Not this day. This day, I just whatever man force I had was what it took. I'm like, fuck! The fucking yard's on fire. I turned the thing on. I put out the fire, which takes a while. Colin is adding more tension to the environment, just like screaming and observing fire, and that's not helping at all. But it turned out when you put out the area, it sort of stayed out. So I just worked my way around, got the edges, controlled it, and but yeah,
Was
now
it
it's
in the
pretty
middle of your
green.
yard? Was it like in the middle of your yard, or was it approaching your neighbors, or approaching the road, or kind of isolated?
It was so it wasn't a super windy day. It was approaching the pool and the kitchen, and then also out into a field with much taller grass. Like we have a little part of the yard I don't mow, so it has like 5 foot tall dry grass, and I really didn't want that to catch on fire, but it wasn't super close either.
What if you would have done nothing? Would it have burned all the way to that really tall grass and caused an enormous problem?
Yeah, if I had done nothing, it would have been acres and acres of fire. Yeah.
how did it? So what actually started it? Do you know? Oh, oily
Probably
rag?
the boxes I was burning. That's my number one candidate. It was the boxes would burn, and then like you know how like the paper gets so light it just catches in the own thermal and lands perhaps in the dry grass. Would have been a good idea to attend it, but I'm so fucking fixated on this motorcycle thing that I can't do anything without being distracted by it.
Yeah,
I got a good move for boxes, by the way.
Go on.
Like a legit move, that very low danger if you trust your community. I just go on Facebook Marketplace and I'm like boxes, and a person literally comes. People love boxes. People always need boxes. So like when you got a lot of boxes, I mean, if they're functional workout equipment, I don't know. If you got like a weird long skinny box or something, no. But if you got like boxes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, these ones are.
I had people will pick shit up. If you have things you want to get rid of, sometimes just going on Facebook and be like, yeah, get it out of here. Like people will come.
Yeah, I want to do that with a stupid fucking entertainment system I've had in my garage for 2 years now.
Oh my God. I got so much shit that needs to go.
Heavy, and I don't want to move it. And I've also got a bag of hockey stuff out there, like my hockey stuff from when I was in high school. I haven't put it on in 12 years. And long ago, the zipper on the bag broke. And so for, I guess, over a decade now, it's like sat in various garages, just rotting, like a dry rot. And so I just need to drag it to the curb and throw away all this goalie stuff.
I have a top of the line fucking water rowing machine that I bought 2 years ago that I will never row another lick on. So if anybody out there wants one of those fucking House of Cards style, you know, electronic like display, tank of water at the end, brand fucking new, essentially rowing machine, let me know somehow. We'll figure it out.
Will you cover the shipping? I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll cover the shipping. Absolutely, I will. Yeah, I'll cover the shipping, and I'll sell it for like very cheap. Like I don't like. I think I'd have to look at what it costs.
I was thinking more like taking it off your hands, friends.
Oh, you just want me to ship you?
I will take it for negative $125.
I'll take it for $2 less than whatever he said.
Jesus Christ!
But wait,
more. Sorry.
At that rate, I'll take it out back and burn it.
Wait, is it the Concept 2?
No, he said it was water based.
It's got the water tank at the end.
The Concept 2 is air based.
Yeah, but that's like, I remember you bought that for the fitness thing we did a while back. Those are not cheap.
I have hockey gear too, Taylor. I bought it for the fitness thing. Now I ended up using the exercise bike, so I have about $650 of brand new, never worn hockey equipment in my attic, just waiting for what, 50-year-old Woody to get back into ice hockey? Like at some point, you're being unkind to your team by joining it.
I've also got a very. I think I've also got about a $600 exercise bike. If anybody is into that, okay. If you're looking to hit your cardio up, all right. I'm your guy. All right. I got one of those.
Like that? How come you don't like that? I feel like those are valuable right now. That one you can actually sell.
Yeah, I hate exercise.
The prices of all exercise stuff is up.
Well, I've got a full
exercise
home gym as well that is also for sale. It was about $800.
It's one of those that you'll get paid for. I literally had a home gym and I moved to an apartment and I just got back to a house and I brought my receipt back to the gym place and I was like, everything the same. And he just like ran through it and he came back and he was like, yeah, it's going to be like $1,800 more. And I was like, why? He's like, people want all of this shit now.
Yeah.
So
it's expensive as can be. I remember this was probably September. So the quarantine was in full swing, but quite a while ago now, like almost 7 months ago now. And I ordered the adjustable dumbbell handles, and I think it was like early February, like by that point, because it kept getting pushed back like 6 more weeks every time. And I finally contacted them, and they're like, bad news, we're not sending you those handles. And I'm like, it's been 4 months. Like, why not? And they're like, we're going under. And
What?
so, yeah, whatever third-party bullshit listing I bought this from was just, and I couldn't tell, I was just quickly doing it, was a company that was like buying pallets of these things and then reselling them. And I guess they just didn't tell everybody who ordered it until there are people still out there that weren't as on it as I was, like not sending them emails that are probably like, oh, when are my dumbbell handles showing up? It's like, never, dude, never.
I was under the impression all these gym companies were killing it. And there's a place in Raleigh that sells used gym equipment, and I was like, you must be loving it. And he's like, well, it's easy to sell, but it's hard to buy. We buy used equipment and turn it over, and we can't get any supply. They're just stuck. And not
also
doing
for sale is I linked it down below, the Marcy 150-pound multifunctional home gym station for total body training. I'm moving in 6 months. Everything must go.
Guys, this is a great time. We'll need to put the links in the description to these items this episode so people can know if they want to purchase these things, because my goodness, this is the time to put the screws to Kyle. He can't, he needs to get rid of this stuff. This is a $1,200 machine.
Well, then I got toys.
I don't know, $310? I can go as high as $100.
I would honestly.
I'm throwing in. I got action figures, bro. PKA garage sale. Like, let's move some shit. I got action figures, guys. You'll love them. You'll love them. The best toys. They've been featured on my Instagram. I vaped in their faces. You'll love it.
Do you want to sell this to someone, Kyle? How should they
put a little
contact
weed
you?
in some.
100,000%. I want.
How
to
should
sell
they
to
contact
someone.
you?
You just join the $50 Discord, and then you'll be able to PM.
Okay.
If you really want it, that'll be no problem at all.
That's the first $50.
You're getting a fucking steal. It's $1,200. I'll sell it for probably $600. Like it's half price. It's never used. Don't worry. It's brand fucking new. It's sitting in the dining room. It weighs a goddamn ton. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it when I move.
Bro, I would have bought this.
It looks nice.
If this conversation existed last episode, I would have bought this. I would have been like,
Shit.
me then. Let it be me. I just got something though, so I can't now.
What did you get?
I got like I think it's Northeastern Functional. It's like really extreme. It's like it's got everything. Functional Smith.
A Smith
so that's like it's a Smith, but like a bench. You just put a bench in there, but you could do both. It's just really got like everything. It's really got like everything going on there.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah,
functional
Taylor and Woody
trainer
have,
Smith combo. I found it.
Taylor and Woody both
I'll
have
just throw it
really
in there.
impressive home gyms.
In
Both
very
of them
different
do.
ways. I don't know whose gym I like more. I mean, I think
I
I
don't
like
either.
my gym more, and
I
Taylor
do.
likes his gym more. Yeah. So
Is your gym right behind you?
No, and it's just a pull-up bar. I used to do.
What is that? I always thought that was a gym.
Can I tell him?
Okay.
Woody has an entire room of his home that is a gym now. He's got the gym flooring. He's got the full giant mirrors on the wall. He's got like full squat rack. He's got a big like $6,000 cable machine, like bench press that does incline and everything. He's got the full setup of dumbbells from like 5 pounds to what is it now, 75?
It just goes to 65, and then I'm going to get adjustables to do 75 or 70 and up.
They're all on this like nice rack because, as you might imagine, putting whatever that is, 600 pounds of dumbbells on a flimsy like wooden rack just don't fucking work.
Yeah.
So
No,
he's got
yeah.
and I'm sure I skipped some stuff. He's got like pull up thing, and
You just got the brand new machine that thing.
Yeah,
in the
he
corner
mentioned
that-
it's a Cybex Bravo functional trainer. It's nice.
it's
I like it. Oh, and
it's nice. It's how
It's really fucking nice.
no, it's a cable machine right out of a commercial gym.
Yeah.
yeah. And the other thing I really like.
Oh, that's sick. This looks great. That's what I kind of. It's kind of like what I have. Your gym sounds very similar to mine. I don't have mirrors though. I'm waiting. A neighbor on Facebook that lives near me said, I just moved into this house and there's a room with mirrors all off on the walls. I want them gone. So I contacted and I was like, if I can get the mirrors off, I want to keep them. So I'm calling up a guy to go take the mirrors out of her house and bring them into my gym. And it sounds just like your gym. I got the rubber flooring and stuff like that.
You know what I have?
I'm trying to get fit like Woody.
It's I have an air conditioner and heater for that room. And that's like it's one of the coolest things in that room. If I'm working out and I'm hot and I want it to be 63 in there, bam. Like
I have no air conditioner.
Less than
you got me on that.
Dude, my air conditioner's OP like a car. I told him that. The HVAC guy came in and I'm like, you know how you sit in your car, it's 120 and then like 4 minutes later it's 60 something? That's what I want. I want whatever temperature I want to happen in here.
I want that type of power day to day everywhere.
I like to work out at 51
I would use it right now.
I do.
I would literally use it right now. I juice it up a little bit, just cool things down.
Right
I'm like
now.
drinking Monster. My balls are getting sweaty already. I'm not doing anything, but I'm just getting sweaty sitting here with the lights on. I would turn on the AC.
There's 2 rooms in this house that aren't, well, they have central air, but they're not dependent on it. It's this one and my gym. My office and my gym, any fucking temperature I'm looking for is what I get. And
so
it's great.
What is next on the, is your gym complete now? Or are there little things? Because as I look at it, the only thing that you really don't have that pops out to me is like a pec deck. But it seems to me that you could get one of those benches that you can wheel around, you know, that'll lay down flat or like do incline, and you could wheel that in the middle of your cable machine currently, and you could do cable flies seated.
I've done that already.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So it doesn't do reverse pec deck quite as well. I don't know. I have to figure that out.
You could do it. I'm looking at your machine. You could do that.
There's room for one more machine, but I have to decide whether or not I'd rather have that machine or more floor space, because the floor space in itself is nice. You know, it's where you do your warm up there, you do your deadlifts there, et cetera.
You're pacing around, like you want space. No.
I've seen gyms that are overcrowded, and you know, if I were to add 2 more machines, for example, I think it would get worse, not better.
Yeah.
I
think
the space a little bit, because I like I'm just long, like bending down and picking something up, or even if I want to like put the weights on the side of the bench, like I can't do tight turns. Like I'm long and like I like spent like 2 years being fat. Like I can't carry weights and like turn on the dime in between things. I need to like do a walk around and a slow turn. Like I need clearing space like a truck.
Like
when holding things. Yeah. Otherwise I'm just like, I'm going to hurt myself. I can't fuck around.
I'm
going to hurt like an ankle or something. Is that your machine, by the way? The one that I put there, is that what you have? Or is that something else? Yeah, that red and black one, that bottom one?
No, it's not. I'll show you what I have.
Oh, okay.
No, Woody's is like that, or it's because Woody does just normal traditional bench stuff, not the Smith stuff, so he doesn't have that on there.
I have a squat rack.
Oh yeah, mine has it has both. It has 2 bars. You just need to buy your own bar, but it has the Smith and not, because when I'm by myself and I sometimes I'll get high and go work out, and like that's when I'll like to push it with the Smith, because I'm like, bro, I don't want to die in my gym like choking on a bench bar or something. Like I'm like, I'll do that. I'm an idiot. Like I'll die out here alone. I need all the help I can
get. That is a
so.
Bad place to be in. Like when you're downstairs alone in your home gym and you're like here on a bench on the way up and you're like, my girlfriend's gonna walk in on me dead if I don't finish this.
Yeah. So do you put the locks on the end?
The locks on the end of my barbell? Yeah, always. Yeah. Probably shouldn't though. I should probably. It's just force of habit.
Yeah.
Force of habit. I do it, but
so so for anybody listening to this, like if you work out alone like Taylor does, and you don't have safety stops, the only way to do bench press, especially if you're doing 150 pounds, like it's whatever. But if you're gonna do 200 plus, like don't put the fucking locks on the side. That way, if you ever get it stuck on your chest, you can just spill one side all the way down. The weights will all spill off, and the other side gravity will take over, and it'll just flip right off of you. And you can't get hurt that way. I mean, if you've got 300 or 400 pounds on there, you can absolutely get hurt that way. But like normal human size weights, you'll be fine.
You dump like 300 pound bench, you dump one side, and then it just slams into the top of the power rack, loud as shit, scary, bounces back down at you.
I have some habits though. They're like, that's one of the habits that I have. I don't want to say like I'm OCD, but you know, everyone sets their alarm on specific numbers or the microwave or whatever. I can be really annoying with that. And in the gym, there's like a dozen. I have like a dozen of those things.
Go on.
Like I'll put the things on, like they need to be on. If I can't do it alone, then I'll do it a different way. But even like I'll like put them on the Smith machine. Like I just need to put them on, and then like I go on the bench and I like take my pinkies and I do this like I rub it, like I rub them and I do this thing, and it's just like it sounds dumb describing now and doing it, but like when I sit there, I don't even think, and I'm like, gotta do
very OCD.
Thing. Well, but what you're doing, like I don't.
It is, but well, what I heard is OCD is like if it gets in the way of things. This doesn't get in the way. Well, I mean, it wastes some time, but it's not like I'm like, oh, I gotta go back and rub the bar. It's just the thing I do.
Well, really, you're
still dumb. I'm still a dummy.
Yeah, every time I walk in the room, I flip the lights on and off 15 times. Now that doesn't get in the way of anything, so who cares? And I wash my hands 800 times a day. Doesn't get in the way of anything. Hey, there's a pandemic going on. Sure, I've got bloody hands most of the time, but they're clean.
Got bloody hands. Sure, my hands are so cracked that they're allowing more germs than ever inside. But
I got my COVID vaccine yesterday. I'm so happy.
Yeah, me too.
I'm so happy I got it.
Is it a one vaccine or you get two?
No, I get 3 weeks from now. I go for my second dose. But the first dose is pretty efficacious after just like 6 or 7 days. Like your ass is kind of covered, right? Like
you do the one-off. Was it not offered?
It wasn't an option for me. It was either the Moderna or the Pfizer. And from my understanding, the only difference is Moderna, you wait 4 weeks, Pfizer 3 between doses. So I actually clicked Moderna, but when I got there, they shot me up with Pfizer. So who fucking cares? And so yeah, go back in 3 weeks and all this will be over.
Is there only one?
Over.
Dude, are all of them 2 injections except for one? Or are there multiple 1 injection ones?
There's only 3 in America so far. Pfizer and Moderna are double injections. Johnson & Johnson is single. Johnson & Johnson is fucked. Did you guys read about that?
No. What's up?
They lost 15 million doses because it was human error. I think the guy conflated 2 ingredients. Maybe he put fucking mercury instead of saline solution. I don't know what he did, but hey, it's a vaccine,
Yeah, huge fuck up. Well, why'd we put the mercury vial right next to the saline vial?
So I made that part up. But yeah, he put in the wrong ingredient and spoiled 15 million doses of this stuff. But that is only part of the problem. The other part of the problem is that the FDA has said, whoa, this is a facility that has lax controls and a possibility of human error like this. This facility is shut down from making COVID vaccine until we are impressed that this kind of fuck up can't happen. So it didn't hurt anyone. It got caught in quality control and it didn't go far. But it does hurt the effort to get millions and millions of vaccines out.
They have multiple factories making it, right? Or are they totally shut down?
I'm not 100% sure. A friend told me they're totally shut down, but I didn't read that.
Because I'm also thinking about it now.
It was a paramotor friend.
Oh, good. Okay.
I was picturing when you're like watching how it's made and it's like, then they add the cookie powder to the future Oreo dough. And it's like the size of a Civic. And I'm like 15 million doses. But I'm like, oh, that's probably like a gallon of milk.
Yeah, right. The doses are so small. I read that there's I think my kitchen could hold enough vaccine to handle America. Right?
Yeah.
It's not as big as you think it is.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention. I didn't look at the syringe, but I think it's not a milliliter. It's like a quarter mil or something like that. Like it's a tiny amount that each person is getting.
Was it very fast for you?
Oh yeah. Well, the line or like the injection?
The injection.
Super fast. Yeah.
Dude, she hit me with it, and I expected her to like squeeze, but she's like, bam, pow, and then it makes this like slapping, snapping sound, and I'm like, are you done? And she's like, yeah, and I'm like, what just happened? Like,
you just slammed it in there. I always thought no matter what it was, you were supposed to go real slow.
You are supposed to go real
based
slow.
On movies.
She went fast.
But wait, what slapping noise? What do you mean?
It's the plunger hitting the base of the.
No. It was a retractable needle. So she didn't pull it from my skin. The needle snapped into itself, and that's how it came out. I've never had a retractable
I don't like that.
needle.
I'm mad at that. I don't want noises. I want a needle to be quiet, like very quiet. I don't have problems with needles. needles, but if needles are getting loud like that,
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Like all of a sudden
I
there's
don't
a
like that at all.
snap, and I was like, "What?" Just like, "Oh my goodness!" But it's over. So I'm like she's like turned and wrapping up her things.
She's like, "Is there a problem, you
It's
grown
like,
ass man?"
I'm scared, but
fucking
you're
needle
already
here?
gone. So I guess I don't need to be scared anymore.
The
But-
funniest nurses are the ones there going like knowing people don't expect that and hearing like the clack and they go, uh-oh. You're like, we broke the needle off in your arm. I'm so sorry.
Oh, what if she did that? What if she held the syringe up to you and went, "Where'd the needle go?"
I had a needle when I put it in.
That'd be dirty. You could sue. You could sue in your country for that.
You should be able to sue anywhere if they're breaking needles off
Feel
in you.
like
My
it.
God.
Yeah. I know Woody went to
No, for joking about it. Just for joking
Walgreens.
about it.
Woody went to a Walgreens here in Georgia. So I took Kitty to get her vaccine a couple weeks ago. She's like she's whatever the fuck. So she got hers like super early. And
Who?
Kitty.
Who?
Kitty.
My kitty?
Yeah.
Your kitty, yeah.
My kitty?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Kitty. Took Kitty to get her vaccine.
Continue.
Yes.
It helps me picture in my head.
And so like it was this huge like facility, like they've like there must have been 6 stations that are giving the syringe, that are giving the shots, and then like one line that leads to all 6. So when you get to a certain point, you all start splitting up into 6
You're
different
in
lines.
your car, right?
Yeah, in the car. It's
It
drive
looked
through.
like an interstate toll booth. You know how like it's a couple lanes and then it gets real wide
Yeah.
with all the tolls?
It was actually the garage for like this big like power company. They've got like multiple bays in the garage to like work on their like utility trucks. So that's perfect for like splitting everybody up and like getting the vaccine in the shade. That's the one I went to. The one she went to was in like a parking lot. But still, it was the same sort of setup, 4 to 5 stations wide, or maybe hers was even 6. And then like one crazy long line that like wraps around 2 or 3 blocks. But it moved quickly. I was in line for probably an hour though. But the line was shockingly long, like maybe a mile. I think I was in a mile long line of cars.
So I live in Raleigh, people know, and it's a blue area in North Carolina, this little oasis. And I searched like several times a day for 10 days in a row, never saw a single opening for the vaccine. And I really wanted it. Like Kyle, there's this big relief. This, I get to go outside. My world opens up again, and there are things I passionately want to do. And I'm the seasonal affect disorder, and I am ready to begin my spring. I have to have this happen. I need to go. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna go look in Trump country. 16 available appointments that day. I'm like, I can't believe this. Like that's all the appointments, I think. Like nobody else wanted it. So I just took one of those slots and
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Those are going to be more rural areas where, you're in the dense area where it's all going to be flooded, right? And you're going to be more not wanting to get it anyway, I would imagine.
Yeah, I put it on the latter one. Who knows, right? Maybe they do have more vaccines per person in the rural areas. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's not it. So Georgia just opened things up, right? So that like everyone 16 or older gets the vaccine now, which is how I got in line. But prior to that, it was there was sort of a system where it's like if they do have extra vaccine, then they'll open it up to people like me. And so I was searching, like, where can I go? Where can I go? This is last week, and all of Atlanta, it's a no. Like Atlanta is the blue part. Like especially if you look at electoral maps, like Atlanta's blue as fuck. But outside of Atlanta, everything's red except for like maybe Macon and perhaps Savannah, like the major other
Like the college
cities.
towns. Yeah.
Yeah. Athens, I'm sure is blue. So I just started searching like rural places, and I was like, how about like Beaufort, Georgia? That's just at the edge of like what some people in this would consider it to be Atlanta. It's 45 minutes from me, but it's still, it's a big city. Nope, that won't work. Still too blue. And so I looked at like where my family's from, like where I'm from. Oh yeah. Let's go. We've got endless vaccine here at like the CVS, the Rite Aid, like every pharmacy just has tons of it. When do you want it? Now?
You just have to drive a ton to get it. Basically.
Yeah, I have to get permission to drive there. So I was planning on doing that, like getting permission to just go up there, hanging out with my dad for a couple days, and in the meantime, like getting the shot. But then they were like, "Oh, Georgia's going to open things up any day now," so I just waited and got it. I'm so happy. I had the sniffles this morning when I woke up, and my throat was just a little bit sore, just a little bit.
When
but
did
that
you get
cleared
it?
up.
What day? Yesterday? Day before?
Yeah, like 24 hours later, and I feel some like minor symptoms, like nothing really. Like my nose is a little sniffly.
My arm hurt a tiny bit. I wouldn't even mention it, but it was like a 2
Same.
out of 10. And it actually hurt like down my side, like my glute on that side hurt too. Unrelated, perhaps, I don't know, but like
Your glute.
yeah, it felt like this little muscle soreness on that side. And I didn't and on the drive home, I got really tired. Like it was sort of dangerous fall asleep. I told the story. And I didn't attribute that to the COVID vaccine until I found some other people that had the same thing. A hour or two after the shot, they were exhausted.
Mm-hmm. Then it went away.
Yeah.
Or did you just take a quick nap and you're fine?
I almost killed myself, and then that was awakening. That's how that went down. I hit
That
the like
would've-
rumble strips while driving, and then I just drove home panicked the rest of the way.
That would have been ironic, dying in a fall asleep car accident on the way back from getting your COVID vaccine.
Another
I'm so excited to start my spring.
It's like, what happened?
Another COVID-related death.
Yeah.
COVID-related. That would be such a rain on your parade. Get in a big car accident, break your foot, can't go out or something.
Yeah, I had like super tiny amount of soreness in my arm, like nothing to even speak of. But I was looking for it, right? I was like rubbing it, like, am I sore? And yeah, but not really. Like you said, a 2 out of 10. I think I'd say a 1 out of 10. Like something, but virtually nothing.
Yep.
And honestly, like I would have taken an ass beating if it meant it prevents COVID. Like if I had to go into a room with like 3 big dudes and like tussle with them for 5 minutes, and then like when I crawled out, there was going to be a vaccine waiting. I'd sign up for that.
3 dudes with 5 minutes to rough you up. You're
I'm hoping they don't want to kill me. They just
I got you for 3 minutes. My bone saw is ready. Isn't that the name? I am the cream.
I'm hoping it's not the Macho Man Randy Savage. I'm not picturing 3 Randy Savages.
No, it is. You said it yourself. It is. He's one of them. He's in there.
It's Brock Lesnar.
He's one of the 3.
Catch-22. It's Brock Lesnar, Randy Savage, and then Stephen Hawking's corpse. So it's really only 2 guys.
Okay.
I don't know why the corpse of a crippled man is even less intimidating than that.
Well, the smell. You haven't thought of the smell, you
I
bitch.
got to smell, you bitch.
Well, that sounds like the corpse of Randy. The corpse of who'd you say? Stephen Hawking? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is Randy Savage
And
alive?
and Randy Savage was
He's
a corpse also.
Yes,
What? He's
he is.
dead?
Oh yeah.
But that still sucks. I don't want. I would hate Brock Lesnar to
So
beat me
Kyle,
up with
technically,
Randy
it's just
with
you and
2
Brock
corpses.
Lesnar. I like your odds.
That's terrible. But he's got 2 corpses and he's like swinging them at you, like
Okay. Honestly,
he's
I didn't know.
beating you up with dead bodies.
Yeah, I didn't know both were corpses, but Brock Lesnar, 5 minutes alone with him. Dude,
It's a problem.
Ebola, COVID, they would all shy away from 5 minutes in a small room with Brock Lesnar.
I'm
I
just
don't know
hoping
why I
Brock
suddenly have
Lesnar's
to
not
fight one of
gay.
the scariest men who has ever lived.
Yeah.
Because I had to keep the bit going.
Give me like a journeyman 135 pounder, like a guy who trains, but he's like 4-15 in the UFC. Give me that guy.
That's a lot of losses.
about,
They kept
like-
him.
Yeah, he's very popular with the fans.
He's
got
friends
rainbow
with
hair.
Dana. He just gets
Yeah.
his ass kicked.
No, give me BJ Penn. Give me
No, you
BJ Penn.
don't even have to do fighters. You have to fight in just 2 guys. Whoever the most statistically average player is in both the NBA and the NHL. Whoever that is, they're in there with you.
I'll pick NBA.
You know, you don't get to pick. It's both.
No. If we're picking, I
no.
pick PGA.
Yeah, PGA. and you-
I'm pretty sure I could beat the shit out of like the most middling PGA golfer in the world.
There's
He's
a
probably
good chance he's 62.
Yeah, he's probably in his like 60s or something like that. Dude's out there riding a golf cart around for a living. He's going down.
Okay, well, now it's not a hard challenge at all. You're just going to beat up an old man.
I'm going to beat up a professional athlete for my right to get a COVID vaccine. That's how I choose to phrase things.
Everybody who goes there, it's like, man, I hated since we elected President Taylor that he's making us do this to get our vaccines. And it's like, yeah, you have to do it. And then I would make it illegal to choose a golfist because that's just too easy. A tennis player maybe because at least they've got the cardio.
Oh gosh, I found it. I found the guy, Kyle. I don't know why I picked the 40th best golfer in the world.
Let's see.
What if he's just yoked?
It said this is a better way. To
He'd be a better golfer if he wasn't so obsessed with his strongman career.
Kyle will fuck this guy up.
Oh yeah, that guy's going down. He's going off the top. You better
got
get
this.
fucked up, dude.
How tall is he? 6'8"?
I don't know. I doubt it.
If he's not 6'8", then this guy's in trouble.
Yeah, that guy's getting the shit beat.
Okay, but he has
5'10".
a stick.
He's
He has a
5'10".
stick. He has a stick.
Oh, he gets to
with him.
bring the club. Oh no.
He's
Not a
Yes,
club.
you get to-
That's too much. That's too much. He's too much of an
Putter.
expert and proficient in the club. Yeah, you just get a stick, but it's shaped like a club.
He gets to hold
Okay.
a golf ball in both
It's a club
hands,
then, I
so
guess.
his punches are harder.
He's 41. He turned pro in 1999, 22 years ago. Wow.
Man, that guy must be really good.
That's the
or
sport.
used
Like,
to
if I was
be.
gonna if I was gonna be like, obviously, Taylor would be a pro hockey player if he could like hit that wish tree up. Oh, make
For
me
sure.
a fucking pro hockey player. Let me
Bad
fucking
choice,
get out there
Taylor.
on the ice.
Bad choice.
But for
I don't
me, I'm picking pro golfer.
yes.
Freaking pro golfer. You don't even get sweaty. Like,
You don't get sweaty. What do you play? 16 times a year, something like that?
I mean, you could play in all those little tournaments if you wanted, and look, if you just place can you look up this guy's career earnings? I think that's going to really make my point for me. I bet this guy's career earnings over the last 20 years are something like $5 million or something.
Is that
like
how you gauge golf career earnings?
That's how I am judging golf. If we're like picking leaves off the wish tree and getting to be somebody.
And what did you say? This guy's ranked 40th?
Yeah.
That's still pretty high up there.
I can tell you this, Kyle. He earned $2.2 million last year.
There you go.
So he's this paunchy fellow is not struggling by any stretch of the imagination.
Not at all. Not
No.
at all. This guy's got an
He's
Adidas
good.
sponsorship clearly because he's rocking all the Adidas gear.
He's got an Auntie Anne sponsorship.
And he played 12 events. 2.2
I'm
million.
sponsored by Adidas and Chipotle.
I'm living in a glass house on this one. Just-
2.2 million. He played 12 events. That's why golfing's so good. Taylor's picking a sport where he has to play 82 times a year.
but I would rather play it.
You have to travel.
This guy brings home 200 grand every time he goes out on the links. Like, come on.
Honestly, you're selling me. This is pretty nice.
And the thing about this is, like, he's got so much free time. If he wanted a career in hockey, he could probably get on board with like some, he could probably buy himself a fucking hockey team, like some junior league hockey team, and just put himself on the roster.
Jaromir Jagr style, except
Yeah.
unlike Jagr, he's not the second highest point NHL player of all time. So he'd probably imagine that you buy a team for a sport you're not familiar with and you force yourself into a prominent role and you just ruin their season. You're losing every face-off. You demand to be out there 12 minutes a period. just sabotaging. And we know it's the third period. So fans, the owner is now going to play goalie. the old switch him up.
He looks exhausted, folks.
Yeah, he looks exhausted.
Yeah, I would pick auto racing. If I'm a billionaire and I'm gonna like get a race team and like or like buy my way into any sport, I pick auto racing because like
It's pricey.
well, you're a billionaire, so but like
No.
and you don't have to like fund the whole fucking race team, right? You just have to fund enough of it. They're like, yeah, I guess Taylor can drive. I mean, he can drive a little. Plus, he paid for everything. Yeah. Get him in the car. Get him in the fucking car. Let's go. Let's go.
Just
There's,
dead owner, first race.
There's a billionaire who bought a Formula One team, and his son's a driver. But his son's pretty
I know
good.
him. That's my friend, Lance.
Wait, am I
Lance
being
Stroll.
fooled? Yeah, that's
From-
the guy.
Yeah, no, he's from Montreal. Lance Stroll, his dad was like made like crazy money. They're worth, I think, $70 billion or something.
Yeah.
Which I knew he was well off, but I didn't realize. I actually have a vlog with him where I went to one of his like country houses or compounds, and we went pheasant hunting. I think I spoke about the pheasant hunting on one of these episodes, actually.
Huh.
But we went pheasant hunting, and yeah, he owned the Margarita team or whatever, and it changed. Now it's his son is one of the racers on it, and he was the youngest Formula One racer. And I didn't know until I met him how intense and demanding the sport is. But he was like I just never thought endurance for racing or whatever, but like that guy's exercising every single day. Like that guy is like a crazy athlete. And plus he's just like the type, like competitive and like wants to be the best version of himself. He was, he's much younger than me, but I met him and we hung out, and I was just like, I don't know, it's just like inspiring, like just kind of like, obviously he was able to join the team because of his life, but those people that are given things like that either go one way or the other. You're either going to like commit to it and try and like earn your keep, or you're just kind of like, you got it and you're lucky. But it just seems like he was always trying to earn his keep with doing it. It was also a very trippy experience being at his place and going pheasant hunting.
So as a rookie last year, there's 20 drivers. He was 11th. And that doesn't tell the whole story because, some cars are better than his, some cars are worse. It's not just the driver. But yeah, he's good. And when I just learned about him through Drive to Survive, the Netflix series. You guys probably know about that. And, when they were asking him like, hey, do you expect to be on the team? And he's like, yeah, I got an in with the owner. Like, it was pretty clever. He said it nice. It's his dad. And I was initially maybe a little resistant to the obvious nepotism there, but he's driving well, right? Like, in my opinion, if you're better than half the field, you earned your spot, right? That how he did, right?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
if you're better than half the field, you definitely earn your spot. Like, I think in that scenario, the only time that like I'm worried about nepotism is if you're like bottom 3, like literally bottom 3 out of 20. If you're in the if you're one of the bottom 3, yeah, I think that's
Even
fair.
if he was bottom 3, like rookie year, first time, and he's beating.
If he doesn't come in last once,
if
he doesn't come in last once, at that point, I'm like, okay, you beat a professional racer.
Yeah. If my dad owned the Blues and he threw me that there at 18, there would not be a drill in practice where they're like, he finished ahead of a few guys on that. Like, no, it wouldn't happen. I would be last in everything the entire time, and it would be obvious. Like if by some happenstance, like the guy's son actually is like, that guy's better at racing than Jimmy Racington, the most famous racer in all the sport. Like, of course.
Oh, it looks like I got it wrong. It looks like it was his second season. So his first season, he was the 15th best, then 11th, and he's currently 10th. It's only been one race. So
Good.
On the upward trajectory.
That's pretty cool.
yeah. So yeah.
By the way, Harley, 3.2 billion, not 70. So these people are like, they're sitting at the loser table at the billionaire luncheon.
What is it?
It says 3.2.
How much?
3.2 million. Is his name?
Where did I see a way crazier number than that? Not that is a not insane number at all.
Is it possible that his personal worth is 3 billion and his company's worth is 70 billion?
That could be true. I didn't even click on the article. I just
So the car is interesting.
Yeah.
He bought a team, and the team wasn't successful, right? They went out of business. There was this Indian billionaire that really wasn't a billionaire, ran out of money and couldn't fund the team. And Lance Stroll's father, what's dad's name?
Lawrence
Stroll comes in there, buys the team. All right, so the first year they take over kind of an unsuccessful team. The next year they come out, their car looks exactly like last year's winning car. They copied it like all over. They basically are just fielding last year's Mercedes in a different color. And the other teams like filed I guess that's against the rules. You have to develop your own car. And they found them to be legal. And now they have a really good car. It's as good as last year's winner.
Nice.
So
that's how I play Magic the Gathering. Like when Taylor and I started playing a little bit of Magic, and we were talking about designing decks, and he's like, "Oh, so you designed some decks?" I'm like, well, no, I just went and saw who won the world championship last year, and then I bought that deck. and he's like, well, hey, that takes all the fun out of it. I'm like, winning is fun.
Makes it more fun.
Yeah,
It
winning
does.
is what's fun.
That's how I play poker. I just look at the hands that won, and then I put them up my sleeve.
That's how you
Oh,
want it.
well, that's just cheating.
Hey,
mean,
it's fun.
That's definitely the best way to just get a really good deck off the start is go to the GP or the Grand Tour, whatever it's called, I don't even know, and then just copy one of their deck lists. But even if you do that, because I've done that too, you'll like get the deck list and be like, all right, I got the whole thing. I got the keys to the kingdom. I'm going to pub stomp with this. And then you're like, how much to buy the whole thing? Okay, well, we can find some substitutions here for because it's like $710. It's like, all right,
Taylor,
well, get rid of all the rare lands, get rid of all what?
I did not find any substitutions. And if I ever find the login for that account,
You don't know the login for your MTG Go account? You and Chiz were dropping hundreds of dollars in a Cold War at one
my
point.
red deck alone is like $500. I bought the red deck that won the championship. It's like I don't even remember the specifics, but it's like all these like little red devil cards that are like 3/1s and like you know, it's a burn deck. It's the best burn deck money could buy that the rules would allow for.
Magic question. Will that deck get not as good? Like, does the meta change and suddenly...
It could change. Yeah, and then like the cards that you're allowed to play could even change. They could be like, we decided that this card is just too imbalanced. It won't be part of X kind of play or Y kind of play.
Yeah.
But if I could remember that fucking login,
It'd be mostly good.
Usually what it is that like if Kyle was playing against me, obviously we're not going to be staying to format restrictions. Like I would just grab a deck and he would grab a deck and we would just play. But like, yeah, they have to make all the sets rotate out because otherwise people would just build a handful of decks that work tremendously and will always work well and not spend anymore. And so like if you want to play standard, which is only the 3 most recent sets, you basically have to be spending hundreds of dollars every couple months to keep up. And then one set will go away and it's like, well, now this deck, well, shit, I just lost a bunch of the integral cards. Well, am I gonna invest more into this? You know what? We're moving to a new set. Got to invest in a whole new thing. And it's like, it's addictive. It gets you. You just want to keep building more and more decks and trying more and more strategies. And I've done this every time where like I would, this is like 5-6 years ago, 4 years ago was the last time I was hyper obsessed with Magic. And like, I would be thinking about decks all day. I'd be like in a meeting at work. I'd be like in a meeting, like literally, I remember doing this. I remember sitting
this
like
meeting's Magic the Gathering Anonymous.
I remember like some client was talking about something and I should have been paying attention, but I was sitting like, and I was like writing out the deck list plans I was having. And I was like, Frenzied Devil by 4. No, by 3. No, you know what? I'll drop this and come up. Oh, interesting. That's okay. Like just doing that. And then like you pour all this time and effort and you like have the card up on your site and you're like, do I want to hit buy? Do I want to hit checkout? Is it exactly what I want? No. I need to do more research. Okay. It's a good thing I did that research because I can switch this out and that'll be even better. All right, check out. And then you get it and you play like 5 games with it and you're like, man, this deck is so awesome. I got to build another one. Like the deck building is like just as much fun as playing, I think. Like
I was so obsessed with it. Like when I got back from that Colorado trip, I was going on eBay. Like I know you've got a lot of cards and you've got a lot of high quality cards. Like every one of your cards for the most part either has some sort of like sentimental value or some intrinsic value. But what I did at first, not really knowing what I was doing, I went on eBay and you can buy like someone's entire collection.
Oh, no.
Or you can buy like just loose cards, like junk cards. I have thousands and thousands of like I think I own literally about 8,000 cards.
PKA garage sale. I got toys.
I'm keeping my
got
cards.
Magic cards. We got toys.
Yeah, you should
Let's
keep
move some product.
But you figured out after you bought it, and I think you've said this before, that like when someone wants to sell a Magic collection, they take it to a card shop and say, take everything out of this collection that you'll purchase. And then they put that remaining collection on eBay.
That's exactly what I bought. I bought remainders of collections.
That's excellent content, by the way. Side note, bringing your collection to a guy and having him go through it. I feel like that's like, if you got thousands of cards, I feel like that's a great content. Just live stream it for 8 hours straight.
I had way more cards, and they were destroyed in a flood at my parents' house while I was in college. I had way more. I had to restart my entire collection.
That was God's way of telling you, like, bro, you're a fucking loser, okay?
It didn't
Don't
fix
make
me.
me go Noah's Ark on your collection over here. Like, you're done. And you're
God's
like, no,
Taylor, I'm trying
I
to get
will
you
play
laid.
more Magic.
Your cards are gone.
Just go, you
Like
are
God
a
drowned
fucking
them out.
loser. It's like, no, I'm not.
Now you came back. You bounced back. God's like, fine, if he wants it, let him do it.
And this guy's
do it.
determined to be a fucking loser, isn't it? He won't spend thousands more. What are you doing? He's doing it the same day.
You're like, my resolve is stronger than ever.
You can't stop me, God. You can't.
In that collection, was there anything valuable, a card that you think back on that you're like, fuck, this could have been like a lot of money right now?
Shit, yeah. I don't remember like cards specifically, but I started collecting.
Oh, well, then I feel bad. Now that I know money's involved, the Jew inside of me feels bad.
There was definitely valuable stuff. It was probably I'm trying to estimate like 5,000 to 10,000 cards. I don't know, of which there were 2 binders that were
How
pretty
do you collect? How do you get 5,000? How many packs do you buy? Or like, how do you must come across like lots of like 200 from people that are like, bro, I'm done. Just take all my cards. Like, you don't buy all the packs to 5,000.
So basically, like the way I always did it is it's always smarter to go online and buy individual cards if you're building a deck instead of trying to draw them from a pack, obviously, because then you're just going to lose a bunch of money. And so I would always buy my decks single cards. And then for every birthday, every Christmas, anytime someone was going to give me a gift for many years, it was just like, oh, Taylor loves Magic cards. And I'd be like, yeah, I love those too. Every once in a while you get, and it's a treat to get to open cards because you're so excited and you don't know what's in there. But yeah, that's what I did. But basically that collection was worth thousands and thousands of dollars and it got destroyed, which sucks. Fucking sucks. It was, those big.
Was this the basement of your house? It's like just like
yeah, this
basement
was the basement
of your house or something.
The basement of my parents' house in what would it be, 2010 or so. I was in college.
That's
and
shitty.
I came back one time and it was like, I had a flood, not too much damage. Oh, all those things you like and collect, since 2005, 2006, they're gone. They're gone. So
maybe your dad was trying to get you laid.
Oh, what if that's what happened?
Your dad did it.
What if your dad's like, yeah, we had a little flood. And he sends you a picture like that he's taken 5 minutes after he took a water hose and just.
It's just a picture of my box of Magic cards in the rain outside.
Yeah.
Hey, flood damage.
It wasn't God. It was your own father that
I'm
thought
never
you
getting
were
grandkids with these Magic cards in the mix.
Dude, I remember like I would go golf with him because he had an interest in golf and I had no interest in golf. He'd be like, all right, I'll spend time with my dad. I'll go golf. And like I remember multiple times trying to, because before I played Lord of the Rings cards when I was younger than that, probably around like 11, 12, I started playing Lord of the Rings cards. That went out of business in like 2007 or so, but it was the same basic thing, basically Magic, but with all Lord of the Rings characters and a little different game structure. But basically, I was playing Magic and I would always ask my dad, like, hey, you want to play with me? Or like, hey, you want to play Lord of the Rings cards with me? And I'm only like 12 or something. And like, I just remember the one time he like sat down to play. We got like 1.5 turns in. He was just like, Taylor, I can't do this. I can't do this. And he just like left. And I'm like, man, really making me feel like a loser, Dad. Like we're sitting in our basement trying to play cards, and we get 2 turns in, and I'm trying to be like, now Aragorn has 4 defense. This is before Magic. I was like maybe 13. So Aragorn has 4 vitality and 8 attack, and so you want to play this Uruk-hai, and then you attack with him, and you want to kill my ring bearer, but this and that, Dad.
I'd be mad at my dad.
And I remember like I would play with my friends and he'd like be like, come in, just be like, and he just always looks of disliking, derision around the card game.
That's my dad now. Like I'll get like action figures sent to his house. And I'll like go there and he's like, yeah, more of your fucking dumb toys came in today. I don't understand.
Shut up, Dad. You don't have to get it.
Yeah. But then again, my dad, like, he's like raced cars, like not like actually like a racer. They cared about cars, him and his friends, and they like drag race them and stuff. And now I'm there and I'm, it's similar in the sense that it's like playing Magic cards. My dad, like same shit. He'd be like, what the fuck? And then I wonder like, what would my kid do? At
how
like
can he
15?
make it even gayer?
What would he do? Am I going to be uncomfortable about anything? Would I be like, bro, seriously? You put things in your ass? I can't. I can't. It's like, Dad, put things in your ass with
We
me.
went
I'd
from
be
like building
I
hot
can't. I
rods
don't find that entertaining.
to your action figures to like this poor kid's gonna be into My Little Pony.
Dad, come put things in your
I like that I considered I like that I considered my hobby. I like that I considered my hobby somewhere in between building cars and putting things in your ass.
Yes.
It's smack dab in the middle.
It's
Smack dab in the middle.
That's right.
Yeah, so you're some kid, you're just like, son, I love you more than life, but I don't want to watch you suck your boyfriend's dick anymore.
It was okay the first few
Anymore.
times,
I was
but-
there. I gave it a shot.
What are you, a bigot, Dad?
12-year-old baby Harley, Dad, come suck dick with me. Come on, just trying to
I forgot about the rules of 2041.
You know I'd name him Baby Harley. Too. I would name him Baby Harley.
It's a good name.
That's his name. My son's name would be Baby Harley.
Any other name
Harley.
would be a downgrade. Dude, have you guys seen the Matt Gaetz news? It's hilarious.
I've heard of it, but I didn't look into it.
So Matt Gaetz is an American politician. He's a member of the
Is
U.S.
this the
House.
mafia thing?
No.
Yeah.
He's a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Florida. And he's been accused. He's like under investigation. Or I guess he's not the subject. He's something else. He's not indicted yet. Anyway, sex trafficking. And it's not as bad as it sounds. Apparently, he was fucking this 17-year-old in Florida and paid for her flight to go somewhere. I have Georgia in my head, but I'm really not sure about that. And Kyle, did you want to jump in?
Is that the Mann Act? I think that the law against that was a segregation era law that was meant to target interracial couples.
I don't know.
I would love it if the Dems are using that against this guy.
So yeah, he's Republican, but it's not really about party. Anyway, so he went on Tucker Carlson's show. And Tucker opens up with this, you know what? I don't know anything about this case. Well, we got Matt Gaetz on here himself to talk about it. We're going to see what he says, which I interpret as I'm going to interview this guy uncritically and just accept whatever he says as truth because he doesn't know anything about it. Like, all right, cool. So the guy comes on and his defense is fucking hilarious, right? It was never, I'm not fucking 17-year-old girls. It was always, I'm not traveling with them. This idea that I was generous towards my ex-girlfriend, first of all, what's wrong with that? Second, check my travel logs. I did not travel with the 17-year-old girl. They're accusing me of traveling with this girl, and I absolutely didn't travel with her anyway, so there's that. And I'm like, but you fucked her, didn't you? You're not denying that part of it. It's the travel part. But that is what the human trafficking part is that he's really.
Wait, so they're not going after him for fucking her? They're going.
I'm
after
not
him.
sure that's illegal, right?
Wait,
So,
yeah, because we did this once. We think it's 18, but then we looked it up. Huge numbers of states have 17 as their law, and then there's even some 16.
Yeah,
I thought 16 was the common one. So here's a common case. Of course, check your own states. At 14, you can consent to people within 4 years of you. So if you're 14 and the other dude's 18, check the birthdays, right? If you're 16, then you can consent to Matt Gaetz if you want to. Now, I don't know Florida, but that's like a common one. Yeah. So I know that's North Carolina and that's New Jersey.
Here. Yeah.
It's 17 where you are? Okay. So apparently, I'm guessing it's okay to fuck 17-year-old girls. Maybe not politically, but legally. But it's not okay to buy him a plane ticket, and that's where he fouled up. And we'll see how it plays out. But
the reason why I said
Woody, you're right. There's way more 16 in this list than I thought. If anything, there's more 16s than 18s in this list.
The reason why I said the mafia thing was because I heard this yesterday or whenever, I think it was yesterday. It came out, and apparently like 7 hours before he retired from whatever it was that he was currently doing. And took a new job somewhere else, way less in the public eye, supposedly, some show. And he had said that the allegations against him were false and that he was being extorted. So the extortion thing made me think like just mafia just because it's extortion. But like, I thought that was funny that when it came out, he said that he was being extorted, but like 7 hours before it came out, he like retired from his position. And I always just thought that sometimes like the old,
He retired?
he was doing something. Yeah, he had switched jobs. He had this is all something that I read on Reddit last night, stoned. So please excuse the way I'm like translating it, but you could pull it up. He had like retired as a politician to start to be on a show. He had like basically relinquished power. Is that not accurate? That he had relinquished power from his position right before this broke, and then it broke, and then he said he was being extorted, and he went off this tangent saying that his dad is working with the authorities and his dad was wearing a wire. And I thought that was weird because why would you say you're wearing a wire and you're working with the authorities if it's supposed to be like a low-key thing?
So 2 days ago, an article came out saying he was considering not seeking re-election and instead getting a job at Newsmax, which is like to the right of Fox News.
Yeah, but he has not
retired. And if he wants to get re-election, he lives in a state where a district where the Republican like automatically wins. So assuming he wins his own primary, he keeps his job.
Yeah, and that's politician talk. He's definitely going to run again. Definitely.
Oh, I don't know. I think that I could see him leaving and getting a job at Newsmax. I think it might earn more money. It obviously earns more money.
You think so?
And then House of Rep, yeah. And it earns more money, and I think it's a better fit for him. Like, he's never introduced any new laws. He doesn't seem that interested in governing. He's the guy that wore the gas.
You don't think that he wanted that? You think he wanted to do that separate? You think you think they weren't related? I assume that was like a tactic, like just you can do much better for yourself, I guess. Not like being a politician. If you're in the middle of doing this type of thing, the scrutiny when you're a politician is so much more intense, I would assume, than if you're just on some show,
like a news anchor.
But like you said, there's many reasons why it could be the right move. But I thought that always comes off as kind of guilty. And nowadays with like cancel culture, I'm always mystified about how things are handled when people do shit or whatever. And I in the old days, it was kind of like, don't say anything until newspapers get tired of printing. But now you don't say something and the conversation gets crazier and crazier and people go farther back on your Twitter and you're not saying anything to defend it and things get crazy. And then people start imagining stuff and looking at other things and inferring shit. Like, like I think of like Chris D'Elia never said anything when it went to hell, when it went to shit for him, like, all the allegations that came out. And I remember like nothing, he didn't say anything for a while. David Dobrik didn't say anything when things got bad or when people started pointing out stuff. In one case for Chris, it was like a year later, he came back and made like a video. And in David Dobrik's case, like shit just got too hot to not mention something. But it seems like people try and do the older tactics. And I feel like we're at a place with like an unprecedented strategic approach with the internet and Twitter and how fast things moves. Like, what do you do if you're, in a scenario where you might be canceled for something, or, even if it's something actually bad and you should be, or if it's something where us here would be like, that's not a big deal, they should shut up about that. Whatever it is, like, it's interesting to me whenever that happens. It's probably my guilty pleasure is watching like these drama things, because I'm just like, oh, how will this person handle this type of scenario? So I only knew about this. I don't know anything about this guy at all. Never heard of him, but I knew about this because I was like, oh, it was like one of those scenarios, someone approaching a strategy of what to do. And so I always try and read into that stuff.
So the leaving his job thing is
kind of fascinating.
Rumor. So I don't know if that's ever going to turn into anything. I could believe a world where House of Representative was always a stepping stone to a media job. That seems kind of Matt Gaetz. I've followed Matt Gaetz for years. And so I could see that. I could see him being happier and wealthier and better at the Newsmax job than he is as a House of Rep. But apparently fucking this teenager.
Right.
Is Newsmax big?
But that's a federal thing, right? If it's traveled, it's like a federal crime. Sorry,
I didn't know if Newsmax is big enough to be like giving out big contracts and stuff. Are they on TV? They're on.
They're a cable channel.
Oh, okay. I don't have cable.
They're growing like crazy. They are taking Fox News' market share. Now, my dad is like a month and a half old, but Fox has been plummeting, doing worse than CNN, worse than MSNBC, worse than they've been doing the worst. And it's because while they previously had the entire conservative audience, now it's being shared with One American News and Newsmax.
Yeah, what we've seen, like every single traditional news station by percentage has become less and less popular. Like CNN and Fox and MSNBC are the kind of weather vanes of that. You can see, like 5 years ago, they were all way bigger titans within this industry, and like net, like number wise, it might not be the dramatic thing you're thinking, but the fact that they've stagnated a bit, and for a while there, for a couple of years, MSNBC and CNN almost switched places, because CNN used to be like the rock and roll and fucking uber successful one prior to like 2016, and then 17, 18, MSNBC. I just know because I work in advertising, so I see the numbers and the rates they charge. Except the problem with MSNBC's was that like you'd see all their ratings like, and then Rachel Maddow just boom, just blows it out of the water. She had just incredible ratings.
This is like 4 years ago or now?
This was like 3 years ago that Rachel Maddow was really, really booming. I don't know what her ratings are like right now. I haven't checked. Probably not as good because, like you said, different companies are cropping up, and then a lot of people are moving away from the traditional medium entirely and turning to online for their news.
So it looks like Fox is doing better than I thought. I don't know where I read what I read. They did do the biggest drop off. They lost 40%, while the other guys, like MSNBC, lost 19%.
Yeah.
But they're still the biggest, even though they lost 40%. They're still bigger than MSNBC. Anyway, I don't know if this is what people want to hear about, but yes, Newsmax is growing and growing. It's like
okay. Well, then that's probably the smart move, money wise. Go there and start getting like a Hannity style. Well, probably not a Hannity. I don't know what Hannity makes.
Yeah, Hannity's top of the food chain. But yeah, like I feel like it's a smart move too. Not only is it probably better money wise, but also like the job that he's good at, more fun, a little less scrutiny, a little more FU, a little less like please like me. I don't know. Like I feel like a media job is better than a politician job for mental health and happiness. And
yeah, I'd rather be in the media.
I think you can do both. I think one
really
transitions to the other so fluidly.
Transitions, but not at the same time.
You're not allowed to do them at the same time. You wouldn't want the sort of incestuous relationship where like you're the governor of like, I don't know, a state or maybe the mayor of a city, and then your brother is a newscaster. That wouldn't work, There's no way that you could.
Someone would get an Emmy in that situation.
That would be tremendously unethical. I mean, imagine if they put him on TV and tried to use that as popcorn while there was a huge, controversy.
Well, if that was the case, though, you would just report on your brother accurately, and of course, you'd never have him on your show or anything like that, because again, ethics.
Yes, they're
journalistic integrity.
Yeah. Being on the news is way, way better than being a politician. He should do it.
Yeah. Plus, he might not get reelected. Well, I don't know. It's Florida. They probably like.
Do you guys watch any? Like conservative YouTube channels?
I watch Fox.
No.
I go on my YouTube and I get like a lot of that. Like that's what I get a lot of.
Or do you just
not that much? Sometimes I'll click on something like something interesting will be said and I'll click on it.
That's
like
why
YouTube just like
what are the political?
I know, but I don't
really
take it in like as much. Sometimes I wonder if I'm like my YouTube is logged on an iPad or something and someone else, because like it's a lot. But like I'll get like a lot of like. I know you're right. Actually,
I wonder what there's something here about Star Wars. Is there a new one coming out? And then they're like, oh, this guy loves Star Wars. I bet he dresses up as Boba Fett every Saturday and goes to fucking.
They're right though, but they're right about
him with
that.
information.
I wasn't right.
That's what happens to me with Fox News. Like I'm like, all right, Woody, maybe you're an echo chamber. Let's listen to some Fox and hear both sides of the story. And YouTube is like, this guy fucking loves Tucker Carlson. Let's feed him some more. I'm like, all right, well, that's captivating. And I watched that one and that one and that one. And now I'm watching Hannity and Laura Ingraham. And go ahead.
I watched 2 videos about Warhammer 40K because it's interesting. There's this YouTube channel. I don't know off the top of my head what it's called. I'll actually pull it up and give him a little plug in case anybody else is like interested in this shit, because he makes great videos. And now I have like multiple bands of it recommended because I watch YouTube on my TV. I scroll through it. Yeah, this guy is he's not great at branding. Sorry, buddy. It's LUETIN 09, like Luton 09. he makes these long, in-depth,
That's some
like
lefty ox 4-8 bullshit right there.
or some KLM 5986 shit. Some kind of loser who doesn't
Maybe-
understand.
Maybe his name is Luton.
His name is definitely Luton, but like
I can't
Luton
find
first-
it. If I told you this guy's YouTube channel, Luton, but some of the letters are numbers, you wouldn't.
you don't even know how to
find-
spell Luton. I don't. I just
I did.
looked at it and I'm not sure. Spell it.
Luetin.
No. I just spelled it out loud for
something.
you. I just spelled it out loud for you, and you can't spell it. That's how hard it is to spell Luton 09.
How hard it is I've known Taylor for a decade now, and he's never misspelled a word.
You know what? And I'm sorry to ruin it,
But this isn't a real word, though, right? This
look
isn't
up
a real
how-
word.
Hold on, Kyle. Look up how Luton is spelled real quick.
Luetin.
That's exactly what I
You
said.
said Lutin.
Luetin. I said that.
You didn't say anything.
Roll the tape back.
I thought you said
Ruined the
LEU.
recording.
We're
thought you
not
said
capable
LEU.
of doing that sort of thing.
But this isn't a real word, right?
I'm telling the viewers out there, crucify Kyle for this.
Kind of frustrating.
This isn't a real word, though, right?
Luetin.
What is it? Is it a name?
I just
or-
don't think you're a very good speller.
Oh, well, that's F-A-L.
You're like, I know
Taylor-
he's kidding, but I'm a good speller. I'm a good
He is.
speller.
It's because he's a reader. Taylor, how deep are you? What book are we reading? Like the Slayer of Kings or something?
Stormlight Archive. Yeah, I finished
Yeah.
the first book, and I'm like,
Jesus.
it was like 600 or 700 pages the first book. I finished that one. I'm on the second one now. I'm only like 40, 50 pages into that one. I'll probably read some of
Does
it
the
after
first book get better, or do they keep telling the story as if it's someone pressed shuffle on the chapters?
No, it gets better. I don't know how far you are in, but it goes a lot more battle heavy. And the more they go to Cal, the bridgeman, and that army story, whether it's, I don't know if you're even at the point where they're talking about the generals in that army, like Dalinar and all their other guys.
Yeah.
That once they introduce that and the Cal, that and the Cal story are really, really good second half of the book. And the second book starts with that story, and I'm still in that first chapter. So I'm really enjoying it.
What happened is someone in the Patreon suggested a series of books to Taylor and I. I got the audiobooks and he got the printed books because he's smart. And so I've been listening to him while I drive and such, and he's been reading faster than I've been listening. Anyway, it tells the story of three people who, from where I am, are just unrelated. You're like, I don't even know why I'm learning about these three people. It bounces from one story to the next, and I struggle because they all have like not normal names. What are their names?
Yeah.
Like Kaladin, Dragon,
Kaladin and Shallan and Dalinar and a bunch of like fantasy difficult names to remember.
Yeah, so that adds to my
Easy
confusion.
names if you're a Magic player.
That adds to my confusion.
I feel like that's
And
nothing.
I'm always like, whose storyline are we on now? Like, what am I listening to? What what happened in this again? Why is this book on shuffle? And I am struggling to keep up.
I just don't like audiobooks as much. Like I find myself all the time while I'm reading, like I'll get a couple paragraphs down often and I'll realize my mind was thinking about something else. And I'm like, what did you read the last two paragraphs? You don't even know, bitch. Pop back up. You
Yeah.
might miss something important. And so I do that constantly.
And I am often driving, but sometimes even flying when I'm listening to these audiobooks. So it's only getting like a third of my attention, and that can add to the challenge.
And that's tough, like because like I think the only large book series that I listened to a good portion of it was Game of Thrones, and I retained 1,000,000% more when I was reading it versus when like something would happen in Game of Thrones where it's like, what? Arya did this? We're on an Arya chapter and we're at the end? What's that? Like, I thought, last thing I remember, John was talking about the wall, and now Arya's killing someone in the Faceless Man house. I've missed a huge portion of the story.
I would re-listen to stuff because when I listened to Game of Thrones, we talked about it on the show, and we would have like theories about what was going to happen next on the TV show, and it was like, I've got to be tested on this. I can't just hope I can. Like this is on the test. I need to know, and I'd listen again.
Oh,
Speaking of
what I
good
was going to
old
say
days.
before we got into that silly spelling debacle.
From right, Warhammer.
I know you spelled it right. I was teasing you. So I've seen a lot of I watched like 2 Warhammer 40K things because I was curious about like some of the mythology, some of the lore, and then just kept recommending them. So I was like, this guy's got a nice voice. When I go to sleep tonight, I like to play like a YouTube video in the background, usually someone with a soothing voice, something educational if I can. I'm hoping I'll absorb it in my sleep, honestly. So I'll turn the TV down to like 7 or 8 so that I can just barely make it out, and it really puts me to sleep. I wake up And I feel so stressed out, and I can't put my finger on why. Like, and I look at the TV, and it's the most gruesome shit I've ever seen in my life. And I start like paying attention to what he's saying, and he's telling this story about like some space marines or something who go to a planet, and they discover where like these chaos demons have been keeping humans in pens and force feeding them through these like mechanical like tubes down their throats, and they are gigantic and swollen to the point of almost bursting, and you can see where they've been vivisected, and they've got tubes and hoses running into their chests and stomachs to keep their organs going. And then they go into the next room, and they see the room where they starve the people for the second after they've been inflated. They're literally sucking the fat out of them like liposuction style. And then they see all of the people who are the final result walking with capes of loose skin that they have to hold up to walk. And they're walking toward in like single file line, completely dead-eyed out of their minds to be skinned. And they are being skinned alive, and their skin is being tanned and turned into like some sort of fucking product that these demon people are fucking making. And I'm just like, holy shit, let's go back to astrophysics. I like learning about black holes. This is awful.
What the hell? How did it get to that?
That's what Warhammer 40K's universe is like. The most horrific thing you can imagine. And it's one story after another that's equally horrific. When they want to refuel their ships, you might think, but they just pull up to a gas station and they put the space juice in the side. No, they take these poor fucking people and they put them in this suit, and the people have to carry a lead casket on the outside of the ship that's full of the energy source that nobody really understands anymore, because we're 40,000 deep into mankind's existence. And it was 10,000 years ago when they invented all this cool tech. And since then, we've kind of forgotten how some of it works, and it's almost magical to us at this point. Well, they've got this guy in like a protective suit, and they've got him continuously being like injected with gases and chemicals to keep him going, so he can't feel pain while he makes the long walk carrying the lead casket of fuel to the engines. And as he's walking, the lead casket isn't even good enough to keep the fuel from affecting him. So his flesh is falling off of his bones. And by the time he gets there, he is barely even in one piece anymore. He's crawling and pushing the casket, and it's only the chemicals and gases that are being fed into his suit that are keeping him moving forward. And by the time he's there, they end up having to scrape up what's left of him.
So every time you have to refill the engine, one person dies at least?
Several people. It's never just one to do any of this stuff, because it's like multiple caskets.
You can't just make a bigger coffin?
I don't think a human being could carry a bigger coffin. That's probably the explanation.
Out in space, everything's weightless.
I think there's some artificial gravity on the hull of the ship. Look, I don't have any answers for this stuff.
You know, it would be a cool game if that's the history. I didn't know that was the history. We need a Warhammer 30K when everybody understood how everything worked, because you would have even more advanced technology.
40K spans the gap. It's like the whole 40,000 years of like human history. That's why there's so much lore. Like, because you can go back to when the Emperor of Man was first taking over the earth, and there's tons of lore about that. And then you can go to like current quote unquote in the 42nd century or wherever the fuck they are, where the Emperor of Man is like this living corpse that's kept alive on a mechanical golden throne, and they have to sacrifice psychers brought to him from across the universe, the galaxy. Every day, thousands of souls sacrificed to keep him energized and still quasi living. It is, and you got to keep in mind that we've colonized so many worlds. Like one hive city on a planet could have 200 billion people in it in one city, and like there's millions of worlds that we've colonized. It's a really fucking dark universe.
And hey, they're making magic cards with those themes. Going to be very, very.
Yeah, the Astartes, the Space Marines are some of the coolest fucking characters in all of like science fiction or sci-fi or whatever. Not just sci-fi, but just fantasy. It's because it's a real mix of fantasy and sci-fi. It's some fucked up shit. It's so fucked up. The way they I'll get off this topic quickly, but like the way their space travel works, they got like regular engines and stuff to like putt around like a solar system. But when you want to travel across the galaxy, it ain't like Star Trek where they're like, engage. and we just go to fucking warp 10 or warp 8 and we just get there. No, you have to tear a hole in space-time itself and go to the warp zone, which is essentially hell. It is populated by demons. And you travel through a hellscape filled with dark gods, demons, and tortured souls to get there. And I think maybe 1 out of 10 times it just doesn't fucking work.
And
everybody dies. Oh God, you better hope you explode. You don't want to stay there. Staying there might be one of the worst fates you can imagine.
Well, but if you die, you're going to go to hell anyway. If you're,
I don't think it works that way. It's this is like a literal hell. This is like a place that exists there. This is some dark stuff. And so yeah, I won't be
just a little faster to transport through that dimension than like a normal like lilac field dimension, and the like big capital was like, I don't care if it saves even 10 minutes, send them through hell. Could be.
I get nauseous. I get a little sick to my stomach watching these videos, but they're so interesting. I try to watch the ones that have a little more of a sunny description of what's going on, like oh yeah, and then there was this happy time where like of the Horus Heresy, you know, when half the Space Marines turned on the Emperor and invaded Earth and this and that and 5 trillion people were massacred. Like, all right, this is much more uplifting than that other shit I was listening to. There are no happy stories, is what I'm getting at. There's no happy stories in the 40K universe.
And that's all you're getting suggested now on YouTube.
A lot of it. And the alien races are terrifying. And there's lots of them. Just disgusting, evil, and terrifying.
I'm excited to play that game. The Total War.
Yeah, when it gets added to the Magic cards.
Cool.
Oh, and then obviously.
Yeah, Total War and the Magic.
And the the Vermintide sequel game that's
the Dark Tide. Yeah.
That's a hive city that you're going to be playing in. That's one of those cities that has, between 10 billion and 200 billion people in it. That's the play area of the game.
Yeah, that game
infected hive city.
All I get suggested now are I've watched so much Jujimufu videos the last week.
Man.
All I'm getting suggested are videos from Brian Shaw, Juji, what's his name? He's not suggested here, but he always is. Bugenhagen? Is it Eric Bugenhagen, the fitness guy who's funny? Kyle, you know his name. Eric Bugenhagen.
I don't know how I don't know this guy. Juji didn't upload a video for 4 months. Now he's uploading 20 minutes of content a day. And I'm just like, oh,
great. I love his content. I like how uplifting he is. He's just a nice, genuine guy. I like this new dynamic of his wife filming instead of Tom, and you can tell he and his wife have a good relationship. Like they're
Tom
really
was
chill.
always a downer. It always seemed like Juji was kind of trying to pick him up, and while that's admirable, if you do that for years in a row, it's like, all right, asshole, stand up on your own. It's like, stop needing to be picked up. This is the permanent dynamic of our relationship. The idea is I pick you up and then you stay on your fucking feet. Not every goddamn day you pretend your legs don't work while I drag you around. That's what it turned into.
And some of those would be like, I'm real tired today. And it's like, are you, Tom? This video is about Juji doing 3,000 curls in a row. Are you tired today? Are you sleepy?
Is that an exaggeration, or did he do 3,000 curls in a day?
No, it was a video where it's like, we do an 8-hour chest workout. It was just 8 hours, and by the end he's just like shaking it. Tom's being
that other guy you mentioned. He's got a poor branding again. But that guy is epic. He's the one who has that. Yeah, he's the one that has that little montage. What's the song it's set to? Where he's just dun 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 dun.
I'm trying to remember what it is.
And he's like doing all these absurd lifts, like the lifts you hate the most. He's doing behind the back deadlifts and stuff with ungodly amounts of weight. He doesn't. If you see him only lifting 300 pounds, he's curling it or something. Like everything he does is with 5, 6, 7, 800 pounds. Just he'll do it in ways that look dangerous.
Yes.
Oh, they're so dangerous what he's doing. And all the titles of his videos are like, man jumps rope with the least amount of clothing while his wife films and watches.
Is he the one that picks up the weight behind him? He stands in front of the barbell, and I don't know how to describe this to the audience, but He grabs it, he puts it on his lower back, and then he does all these like terrible moves to get it up here. And then
He like humps it up his back.
Getting it up.
And it's like 550 pounds.
It's a tremendous amount of weight that he's doing that with. And like even at the end, like throwing little shade at like Athlete X, he's like throws it down, and it's so obviously real weight. It just goes in that Florida soil, just like and he's like, oh, why didn't it bounce? Why didn't it bounce? I don't know, guys. Here's the name of the brand. Look up if they sell fake weight.
Maybe it didn't bounce because this is a quarter of a fucking ton that I just snaked up my lower back and then did walking fucking lunges with in sand.
Yeah, it's so funny.
I predict he's going to get hurt. Like, and I think,
Yes.
like I don't think that's really a wild bet. Like I'm thinking about making a bet with Mitty that the Braves go further than the Padres do this year. He wants to bet $100 on it. That's a risky bet. Betting that this guy's going to get severely injured in the next like 2 years, pretty safe.
Yeah. I bet every football team loses at least one game next year.
Pretty safe. It's kind of rare when someone runs the table.
One time ever.
I think this guy's in WWE, or at least like a minor character in WWE, because that's in his little bio. Makes sense. He's got the personality for it and the body. My God, but like these behind the back 275-pound presses. It's like that's so dangerous.
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm like, he has done the fitness equivalent of drinking live streams. Like now everyone expects him to hurt himself for a video.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. And he's funny. He's got a good sense of humor. I like him a lot. But like I watch his videos for the spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Sure. And all his videos are like 90 seconds long, just him freaking out in a dingy garage gym. It's just great. I like, and so many of them are like, you know, like flexing as hard as I can in front of an unimpressed toddler. Like,
I like that. Hey, did you guys see the Jake Paul Ben Askren press conference?
I heard about it.
So I heard about it.
Yeah, that's Sai. That Sai, by the way, that you just made encapsulates so much emotion that like I can relate to about that whole press conference. Just the fact that you were like,
dude. So
that's the type of content, by the way, that I live for.
Coming into it,
not the Sai, the press conference.
I was a little bit pro Jake Paul. Right? I don't know this guy. I don't know his content. I just know he's a YouTuber out there making vlogs, and something about being a YouTuber as a celebrity, like you got to earn it like every fucking day. You know, every day you go out there. You're not Tom Cruise who works for 8 weeks in a row and then takes 4 or 6 months off and then does it again. And everything's kind of handled for you. Someone's booking it. No, guy like Jake Paul is out there every day on the front lines. And I was like, yeah. You know, I hope the guy does okay. I hate Jake Paul so much now. I feel like I got to know him a little bit during this press conference, whereas I wasn't exposed to him before. He is an asshole. He is just a dick. He is impossible to like. I don't know why he's popular. He's mocking Ben Askren. His humor, if you can even call it that, was the lowest low. Like, tell that joke again, and then this time I'll remember to laugh. Where, like, what's he supposed to do with it? Tell it again, and you know he's going to get mocked. He was just mocking him. He was making sounds at him. Jake Paul he's the villain, but maybe I'm falling for it. He is the most unlikable, easily hateable dick ever. And,
so
go ahead.
So I don't watch a lot of that social media stuff. You know, like the Instagram stuff and TikTok stuff, but I never met Jake. I got to hang out with Logan for a day or two, and he was as genuine and kind and like down to earth as anyone else, you know, that we know. Like very, very nice to me. And but I didn't meet his brother. My only experience with his brother is watching some clips of him online, and it seems to me that his goal is to be as douchey as possible, because there's no way he's actually that douchey. Like no one is that douchey. Like everything from like his hair to the sunglasses he chooses to the way he dresses to like the car he drives. It seems like he's doing his best to like na boo boo. I'm richer than you, you fucking loser. Why aren't you rich and like getting pussy like me? Fuck you, you piece of shit. Like that seems like his shtick.
I fell for it.
And hey, it might be him. I don't know the guy.
Yeah.
I've never even like been in a room adjacent to a room he's in. I don't fucking know. But that's kind of what I think, what I would imagine, because I can't imagine that someone like that actually exists. That's that douchey. So bravo to him. Maybe I think he's a really good actor. Based on like his performances that I've seen thus far. I hate him almost as much as I hate Ramsey fucking Bolton, right? like he's good at it. And Ben Askren, on the other hand, is like, it's fucking funky Ben Askren. Like his thing is being down to earth. And
he's very smart. He's clever. He's good at press conferences. He just, if you were to talk to him for a little bit, you'd be like, oh, this guy's with it. He's sharp.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, his fighting style has allowed for that. You know, he hasn't been hit a lot ever. He's a cool guy. He's got a cool fighting style. And did you see his promo that he made where he's doing the Rocky 4 workout? I liked it a lot. A lot of humor.
Believe the promotion helped him produce that. He did great. I agree. I loved it, but I don't think it was just him and his wife out there in the snow making it.
Frankly, I do.
Okay.
Like that was, come on, that was some pretty low quality shit. I mean,
I thought it was amazing. Maybe that's why I think this. Yeah.
Dude, me and you can make that in 2 afternoons. Like there was nothing. What in there was impressive?
I mean, I hear you, but I
like the parts where he duplicated what. So for those who don't know, he made this little montage replicating the montage of Sylvester Stallone working out in Rocky 4. And if in case you've never seen that movie, in Rocky 4, he's gonna fight Ivan Dragoff or whatever, like big giant Russian guy played by Dolph Lundgren. And to do it, he's gonna go to Russia to train. So he's training in like this remote Russian farmhouse. And his workouts are all like rustic, right? There's no like
chopping
modern
wood, flipping
gear.
tires, pull-ups off tree limbs,
running through knee-deep snow. There's a part, doing lunges with lumber on his back, and doing pull downs with like just pulleys and rope and bags of sand and stuff like that. Literally putting a yoke on his back, like the kind you would attach to farm animals to plow. And then there's a part in the movie where the KGB guys, I think maybe, or that are supposed to be following him, maybe they get stuck in the snow, and he either drags their car or maybe he drags a farmer's wagon, something like that. Well, in Ben Askren's video, he doesn't have access to a fucking wagon, and he can't pull a car, so he gets his 2 little kids in a little snow,
like a radio flyer, maybe? Is that what it?
Like a little, what are those? A sled, and a little sled, and he ties the rope to himself, and he's running with them, like pulling them through the snow, and they're throwing snowballs at him. It's cute, but it's like they made that shit in 2 days. The guys that he's like hitting gloves with, like if it's the promotion, we find a lookalike, right? We find a guy who looks like the black guy that he trains with in Rocky. It's not Apollo Creed. Apollo Creed's dead in this one. Spoiler alert. That happens at the beginning of the movie.
The whole movie. The whole movie's because of that.
Whole movie's because of that. I must break you. Fucking good.
If he dies, he dies.
Oh, that's the best quote. Yeah, that's the. And then the whole movie gets ruined at the end because Sylvester Stallone does this fucking weepy, fucking patriotic, like anti-Cold War speech to like the Soviet government in the middle of the ring. He's like, "Yo, tonight I just realized that maybe if y'all like me and if I like you, then maybe we can all get along, yo." And it's like, I think maybe there's some bigger issues at hand causing the Cold War, Stallone. Like maybe it's,
I was the right age for that movie. I ate it up. 13-year-old Woody's like, Rocky just solved the Cold War. Yeah. This is good.
Yeah, my favorite Rocky. I love it.
Meanwhile, if it really happened, they'd have fucking stuck him with a polonium ball bearing, and he'd have died of cancer like 8 weeks later.
Yeah, have you seen that? Who's that Russian politician where like, just out of nowhere, he started visibly dying from being poisoned. Like
I think that's the guy having the death pool.
No, it's a different. This is a.
No, they've got him locked up right now, and the rumor is they are slowly poisoning him. I read that recently.
Well, then they
easy money.
I mean, I'm sure they got better at it since this other guy who. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm not remembering this story. Russian guy poisoned.
Anyway, on the press conference thing, I can't wait. I think it's April 17th. I'm suddenly very interested. The press conference did its job. It made me hate one of the fighters, take an interest in the fight. I don't know how Ben Askren wins. I don't know how he can do it. His striking is so bad, and it's a freaking boxing contest.
But you know what? I don't like. So Jake Paul boxed one guy.
2. Or is he 3-0 or 2-0?
But like I was gonna say, like one guy that was like an athlete, and he did beat him. But the other matches, there wasn't enough there. I personally think like I half agree with Kyle. I'm deep on this stuff, by the way. This is like the content I take in. I'm in with Kyle that he's an actor and he plays it up. But I do think an element of that is to deflect the fact that he doesn't really know how else to act. He can only do the character. This is a guy that got famous when he was like 18 or 17 and has been frozen in time as what happens with people that get a lot of fame early on. He's always been this guy. He's always been this character. So I feel like to an extent, it's kind of he's spent just as much time in the last few years being this character as he has been Jake Paul. And I thought it perfectly hit its stride when he was challenging Conor and he was going off on Conor. And I happened to like it. And I was like, oh, I would love to see him get beat up by Conor. This would be great. Or on the weird chance that Jake just knocks him out randomly. Like it could happen. A punch can get lucky. I would love to see that. Either way, I would like to see those guys hit each other. I'm down for it. And it worked when it was Conor. And he said all that stuff. But now with this guy, Ben, like you're looking at it and you're like, God, you look childish because of how this guy's being. You got to read the room. You got to adapt. And that press conference was so exactly as you said, like it was like high school improv jokes at recess when you're in the 7th grade or whatever. Like it's like the type of things that he was saying. I was like, you don't have to keep talking. You're not up there with Conor McGregor. This guy's chilling, man. He's chilling. Like he actually, even if you beat him, it doesn't look like he really cares. It sounds like he's here. He's coming and he's collecting the bag. I wasn't a big fighting fan, so I didn't know who he was and started looking into his stuff and everything after the fact. But Jake Paul's been a heel, and it's been one of those entertaining and enjoyable heels. But recently, like this guy's just too chilling for me to even like. It's like, bro, this is a real guy, and you're in here like a young thug, like caricature, like a rapper vibe. You're yelling and you're standing. And then at one point, Ben puts his hand on his face and pushes it. And Jake kind of does a little not punch hit on the side of him, and he doesn't move and he walks away. And later, Jake Paul was like, I gave him a clean pound on the side of his ribs. Like, boom. And I was like, that's not what happened. You like did this weird slap thing. It was so awkward. The whole thing was awkward. And I love that shit, which is why I'm also excited for like that YouTubers versus TikTok boxing. I don't know if you know anything about that, but YouTubers and TikTokers box. I love there's a whole picture for it and everything. I love the idea of like YouTubers that I don't really watch fighting TikTokers that I don't really watch, and everyone's going to hit each other. Like I'm happy to spend $30 on that. Order some pizza, call over some friends that fucking hate these people and hate this content, but we get to watch them all punch. Dude, I'm good. I'm good with it.
I want Ben Askren to beat Jake Paul so much now. I completely fell for whatever act Jake Paul has going. Hook, line, and sinker. I'm the Mark, not the smart Mark, the other one, and who just wants
Rube.
I'm the Rube who wants to see Jake Paul lose because he got me. And I don't know how Ben Askren can win this. His striking is not that good. Jake Paul looks great on a bag. He looked great against Nate, whatever his name was, who was also a heavy bag.
We do have a standing bet.
Oh, who did I pick? Do I have Jake Paul to win?
Yeah, I picked Askren.
I'm not sure I lose that bet, but I want to.
Tough.
Now.
That's a tough one because I think that's why he did the Rocky thing is because Jake Paul's always talking about how he's got the best nutritionist, the best trainers training him, the best facility, and he does. He's putting a ton of money in it. And it's like Ivan Drago when he was like all hooked up in Rocky IV with all the wires and the doctors and the scientists, and they're like maximizing the efficiency of his workout. And like, I love that video because I didn't see it until you showed me just now. He's just like, kind of like, yeah, okay, well, I'm Rocky, bro. I'm lifting wood and fucking digging snow. And
dude,
yeah, he's got to be able to knock Jake Paul out though. Like if you're a bad MMA fighter, like that's like, if you're the worst race car driver, it doesn't matter. You're going to smoke me at racing, even if I trained for months, right?
Ben Askren is
No.
a grappling specialist. He's a very good grappler. He was an NCAA champion, multi-champion, I'm not sure, but he was very successful in college. And then in his pro career, he spent most of his time in the like lesser organizations. He fought in one. Did he fight in Bellator? I forget. Like ones you barely heard of. And he did great. He was their champion, but all through wrestling. All he would do is just sort of bend over, grab your ankles, and start the fight. And now he's in a boxing match. And it's like, well, I mean, he's been practicing boxing all this time, but it was never
Dirt boxing, no. He could
Did you
close.
see Chael Sonnen
Someone like a wrestler, you could close a space, right?
Yeah. Kyle, did I see Chael's what?
take on the fight? His prediction.
It's the worst. Chael
Who is that?
So Chael Sonnen is an MMA fighter. He was elite, very good, fought for 3 titles or something like that. And now he's a YouTuber who does commentary on MMA. Cool. So he's like, Ben Askren is going to win this. Clearly, he is a professional fighter against a YouTuber. And Ben Askren is a competitor. It doesn't matter what it is. This guy is a competitor. And he is going to bring that natural love and lack of fear of competition to this fight and win. And then I think he went on to say, like, it could be chess. It could be this. It could be... He would win because he's a competitor. And I'm like, no. It's a boxing match. He can't win at chess. Stop doing that. Stop acting like being a competitor is going to make him win at race car driving or chess or whatever. What the fuck? This is the worst analysis ever.
Jake's a competitor too, clearly also. Like, to be that type of YouTuber, even as ridiculous as it is, like that guy's like competed intensely with his own brother over something as trivial as views. Now he's fighting for literally the respect of adults, something he's never had. He's like fighting so that someone like us here could be like, Jake Paul did it though. Like, hey, at the end of the day, he's an asshole, but he knocked out an MMA. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, like there comes with like an amount of respect that he desires. And that's the type of guy that chases something as trivial as views. You know, he's competitive. He's got like, so that edge I don't even buy into. And it looks like Jake's cared for months. He's cared a lot about this.
What I think there's a tiny bit of truth there is it won't be Ben Askren's first time under the lights, right? Ben Askren's been in Olympic trials for wrestling, NCAAs. He's been in the UFC. He's going to walk out there. I'll pretend there's a crowd. There might not be. And be like, okay, another day at the office. This is my, whatever, 1,000th time doing this. Whereas Jake Paul, it'll be his 4th. So maybe less nerves on Ben Askren's part. But it's still a boxing competition, and Ben's not good at that. So how does he win? Kyle, did I miscategorize chess?
I thought a wrestler.
So you nailed it all, but the thing is, I don't know what the downside of cheating in boxing is. I watched Conor McGregor fight Floyd Mayweather. It was not clean, standard boxing. It was not the sweet science. It was Conor McGregor yanking on him, pulling on him, clenching with him,
took his back,
messing with him, fucking like trying to lay on him, tire him out. And Conor won at least 1, maybe 2 out of 5 rounds, I think. Might have those numbers a little.
I think it went like 10 or 11 rounds and he got tired.
Okay. He won several rounds against the best boxer in the world, and Conor ain't the best boxer in the world. Here we have a very different set of circumstances, but I think a similar outcome. I think you've got Ben Askren, who is going to like really lay on him, clinch with him a lot. Like they're going to be split up over and over and over. And I seriously doubt that Paul is being trained or his sparring partners are anything like Ben Askren, because what do? Find a bad boxer for him to fucking get a good look? You know, what do? Find a current NCAA wrestler and like, hey, you ever box? I got in a fight after gym one night. Perfect. Come on. like I don't know how you get him that look, that how do you duplicate what he's going to be facing in there? And I think that if Askren went in there and tried to like look like a boxer and follow the rules to a T, yeah, I think he gets smoked. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to be all over this guy. Like, and look, he's not going to throw him. He's not going to like get a double leg. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that he is going to fight a very dirty boxing match that I don't think that Jake Paul's going to be ready for.
I agree with that. I think someone like a wrestler can close a gap very quickly. Like that's what you specialize in. And like boxing or not, like I don't think Jake Paul is that good of a boxer to adapt for the scenarios that he's going to be in. And I agree with Kyle. I feel like boxing is like, a sweet science, as you said. And I think this guy should be able to close the gap really quickly and be inside. And if you're inside in a boxing match, like someone's done. This guy's got it. He's got to be able to knock out Jake Paul. I don't know. I feel like even if he wins, someone like himself being a wrestler, if you don't knock out Jake Paul, I don't know if you really did it. Like I really want you to knock him out. And as for Jake Paul, he just needs to survive. Even just surviving to the end and going and winning a couple rounds, I think that's worthy of respect to an extent, you know?
It's a cool matchup. It's a cool matchup. It makes for conversations like this because it is such a cool matchup. You know, if Jake Paul were fighting Conor McGregor, we'd be talking about how silly this is, how Conor's going to fuck him up. If Jake Paul were fighting,
but he wanted it. He wanted it badly. That
Conor of course he did. That would be one hell of a payday.
I think that was a drop ball by everyone that they didn't take that fight.
We all want to fight Conor McGregor.
That was a bad move. They should have had that fight set up. I mean, Jake Paul positioned himself there in a game of clout chess. Jake Paul positioned himself there in a win-win scenario. He wins if he gets knocked out. He wins if they don't do anything and it looks like they're scared of him. And he wins if he goes in there and loses. Like no matter what, he was gonna win that. But then this Ben Askren, like I was saying before, I watched the press conference and I'm like, oh no, you're equipped for like the showmanship of a Conor scenario. And this guy's just like, he looks like such an adult. It really did made him look like a dumbass YouTuber. And I always hate when that happens because I'm a dumbass YouTuber, but I don't want people to know.
This guy's got kids and all with the same woman. I don't think you understand who you're facing.
Jake Paul's the favorite. I didn't realize that. 220, minus 220 favorite.
That's cool. That's just cool for him being the favorite. Like, and that's a long journey for this guy who was going to have a YouTube boxing match. And now like he's being the favorite, even though these aren't boxers. Still cool. Still a cool thing in my books anyways.
Demetrius Johnson says he wants Ben Askren to win, but doesn't see how that could happen. I don't know.
Why are we making Jake Paul stronger then? Why are we feeding him these people like Nate Robinson and people that he's going to knock out? Like, why give him more power?
He's carefully managing his career.
We're creating a monster.
We are.
He's good at it. He's good at it.
Are more people going to watch this for Ben Askren or for him? For him.
But different people are going to come for different reasons. I'm coming for Ben Askren. But I bet there's a lot of people who are coming for Jake Paul, and that's the beauty of this.
You're in a small minority there. Like
I'm definitely not. No way. I would say
Paul?
There's definitely an A side and B side, and maybe Jake Paul is the A side. But that's not to say that the B side it accounts
weak.
For nothing.
Right.
Like the B side of this is strong because it represents all of mixed martial arts. Nobody who's an MMA fan would go watch a Jake Paul fight normally, and nobody is a little bit all encompassing, but the majority, I think it's fair to say, of MMA fans, the guys who bought last Saturday night's pay-per-view, for example, to watch Ngannou fight, they're not interested in fucking Jake Paul until they hear that he's fighting Funky Ben Askren.
They're not interested in fucking Jake Paul? Sorry, what'd you say?
Well, they might want to fuck him. He's kind of cute.
He's cute.
But he's a real cutie.
Handsome man.
Yeah. So, but yeah, they're not showing up to watch Jake Paul fight. I don't know, name some YouTuber or TikToker that they've never fucking heard of, but they will show up to watch them fight Funky Ben, who's this real fan favorite. He's a guy that Joe Rogan was singing his praises for years. And like, I love him. I liked his short career in the UFC. If nothing else, incredibly entertaining. Was it 2 fights or 3? I know he beat Robbie Lawler in that madhouse.
3. He beat Robbie Lawler. He lost to Masvidal, and then did he lose one after that?
I don't recall the third one. The 2 that really stick out because they were both fucking like they're the kind of fights that I think would be good to show to someone who's never seen MMA before, and you're trying to introduce them to the sport. There are some fights that are like that.
Damian Maia
really
was the third one.
That's an interesting matchup. I'm assuming he lost that.
He did, yeah, and then he retired.
Yeah, makes sense. If you can't beat Maya, then your funky wrestling isn't going to cut it. If you can't beat someone who really should be in your wheelhouse of competitors you should beat. But he beat Robbie Lawler, and it wasn't quite yet the ghost of Robbie Lawler. And shit, the ghost of Robbie Lawler is going to be a terrifying fucking individual. Let's be real, because of his fighting style. That was a wild fight, very entertaining to watch. I loved it. It was just like, holy shit, what's happening? Oh my God, what? It's got to be over. Wait, it's not over? He's coming back from that? It was wild. It was fucking wild. And then, of course, he has that 8-second fight with Jorge Masvidal with so much shit talking. Let's be honest, 2. Like if it was 5, it's only because it took 3 seconds for someone to come over and stop it. Like that fight lasted however long it takes to run halfway across an octagon.
Imagine running 15 feet as fast as you can. That was the length of the fight.
That was the length of the fight.
Yeah.
A shocking knee to the fucking skull knockout that's going to be part of highlight reels for decades to come. And there had been so much shit talking, the kind that makes money shit talking leading up to that, it was a beautiful thing. And I felt awful for Robbie, but I felt great for Jorge because I like them both.
I stopped liking Jorge. He lost me. He's been dodging too many fights.
He wants
Usman again. He wants him again.
He's getting him.
Usman. You think he can handle Usman?
He can't. He already lost every round.
The Argentinian left, Usman. We all know him.
Nigerian, but I'll work with it.
Is he American? Is he not? Probably Usman, probably Eastern European or something, right?
He's Nigerian.
He's a big, terrifying black man.
Nigerian.
Is he the Nigerian nightmare, or is that Ngannou?
I think it's Usman.
They're both terrifying men. They could both be Nigerian nightmares, as far as I'm concerned.
I believe you. I was just Usman sounded like a Bosnian contractor to me.
He looks like an African contract
more
fucking
than an
killer.
African guy.
He's a terror.
Ngannou? That sounds very African. I would guess African.
Ngannou.
Yeah, Ngannou's first job was like the salt mines of Nigeria or something, or emerald mines. Like he literally worked there.
Sorry, that is not part of a language. I had something in my teeth.
Everyone thinks that my name has the at the end, but I just had something in my teeth at the press conference.
Really very difficult OCD to deal with. Yeah. Snapping, like tapping his head, all sorts of stuff. So while Harley is still absent, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by a company we know and love, Postmates. You know what's great about eating your favorite thing? Eating it. You know what's not great? Going and getting it. And the only fast things that do deliver, not what you're craving. That's where Postmates steps in, the app that adds a delivery option to your favorite restaurants. Imagine anything you want to eat delivered. Don't have to drive, park, or even talk on the phone to order. Download the app and order 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Postmates will bring you what you want within the hour. You can even see where your food is and track your driver. You forgot to get the eggs and milk? No problem. Craving a tasty burger? Check. Looking for the perfect bottle of red wine or a summer beer? Order up. Postmates is your new long-term Munchies booty call. For a limited time, Postmates is giving you $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. To start your free deliveries, download the app today and use code PKA. That's code PKA for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. Save the hassle. Get the food you love fast at Postmates with code PKA. That's code PKA for $100 of free delivery for your first 7 days. Just use the code PKA. $100 over 7 days. You guys are going to be eating like kings. Take advantage of it. My God. that offer won't last forever. Believe me. This episode of PKA is also brought to you by GOAT.com. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a very good chance that the shoe you're buying is fake. How can you be sure it's real? Well, GOAT.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every single detail is inspected from the stitching and color to the size and weight. GOAT certifies that every single pair of sneakers on their site matches exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you're not going to find better prices for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That's goat.com/PKA. Plus, you'll also be supporting the show, but you got to go right now before the sneakers you want are gone. When you go to goat.com/PKA, spelled GOAT.com/PKA, 100% authentic sneakers. Go check those out. Get them before they're gone. Don't be a silly Billy who goes and gets fake shoes you're all excited about, and then they show up and it's just a pair of bullshit New Balances. Get yourself high quality, 100% authentic Yeezys.
Listen to the man.
Or listen to the man.
Preach it.
That was that wasn't even a read. That was just from the heart. Yeah.
Taylor.
So check them out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is the read done?
Yes, sir.
What do you watch on YouTube lately? What is the algorithm pumping into your head?
Recently, my algorithm, it's funny because my algorithm is a constant trickle of 18th century cooking. there's always a couple, at least one of those suggested, because I love that channel. I'm not memeing. I really do love that channel. Other than that, because I watched a lot of Jujimufu recently, and before Juji, for the couple months that he was kind of out of commission, I was watching Brian Shaw's channel a lot. I was watching Larry Wheels. He's really good. That dude's yoked out of his mind. Who else? A couple other big guys. Robert Oberst, who's the guy, his claim to fame, strongest shoulders in America. He's the guy who says don't deadlift if you don't need to, unless you're practicing for the deadlift. And I've been watching.
But what is it? Hygiene issues? Why does he always look so bad?
Does he? I think he just looks like a sweaty dude.
That beard is not flattering. He's
no, I guess not.
Mega fat. He's like the Danny DeVito of strongman competitions. Are you trying to look your worst? Always.
He clearly is playing in, because I think one of his shirts that he sells is says strong and pretty. And maybe he's playing up the fact that he's a very ugly man, but he's tall enough and wide enough that he can look however he wants. With his nasty ass beard, he looks like a Viking warrior, like right off of the plains or fucking boat, wherever they're fighting. He looks like he just stepped off that. He's huge. I feel like you get a lot more leeway on your disgusting hygiene when you're also 6'9".
You're so impressed with this imaginary dude. If he's in a sword fight, I don't even know that he wins.
If he knows, he probably doesn't even know how to swing a sword. Not like me, master bladesman.
I have been studying the blade since the beginning.
I've been studying the blade. These safety summers. I've been studying the blade.
Taylor, the blade of the Midwest, of course. No, I think that he looks more like a battle axe man, or maybe a war hammer kind of guy. Yeah. I don't think
you couldn't toss him Gimli style, but he does look. He has a very Lord of the Rings dwarf face, like very round, very fat. I empathize with you there, man. You can't do anything about having a fat face, but his is strongman fat face. Where I've ever since I've been a young boy, I've had very, very supple cheeks, but his protrude. He's powering so many calories into his body every day.
He just appears to be trying to fail almost with regards to. He just doesn't look his best. He looks his worst. And every time I see him, I'm like, did you?
Damn, what is harsh?
It's so funny. This is a thought.
I'm harsh. This motherfucker.
What is are you even fucking trying?
No,
because you look like you look like the strongest homeless man that ever lived.
Imagine a motherfucker that wakes up every day and combs his hair with a balloon.
Macros.
Just wicka. And then
the trash man.
He combs his hair with a balloon. He roughs up his fucking unkept beard. He's 100 pounds overweight and body fat.
But that's not fair when you're talking about strongmen.
All the other strongmen are losing weight. Brian Shaw's getting fitter. Thor's looking fitter.
They're fighting. They're getting ready for a fight.
It's because they're semi moving out of the strongman sphere.
Well, they look good for it.
Yeah, he does look way better. I obviously followed Brian Shaw's channel really closely, and first of all, him laying in that, what's it called, DEXA scan, where they do him laying in that machine. It's they should have taken him to a horse farm and let him use
elephant
that
farm.
It was absurd how And he seems like such a gentle giant where he's like, I don't know if I'm going to fit in here. And it's like, oh, he's playing it up to be, and it's like, oh no, he really might not fit in there.
And the results, like the guy lost like, I don't know, 30 pounds. And it said he like gained body fat. He clearly didn't. He clearly didn't. This DEXA scan is inaccurate because he doesn't fit in the machine.
Yeah.
And it was like he was too kind to point that out. That they gave him an inaccurate DEXA scan. He didn't want to tell everyone that's obviously what happened.
Like, and I'm also being suggested all the strongman and like juji, like grip strength stuff, because I watched this show on stream, actually, Taylor Merck on Twitch, called The Strongest Men in History. And it's these guys going around doing strength challenges from like olden days, where it's like this guy in the Old West lifted a horse over his head. And it's like, well, that's clearly made up. We're going to do it with, I don't know, what's reasonable, 700 pounds? We'll do. And then, of course, like Eddie Hall's like,
someone find a pony.
You think 700 is pretty challenging? Really? I expected more from you, Brian. And it's like, okay, 900. Oh, really? Okay, sticking with 3 digits. Interesting, Brian. Like they talk shit to each other. Like the clip of Eddie Hall standing under the, obviously like the 2 stands, so they have the barbell on it, and they put 550 pounds on it. And he, with his arm like this, gets it up off both sides, single arm barbell press, only got it like an inch on either side.
You don't do those?
550 pounds.
That's pushed at one for me.
Yeah, it's a mind-blowing amount of strength to do that. It's so cool.
I saw a clip of them, and maybe this is from that same show. It would seemingly have to be, but they're all at this like diner in England, and there's a part where Eddie Hall like has to take a shit, and they won't let him out of the booth. They're like they're like keeping him in. And like they won't move, and he's just like visibly uncomfortable. He's like, no, I really, I have to take a power lifter shit. You don't even understand. And like because God knows how many calories he eats a day. They were eating a meal they were right in the middle of what had to be a 6,000 calorie meal. Like it involved multiple ice creams and like half a dozen burgers and a pile of nachos and fries and shit. Like they were eating more food than a normal man eats in 3 days.
Yeah.
Each.
One meal.
At once. It was cheesecake. They were eating multiple slices of cheesecake each. And I don't mean 2 or 4. Like they had like 5 slices of fucking cheesecake each and ice cream to go with it or something like that.
Yeah.
It was absurd.
And I remember the scene you're talking, they all got like, I remember watching it because they all got like a full pound burger in front of them. But then there's like a plate of ribs and wings, and they eat for probably 25 minutes before like all those men are like, all right, you guys want to start on the burgers? Pretty excited. I've been looking forward to the burger. And it's like, how are you not just vomiting? Oh yeah, because you're 6'9" and you weigh. Brian's really slim now. He's a svelte 400 pounds. That's what I've been watching most of recently. I just love these strongman channels.
I used to hang out with like a guy that was doing bodybuilding competitions and stuff, and I'd hang out with him on Sundays, and we'd eat like pigs on watching football. This is like 12 years ago. And he'd come over, and he was like one of the biggest guys at the gym, and he was going to compete. And we would order every single Sunday. It was like everyone chose a place that they liked. So like I always chose Domino's, and I would get like the breadsticks, cheese sticks, pizza. My cousin would get this place Dagwood's, which made like 12-inch subs, and they would have like a party platter with a whole bunch of 6-inch subs. And we would do like 3 places like that in wings. So we'd have like sandwiches, wings, pizza, and we'd eat like crazy. But the difference was the guy who was competing, he came with like his own food first. So before we ordered, we were figuring out what we were doing. This was his Sunday. So it was like his carbo shock day or whatever the fuck his plan was. And he ate like a double Big Mac, supersized fries, the McChicken on the side. He had a big ass milkshake. Then our food would come. Now he's eating with us. And I'm like destroyed. I'm like finished. And I thought I was I'm like destroyed. And then he would go upstairs when he was done. All the food's cleaned out. He'd go upstairs and come down. And he had a pie. And I always thought the pie was the funniest. And he'd eat this whole pie after all that. And then he would sit down, close his eyes while we're watching football. And it's like the first games aren't even done. And he would sleep through all the second games. And we'd like wait. And he just grew. I'm telling you, bro. We'd look at him and be like, yo, he's growing. He's growing. And he's just there like this. And I swear to God, in his sleep, he was growing. And I love that. I just love everything about that. I love all the workout guys. I was listening to you guys when I was doing my thing, and I had to eat something real quick. And Woody, by the way, you fucking roast that guy. I don't know what you were talking about, but I was listening, and you were like, he just looks terrible. Is he trying? Is he trying? And I was listening. It was actually pretty intense. It was good. I liked it though.
He's talking about this guy. I'll link the channel. But
if I was going to own a restaurant, it would be one of those like stoner restaurants that we ordered from in Denver that one time. It was like their whole menu had like cutesy names that were like marijuana names for all the food, and all their food was perfectly like created for people who are stoned as fuck and have the munchies. Nothing was healthy. Everything was like over the top and silly. I remember we got these milkshakes that had like Fruity Pebbles in them. It was like Fruity Pebble milkshakes, and just everything was ridiculous. It was so good. So good.
I had that a weed Fruity Pebble weed dessert at LA. There's a restaurant in LA where they give you joints and you smoke at the table and they bring you food. And they had like a Fruity Pebble dessert thing. But sometimes you get high and food that like on other highs or other scenarios, you'd be like, that would be so good. But sometimes your high just doesn't connect. Or you're just maybe like you get high and you're too freshly high. You're like more scared about life than you are hungry. So you can't think about eating. And like she came by, she was like the Fruity Pebble dessert. And I was like just scared that a waitress is talking to me. I'm like that high. And anyways, the person next to me ended up getting the Fruity Pebble dessert. And I was like, and then when it comes and you're high, you're like, oh, let me get a taste of that. And it was fucking good. It was good. Like I was blown away. I like
savory stuff when I'm high. Like I'm not so much into desserts. Like I would never like just kill a pint of ice cream or a gallon of ice cream.
Salty treats though.
But like pizza and tacos and nachos and like French fries and stuff like that. Like
chips.
That's chips.
Steak over cake, man.
Like anything that comes in a bag and isn't good for you. Macaroni and cheese. Like all that's the kind of shit that I want if I'm high.
Me too. I'm always. I like a good, like I love hamburgers and sandwiches. Like when I'm high, like you bring out like party. You guys have party sandwiches? Or is this like a weird? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Party sandwiches, bro. Like that's the type of thing you bring, and I will fucking dome the whole box instantly. Like I stop thinking, and then I get this weird thing. I sometimes I'm high and I'm eating, like I eat fast. I'm like, I know I'm rushing. I know I'm eager, but I'm not consciously thinking about it. I'm just like eating fast. And like, I'm just like, do you guys do mushrooms?
I have, and it went poorly.
Yeah, Kyle had a bad
It is a weird drug. Some type of drug that like makes you look at your number one best friend and you like feel awkward around them. If it's not like, if it's just the vibe is weird, you could look at someone like I've had someone who I've done mushrooms with, and like I left with like, we were like 3 best friends and we left. We're like, yo, we're never speaking to Ryan again. Was that fucking weird? You're like, yeah, man. You saw his face on the bed there, on the couch. He was like making that face. I was like, I hated that face. And like, now we're done with that guy. That's it. We're done. But that's also doing it at like 18.
Do mushrooms make you hungry or no?
They can. Like, I think the thing is, I smoke weed during it at the same time. So I guess I'm all.
That's a contaminated experience. You don't know if it did.
Yeah, I've contaminated the stream, so I don't know. Yeah.
Does that make it?
But that's
eating. I don't know what weed does to it, but eating like toned it down. Like that was the way that I was able to come down a little bit. Is when I finally ate some food. That time I took those mushrooms and had that nightmare experience.
Do you think it was the food or like the fact that
what happened
passing finally?
Man, I didn't know what I was fucking doing. Like I had done mushrooms before, but I was so afraid of them because it was a new thing that we almost like microdosed the amount we had. It was like me and a girlfriend, and like I think maybe we had an eighth of an ounce, and like instead of splitting it, we each just ate a little, and nothing really happened. So then later on, like the next day, we ate what was left, and what was left was only enough to like make colors pretty, which I think for a lot of people would be like, yeah, sounds good. Colors are pretty now. We went to a park. The greens were so green. It was actually
seemed scary.
It was actually nice. But it wasn't the experience that I was going for because I wanted something new and something powerful. So like 2 years later, I'm with a different girl at my house, and she got them or I got them. I got them. That's right. I remember now. And I got, again, an eighth of an ounce, but this time I ate the majority of it, and I gave her, whatever she was willing to eat. But I ate the majority of an eighth of an ounce of mushrooms. And then, like some kind of a fucking moron, we went out. I drove us 20 minutes to like go to dinner.
Ooh.
And like, I still to this day can't fathom why.
At a restaurant, like with a waitress coming over to your table and being like, "Are you okay, sir? Do you want a drink?"
Oh, you have no idea. Like, I'll go through this quickly because I
That's
told
terrifying.
you before. I'm driving down the fucking interstate, and the road is stretching like a rubber band in front of me. Like it's being pulled away
yeah,
from
for
me.
sure. Dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like I get a text message from Kitty, and she's like, "Hey, will you pick me up some carrots from the grocery store?" And for some reason I should have been like, "Nah, I'm fucked up. I can't be going to extra places." But I was just like,
well,
sure.
ask you to destroy the One Ring. Like that.
Yeah, she might as well have been sending me to fucking Mordor. Like, so we go into Mordor, aka Walmart, and I am freaking out, man. Like I am inching closer and closer to a panic attack. And I have actual like panic attacks. Like I'll go unconscious if I don't have like water to throw in my face. Panic attacks, like full Tony Soprano panic attacks. I feel it coming on as we're standing in line at Walmart. So I start making my way to the bathroom. I know if I make it to cold water, I'm A-okay. That throwing that in my face is just like flipping a switch for me. I never made it. I passed out face first into one of those carousels they hang sunglasses on at like department stores. Wake up, and I'm surrounded by a crowd. There's a retarded.
That must have been hilarious for anyone watching. You're like banging.
Bam. No, it was scary. They don't know what's happened to me.
No, they absolutely knew you were on drugs.
They did not. They absolutely did not. They didn't. I was like, oh, my blood sugar got low. I'm diabetic. And so
your pupils are dilating and then
don't look at my eyes.
Did you see that crackhead? Did you see that crackhead fighting the glasses case?
I had my sunglasses on, so they can't see my eyes. So like I wake up, I'm surrounded by a crowd of people. Someone's getting me like a Gatorade or something out of like one of the coolers that's there when you check out at Walmart.
Free Gatorade.
And like my lady friend comes over and she's like, "Come on, we're getting out of here." And some chick in the crowd is like, "He's got to stay. He's hurt." And she's like, "I'm an EMT. He's coming with me." And so I'm like, "Thank God."
Was she?
Yeah. And so
that would have been a sick mushroom lie. Sometimes your brain works
right.
weird.
You just get creative as fuck.
And you're like, "Good call." You're like, "I don't even know how I came up with that."
It would have been a sweet mushroom lie.
We get to the door, and
yeah, just like you lied on shrooms. You're just like on cruise control sometimes.
We get to the door, and there's cops and an ambulance there, and and I walk past them, of course, because like I'm all good. And the cop, like, I guess the crowd was like, "It was that guy." And the cop like catches up to me, and she's like, "Hey, why are you walking away from me?" And I'm like, "You're here for me? Like, what did I do?" She's like, "They said you fell." I was like, "Yeah, I fell. My blood pressure, my blood sugar was low. I didn't feel well. Am I in trouble for falling? Like I didn't break anything." She's like, "Well, I guess not. You sure you're okay?" Like she's kind of thrown off by this. I'm like, it's working. And like the ambulance, the EMTs are there, like with their ambulance, and they come up and they're like, "Where's the guy at?" And she's like, "Apparently this is the guy." And I'm like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" They're like, "This is the guy?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm all good. I got low blood sugar. I just need to go over there and get some barbecue." And they're like, "Sounds good to me. I like the ribs." And so we fucking go to the barbecue restaurant, eat barbecue. And I just remember the girl being like, "Can we go now?" And me being like, "I think I'm still too fucked up to go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and look at my eyes." So I go in the bathroom and I look, and I'm all good. My eyes look normal now.
Okay. Lucky.
I come back to the table and she's trying to play it cool, not to stress me out anymore. She's like, "So I saw they got blueberry pie." And I'm like, "We're going fucking home." She's like, "Oh, thank God." Closes the menu, throws it. She's like, "I don't really want blueberry pie. I want to get the fuck out of here." And when we pulled into my driveway, I've never been so happy in my life. Like there was this moment of like all the stress leaving and this pure happiness washed over me.
Jubilation.
And it wasn't just relief for having like gotten out of this nonsense, it was also partly from the mushrooms. It had to be, because when we got into my bedroom, we just sat in bed and hugged each other and laughed, and just were so overwhelmed with happiness and relief.
And so much
That's the
stress.
best.
Oh, that
You're like, we're alive.
and
We're
you have
alive.
I'll
I'm
never-
so scared at
it was-
Walmart.
I can't tell you even now why I decided to go out. I really, it doesn't make sense to me
You were on
sitting
mushrooms.
here.
That's why you
Did
made
you-
a mushroom decision. Like, yeah, let's go out.
I wasn't high when I made the decision. I was sober. And I don't
Oh,
understand why I
shit.
made that decision. I really don't. It's
Had you done
so
shrooms
stupid. Huh?
had you done shrooms prior to that? Like, did you know what to expect, kind of, or not really?
Well, like I said, I had done it like a couple years prior, but not enough. Only enough to like make colors interesting. And I wasn't driving back then. I was just being driven to a park to like enjoy the wilderness. But yeah, stupid doesn't begin to explain or define like what I did that day. Reckless, foolish. I completely regret it. It was an awful thing that I did. I mean that. I feel stupid and embarrassed by that story, but
It is funny. I'm glad you.
it
tell
is funny, you know.
Yeah, I
And
like
maybe
it.
somebody will hear.
Embarrassed by that shitting story in my ex's house. That makes my teeth.
I
hurt.
think yours is worse, frankly,
it's.
because like I'll never
so
see those people at Walmart again.
Oh, I'll never see these people again.
Yeah, but they know who you are, and
They
like,
do know who I am.
Like they're sitting on their couch right now watching this, going like, "Yeah, he fucking ruined the foyer."
I didn't ruin it. It was hardwood. At least, I mean, I can imagine a little bit of my shit got under the molding at the bottom or something.
This fool goes into one of those like half bathrooms to take a shit at a girlfriend's house, and it overflows shit all over the floor and into the hallway.
Oh.
It was the most
Oh,
humiliating.
okay.
I guess I was 17, senior year of high school, so like 12, 13
Oh,
years
no.
ago. Like I wanted to kill myself for at least a few.
Her dad was mad. Her dad
It
was
wasn't
mad.
even her dad. Her dad was like a kind of passive guy, wasn't very involved. I remember, what was it? This first Star Trek movie came out in like 2008, 2009. So I was a senior in high school, and every time I would go over there, he would be watching that in their living room. Every single time he was watching that Star Trek movie again. He just obsessed with Star Trek, loved it. But yeah, he wasn't the big one. It was when I shit and it flowed out of the bathroom into the foyer.
Yeah.
His mom, or her mom rather, yelling like, "There's shit in my foyer!" And that whole scene there, I would be hard pressed to find another memory in my head that is as
Cringy.
as well cringy, but also like fortified. I can see the tile. I can see the toilet. I can see the pictures they had hanging on the wall in the foyer. I know exactly where.
You know why, right? It's because
Yeah,
you have.
I was traumatized. Yeah.
It's because you've dwelt on that memory so many times. You've pulled it up and replayed it, because that's how memory works. How many times have you replayed that? How many has there been times late at night, your head on the pillow, trying to get to bed, and that comes up, and you literally audibly go, nope, 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 get out of here, go away, nope, nope.
Or you're like hanging out with like a friend or something, and you sit there and you think about it, and you're just quiet. You just kind of go like, "Fuck," like remembering, and they're like, "What?" You're like, "Nothing."
Nothing.
But
Don't
in your
ask about
head,
it.
you're like reliving. Yeah. That happens
stuff's
sometimes. I'm just like,
embarrassing.
"Oh my
It's so-
god!"
it's
And someone's like, "What?" You're like, "Ah."
I was
You just think of
embarrassed
something?
once. I went to a girlfriend's apartment when I was like 18, and like took a really smelly shit in her bathroom, and there was no like aerosol spray or anything. And I knew that at some point someone smelled the bathroom, and it was I did my best to like make it not smelly. Like as the shit is falling out of me into the water, I am actively flushing. You call that a prison shit, by the way. That's how you do it in prison as well. But in prison, they've got those like industrial aircraft toilets that'll like flush instantaneously over and over and over.
So as you were snaking it out of your asshole, you were flushing like a.
It's being drawn out of me. It's being drawn out of me like a cat with a ball of yarn. It's just fucking yanking the shit out of me. And still, the room smelled. I think I maybe even struck a match. I remember striking a match, but that didn't do much for it. And I just remember thinking like, I hope she doesn't tell her friends. And hope they don't know I've got smelly poops.
I don't know. I've got smelly. Dude, I just had another embarrassing memory pop into my head. This is this is my freshman year.
Sounds good already.
This is my freshman year at college, and I was in some class. It wasn't a very large class. I don't even remember the subject, but the teacher, this nice lady, middle-aged lady, was like, "Hey, I'm having a get-together at my house. Everyone in the class can come." It was only like 20 people in the class, very, very small for a college class, and maybe it was like ancient history or something. I don't remember, some kind of civics. And so I'm like, okay, she was like, "This isn't required, but you'll get extra credit, if you come." And I was like, boom, I'm doing fine in this class, but extra credit's always great if I want to, slack off in the future. And so I go. It's probably like 11 of the 20, 25 people in the class there. And she has one of those kitchens, and we were sitting at her kitchen table. And then there is a bathroom attached to the kitchen, right? Like very, very close, like another half bath. I go in there. I just pee because I don't have to poop. And then like as I'm standing there like washing my hands, I like I have one of those reverberating farts that is like and I was in the bathroom, and so I was like, I feel safe. I could just let loose with the fury of get it out. And it was so loud that I start hering the people that are there with me laughing outside the door. And I was like,
Once more, the horn of Helm Hammerhand will sound in the bathroom.
Dude, I have not thought about this in, what is it, almost over 10 years. Like 10 years.
You actually gave me one, actually. I remember.
Going up to that kitchen table was so embarrassing.
On the set of Video Game High School, I was playing a role, and there was a whole bunch of extras. Now there was like this setup where like I had my changing room, but then there was like this room for extras.
Mm-hmm.
And like I remember like walking with like a bunch of people, and I was like talking to them, and I was like, "Oh yeah, hey, this is me." And they're like, "Yeah, this is us." And I'm like, "Sure." I get into my room, close the door behind me, and then I just exactly like what you said, like a reverberating fart, like a braps, pungent braps, like a shadoosh. And I'm like, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, that's a good fart, And then I'm like taking the shirt to get ready, and I turn around, and that's when I realized, like, when I look up, there's no, the wall doesn't reach the ceiling. It's just like open. It was so weird. I was like looking up, and I'm like, what is that design? And now I didn't get the laughing that you got. I got something even worse. I got like like whispering, like they're whispering, like they were being polite, being like, "Yeah, did you hear that? Did you?" And I heard the whisper, and I was just like, "Oh fuck." Well, whatever. I mean, at that point in life, anyways, I was like, I don't know. I guess it didn't matter. I was like, it's not like I shat on their fucking foyer floor or anything.
One thing I was always really careful about was when you're mic'd up and you go to the bathroom or something, to turn that motherfucker off, because like
you don't want to commit murder like that one guy. They're about to catch me.
Yeah, I've been mic'd up a lot, right? I'm sure you have too. And like, we sometimes just be in the field, and like my cameraman has like one ear on all the time, so he's always got me plugged into his ear. So if I walk off, like even if I'm gonna fart, I'm just like, this thing needs to be off unless I am talking. So it always was off. Like a lot of the times he'd be like, "Yeah, turn your mic on." I'm like, "No problem at all. That's a whole lot better than me shitting in your ear." Lot better than,
how can you turn that mic off? You're shitting. Like,
yeah. There's been a lot of times where that would happen, or that you get mic'd up at the very beginning of the day and stay mic'd up all fucking day long. So you also have to be careful. Like if you walk off and like maybe you're a little miffed about something, like you don't want to talk shit about somebody, like potentially, and then have them be like, "Am I really an asshole? Like, come on, man!" Yeah. I'm sorry. That weren't supposed to hear.
Dude, when I was like 9, I'm remembering this. I was playing baseball, and I hated baseball. I was younger than that. I must have been like 7 because I wasn't that into hockey yet. Once I got into hockey, my dad got more accepting of like, okay, he's going to play hockey. That's his sport. But I was terrible at baseball and soccer. I just had no interest. And I was like up to bat once, And I had been telling him like since I was like 3 up to bat, like I got to go poop so bad right now. This is one of those like, it was a grade school where it's like school's up here, then there's like a different field, and then kind of a dip down below, and then the baseball diamond. So it's a bit of a jog to get into the bathroom. And I kept telling him like I have to go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom. And I think in his head he knew I hated baseball, and he was like, this kid's trying to get out of batting so that I lose interest and he doesn't have to play baseball anymore. And I think that's what he thought. And so I went up to bat, and I hit it all right enough for maybe a double, except I got to the second base, and because third was on the side of the school, I just ran through third, didn't go home, ran all the way in and shit. And I don't remember how they managed that score or something. They probably just put a different shithead kid on third base for that. But yeah, he believed me. He believed me after that. I was playing. This was in a tournament. I think it was Detroit when I was like 16 playing hockey, and me and the other goalie, me and my backup goalie, both had the flu. And so one game, thank God it was towards the end of the trip that we got sick. There were only a couple games remaining. And he and I had to keep switching back because like I started the game. I remember us both talking before the game. I was like, Adam, it's a 10-game tournament, whatever it is. I've already played 8. There's only 2 more. Can you step in for me, man? He's like, I really don't want to, man. I'm like, but you better be fucking ready if I skate off, because that means I need to take a shit. And so I like start the game. I get maybe like 4 or 5 minutes into the first period, and like a whistle happens, and I'm skating over to the bench so fucking fast. I'm like, Adam, you're in, Adam. I'm getting off. The coach like basically told us, he's like, I know you guys are both feeling sick. You handle this however you need to handle it. We'll try and keep our forwards and defensemen keeping you safe, as if that means anything. The other team's not helping. So we switched, I think, 4 times throughout the game, because then I came back and I wasn't about to jump back in the game. I wanted to sit there and feel sick. And so I sit there and I let him like grind out like till the first is almost over. And then he starts skating over, being like, I got the hot snakes. And then he's just skating over. And then I have to jump back in the net. That was the worst game of hockey I ever played. I was telling him how Woody, when I was maybe 16, 17, I was playing a tournament in Detroit, and the last 2 games of the tournament, me and my backup both had the flu. And so we had to and it was like the stomach like shitting flu. And so we were just switching back and forth. They should have made a rule like you can't switch your goalie every 9 minutes. It's like, well, we have to.
You do it with every other position.
That was the thing. Roberto Luongo, one of the best goalies in NHL history. There's a clip of him where like he's just in the middle of the game. They're like, Luongo's skating off quickly. What's going on here? Not sure, Adam. What could possibly be going on there? And then afterwards, like, yeah, I had to shit so bad. It's like, no, you just left the game against the Maple Leafs because you had to shit.
Is the backup goalie ready to jump? Like, every other player is always instantly ready. If you see your guy come over, you kind of know it's your turn. But even if it wasn't, you'd be. As the backup goalie, can he just throw his mask on and get in and do like a shift change?
That's what we did. He didn't play that much because frankly I was better than him. Uh-huh. But games that he would play, like I would always pray, like, please do well. Please don't get pulled. Because there was nothing worse than like middle of the second period. It's like, oh, your goalie's getting fucking hammered. He's out, you're in. It's like, oh, awesome. I'm cold. I've been sitting here. I'm tight. I'm not ready to play.
Other team's on a roll.
Yeah, the other team already has momentum. Like you really want your goalie to take a few shots in the beginning of the first to build confidence.
When you're back up, how long would it take you to get ready to play? Can you just throw your mask on and get in?
I never played backup on a team. I was the starter on the team.
In the backup, even the starter doesn't play every game.
Oh yeah, like holding it up. Yeah, it was. I would want like between 2 and 4 shots, and I'd be like, okay, I'm feeling good. Like if there was a breakaway and I saved a breakaway, it's like, all right, boom, I'm in the fucking game. Like I'm ready to go. If it was just a bunch of point shots, then it kind of takes you a second to get your angles. Harley, by the way, you look like you're going Halloween as a hockey player right now. Like you look so hockey-ish, not just the Canadian. The backwards hat.
If I put my hat on forward, I feel like I look like a retired baseball player.
Let's see it.
If it's on forward, just retire. It's retired.
I see it. Yeah.
You look like a relief pitcher for the fucking Expos.
If I do this, I'm racist.
Pedophile.
Yeah, that too.
If I do this, I'm racist. You know what? I don't think that's fair. I don't think your mustache screams racism. It's more the mullet.
Yeah, it's the mix. It's the mix.
Mullets are going to come
Yeah.
back eventually.
I think they're kind of back a bit. I think they're kind of back.
Some
They're
school
not-
literally just
they're not-
banned
I don't know.
mullets for their players.
What?
Why?
Yeah, I saw that the other day. Like I didn't look too deep into it. Like let me get the nitty gritty on
What
this.
sport?
That's a good
That's
question.
fucking dumb.
What did Kyle
School
say? I missed his
bans.
words.
He said that they
They
banned
banned mullets for a sport, a
17
school.
some sport.
Oh.
Why the hell would they ban a hairstyle?
They said because they deemed them unacceptable. Let's see, Salt Lake City.
I might be siding with the man on this one.
Oh, is it Brigham Young University?
Trinity College in Perth, Australia, is a school for boys. And they, in their newsletter, the school stated the current trend of growing the hair at the back of the head and or closely cropped at the sides of the head to accentuate the quote unquote mullet style are untidy, non-conventional, and non-acceptable at Trinity College, as is the trend of long hair and fringes.
This is fascism.
Yeah. So then
I think
then
that's
they got
ugly.
then they got like a long list of like how the hair should be cut if you're going to attend Trinity College.
That's
they
what
banned
North
mullets.
Korea does.
Nah, I don't like
No,
that.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't like that.
You should be able to look as dumb as you want. Like, I get it if it was like,
Yeah,
hey, you're playing
agree.
football and you have bangs down to your nose. Unacceptable. You need to be able to see the ball. But like, come on. You're business in the front, party in the back. You're already business in the front. You can see
I
them.
do. I think it's tidy. They said it's not tidy. I think a mullet could be tidy. But I'm starting to think what kind of mullet this is. Like once he said, where'd you say it's Australia?
Mhm.
I'm picturing those like weird gelled, like spiky mullets, like the fashionable ones that were like douchey guys had them for a couple years. You know what
Like
I
a
mean? You know
Ricky
what I'm thinking
Martin in
about?
the
You know
front and the Ricky Martin in the front and the
Like it was like you were like you're like a jacked like British bloke and like you got that like spiky mullet. It's like the Euro style mullet. You know, there's gel in it. It's not like the extra lettuce like in a hockey helmet or something like that. But I think it should be allowed. I don't like that. I don't like
the extra lettuce. You
I
are
know.
Canadian. You can't get away from it. You can't get away from it.
I don't like the man, you know, knowing my moves or telling my moves like that. Right now where I live, there's a curfew. Like I'm cool with COVID shit, you know, locking things down. You know, I was choked when the gym was locked down. I'll blame me getting fat on that to the day I die. But like I'm just saying, like there's when they added the curfew, I was like, no, I don't like that. I don't like as a Jew, maybe deep down, you know, I don't like the government telling me to stay inside. And then I'm like, oh yeah, what are you gonna do if we don't?
Oh, dude, I love the government telling me to stay inside. The rest of us are all about it. The rest of us are like, oh man, I'm having a ball.
I'm good with something. I'm good with something. Some things like I get it, but like the curfew, like now, like so if I want to go walk my dog, like if me and my girlfriend wanted to go walk one of our dogs, like you need one dog per person. Like you can't walk your dog with like a husband and wife can't walk their dog together after 9:30. And I'm just
We
like,
live
I don't
together
know,
already.
man. I know. It doesn't, to me, it's just ugly and dumb. And that bothered me. The curfew was definitely bad. And then I can't say shit because like the numbers here are good. They're dropping. But at the same time, like, you know, who knows? So I'm just kind of like some things like that, the haircut I have, even though it's not the government, you know, it's still a form of the man. Some moves I don't like. Some things I don't like where I'm like, no, I'm with you on a lot of things, man. You know, fuck, put a tracking device in me. I'm cool, man. 5G, whatever. But this, my hair, nah, not that.
Not the hair.
Telling me to
Not
stay
that.
inside, no, you can't. You can't even go move your car. If people get tickets, they go move their
Let me
car
ask
like
you
after
this.
9:30 p.m.
That's like extortion.
How would
They
you-
won't let move your car and they give you a ticket if you don't move it? That's trash.
How would you feel about some sort of a badge or something you wore that indicated you had been vaccinated?
Ooh.
Well, he's
What do you
Jewish.
mean? Oh, they make you wear that?
No, I'm asking. how you
I was
feel
gonna
about
say the
that.
flip. Like, if they're like, yeah, you have to wear a yellow arm badge if you're not vaccinated. I feel like that's even worse because it's like a sign that like you don't have, like you're not allowed to be there. And then people are looking at me. I got a yellow arm badge. They're like, he's got a yellow badge. Don't let him in here. You're not allowed in here. You can't come in. Then I feel like it's like
They would have
That
to
would
pick
be-
a different. They'd have to pick a different color and definitely not a star. They'd be like, no, it's a circle
the
now.
star of vaccination.
It's a
He's not
nice
for-
sky
yeah,
blue
I-
circle.
I think it's like it's definitely
talking
there's
about
so many
doing
weird
that.
questions.
Like vaccination passports.
It's weird, isn't that?
You know, like if you want to travel freely from country
Oh,
to
yeah, I know.
country, you should be vaccinated.
Dude, that's given the government way too
But
much.
not a physical.
Know what buildings I'm going into, my day to day like schedule.
No,
like,
no, not that. Not. What if it's just like your actual passport, right? The one that the U.S. Marshals are
But
holding.
now
on
I
to.
need to use it to go to the grocery store. I need to use it to go to a bar. I need to use it to go X,
You
Y,
don't
Z.
need to, but like, what if your passport, like literally you have a passport. You probably have a passport. I've got a passport, but like I said, the U.S. Marshals are hanging on to it
Gotta
right
go to
now.
Chicago. Yeah.
What if there was a second page in my if I ever want to go to Chicago again, what if there was a second page?
It took me a second to process that.
There's a second page in my passport book that says vaccinated, and like if I want to go somewhere, I can be like, "Aha, got one of these," and be like, "Oh, right through here, sir." Just like the quick
but look
pass.
at how like if you're talking about different countries, I totally get that.
No,
Like-
no. I'm talking about fucking the most
The grocery
mundane
store?
places.
Oh, dude, you
Look,
can't.
I'm not saying you. No. Hang on.
Patriot Act. You can't give them this amount of
No,
power.
I'm not saying that you don't allow people to come in unless they're vaccinated. I'm saying it's just like, all right, so I got an easy pass here in Atlanta. I get to drive in a special lane. I've got the quick pass at the airport. I get to go around security. This would be something above and beyond what the average person would have, and it would be like a little quick pass for me through life.
It won't be though. Like it's just really letting they'll
what do
say,
you
"Oh,
get
we want
through?
to track you for COVID." It's like no, they want to track you for a million different reasons,
Does that-
and they would
not a
overextend
tracker.
just like they did. Yes, it is. If they're discerning and scanning every time you go into an establishment
You didn't
somewhere.
say any of
See,
that.
go to the grocery store. When does he? Well, but that's what you're saying. You're saying that when you,
I
that's a moot
don't.
point.
I'm not saying that. I've got an ID in my pocket, a driver's license. Same thing.
But I
you're saying
think
made
this
up.
is
That's
the
not gonna
point.
happen.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but you are tracked right now everywhere you go, all the buildings you go to. That
you are with your
information is
phone,
available.
Yeah. But and it is
No, but
available.
if you go-
Like the government still has to go through steps to get that from AT&T, from Verizon, whatever. And this is just make it easier
don't
for
even
them.
know. Are you sure? I'm totally not a conspiracy theorist at all. But I do believe that the government knows exactly where I am, and they really don't have much pushback to find that out. I thought that was the whole the beginnings of the whole Edward Snowden shit was just that they have that information that's available to them. I've assumed that they do know where you are, they do know what you're doing, they always have that. I feel like in the whole war against Big Brother, we totally lost that before we even realized we were at war with that.
The
I feel like
January
I'm
6th
assuming
terrorist
on your-
attacks on the Capitol, the riots, they used their phones to determine who went inside.
Yes, they did. And so
They got a
I'm not
warrant for
saying
that,
I'm not
though.
saying that they can't ascertain all this information if they want it. They obviously can. It's the government, very powerful. But we don't want to easy track this kind of shit. Like don't make it easy
agree
for
with
the
you.
government to do that. Like look at what happened with the Patriot Act. Well, we're gonna get rid of those terrorists in Iraq. It's like, oh, so you're not gonna surveil Americans forever. Oh no, you are. So don't give these fucking bastards any more leeway to track us or do any invasions of our privacy than they already have. It's already so over the
I
line.
agree with you.
They know.
What Kyle was saying that I found interesting in regards to what you're saying is, in my opinion, I think if you're having this, if you're wearing a passport, I find that an interesting question that he brings up, because if what you said to me, like an arm badge show that you've been vaccinated, that's the type of stuff that, and once again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but tearing apart the people from one another is the whole divide and conquer. If some of us have visuals that we are vaccinated and others that aren't, that's when it gets to a whole get the fuck away from us. This is the vaccinated line. You're non-vaccinated.
Like a cat.
That's where it's I feel like government already knows. They know how many times I wipe my ass a day. They know. But
I'm all
I
for
don't need my neighbors to turn on me for not being vaccinated as quickly as them or something like that.
Those people should be turned on. I am all for it. Opening day for the Braves is coming up. I would love it if attendance was limited to vaccinated people only. And if you're vaccinated,
You only want that because it'll be less crowded and you can.
no, I don't care if the place is. I mean, I don't mind baseball game. It's stadium seating. Like pile in here with me. Let's
limited
fucking do
capacity
away.
life is tight. there is some good stuff. This limited capacity life is pretty hype.
But
Some of the things that I do now,
you're not allowing him to make his
Yeah,
point.
I don't care
think
about
what his
the
point
capacity.
is that he wants to be surrounded by healthy people. And there are irresponsible people who either make up 5G conspiracy theories about the vaccine. They're irresponsible people who just say, fuck you, I don't give a shit about anyone but me. They're not getting vaccinated. They're not wearing masks. They're not doing their part. And Kyle's like, you can be you, but stay the fuck out of public areas if you're going to be an irresponsible asshole.
And the best part about it
I've
is
been like
it's
that
about
for a
protecting
year now.
them from themselves. It's not that I don't want you to come. It's fine with me if you're unvaccinated and you come
because
to
you're already
sit right next to me at the Braves game. We'll do the wave together, right? We'll do the fucking tomahawk chop. But I can't have you sitting next to another version of you and like you infecting him and then him going and infect. All right, that's how we got in this situation already, where we can't go to ball games and we like get barked at when we get up to go to the bathroom at the restaurant. And we don't put our bib on our face.
What's
Right?
going on?
Like
we don't have vaccines here in Canada for people my age. But the second I do, obviously, I'll jump on the vaccine. The second I get the chance. Until then, I don't do anything. I stay in most of the time. Wear a mask everywhere. But I did, like, on a side note to what you were saying. I went to go see Kong versus Godzilla, and I wanted to see it in the theater. So my buddy bought the seats, and he bought them like because it has to have a clearance between every seat. So we were like 9 people, and he strategically bought the seats within the theater, like as if it was Minesweeper to keep everyone away. So we got this whole theater practically like by just picking and choosing seats with max clearance. And we get in the theater, and there was like really no one there. And it was one of those things like, I get in like super baked. I get into the theater, and I'm like, yo, this limited capacity shit is okay. But I agree with you. Yeah, like, even though people are getting vaccinated or not getting vaccinated, like the not vaccinated people should be protected from themselves. But hopefully there's still some limited capacity vibes that can stay, because it wasn't the worst. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to have low-key PTSD after all this COVID stuff. I think a lot of people will that they're not registering. I think later on, people are going to realize that, like, you kind of lost a year.
I think you're right.
And you didn't let that soak in, and it's going to come back in the weirdest ways, because now trauma works. You're not going to know what it's from, and like it's going to come and hit you in the weirdest ways. It might be something strange, like some reality show that was playing at the beginning of pandemic or who knows what. But I think a lot of people are going to mess with that. But there is an element for me where I'm not so eager. I had a lot of concerts I was going to and stuff. I'm not so eager to go and be shoulder to shoulder with people. I kind of like think we're a little gross now. I look at us differently.
I think
I'm
you're
the
100%
opposite.
right about like the PTSD, like, and not even PTSD necessarily. Like you can look throughout the COVID thing. Like we're social animals. We're supposed to be sociable and talking to people. Like look at the explosion in addiction problems, opioid overdoses, deaths of despair, suicides exploding. Like already we know that like
happened before COVID though, right?
No, there's been a huge explosion in suicide since COVID. But I mean, suicide's been,
I was talking about opioids in particular. Like that's
opioids for sure have been a huge problem for a long time. Definitely. But I mean, like addiction, things like that, deaths of overdoses, suicides, all of that is. And so you're 1,000,000% right, Harley. Like it's, you don't even have to wait till PTSD. That'll definitely be a thing too. But people are already, like you can see, locking a bunch of people down. Like we're social animals. We're supposed to be,
So I got 2 things.
He did say, wait, he said he was the opposite of me. I wanted to know what it was. You said you were the opposite.
Yeah. So you were like, hey, I'm enjoying this limited capacity thing. I like my elbow room. The fucking Woody social slingshot has just been getting loaded and pulled until great tension. I am on a fucking motorcycle trip on June 4th. I can't wait to let this bitch go and just fucking get out in the world and start my life again. We're going to hit this midlife crisis shit head on, and I'm looking at motorcycle tattoos and there's we are launching out of the gate, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to make shit happen. We are going to begin life again because it's been put on pause for too long.
I have to know what is the motorcycle tattoo idea?
The Beamer boy.
What is
Got BMWs? I like that one.
Oh, the
BMW logo?
Yeah. Well, it would say the Beamer
logo
boy
on
stuff.
yourself? That's ridiculous.
Hold on.
I like Cheez-Its. I'm not going to get the Nabisco logo on myself.
would you get it if you got a lifetime supply of
That'd be
cheeses
sick.
for free?
Yes, on my forehead if need be.
I'm not sure. This one has a transparent background. Something like that is in my mind. Nothing's set in stone.
Where does that go on your body?
I don't know. See, the places that I like to put tattoos are like chick places. Like, what about my ankle? What about my wrist? Or, whereas guys get them on their deltoid or like bicep or something. That's
Calf?
where I want
I feel like
mine.
calf is a cool place.
Hey.
You're getting fit now too.
Don't fuck
What do
with the calves are good as they are. All right.
Don't you dare
I just,
bastardize those beautiful carven, calves.
One of the problems with the tattoo is like I don't know where I want it. Maybe a butt cheek. I can just hide it there or something. Is that the girliest of all? Kyle made a face. I don't know.
I mean, come on.
I think I'm gay.
But what you don't want,
I'll say this. I'll get a group tattoo if we could all agree on something, and I'll put it just about anywhere. So think that one over.
All right.
So I got two things.
are you guys gonna get a pill tattooed?
No, absolutely not. Death before dishonor, of course. So AMC theaters, I'm gonna take advantage of this weekend. You can choose from any of their available fan favorite movies for $100. You get the whole theater for $100. And their fan favorites are like classics, like Jaws and stuff like that. For $150, all the new releases, the whole theater. And you can bring like a dozen people with you or something like that. But if you just want to go on a movie date, you and a girl can get the whole fucking theater, watch Jaws, and then go to dinner.
Me and my girlfriend did Shrek. I never saw Shrek in theaters. I never saw Shrek in its entirety. And we did this about 3 weeks ago. Got to the theater and watched Shrek. And it was like, cool. You just get baked and sit in the theater.
AMC should be paying us some fucking money. Message at AMC's Twitter and let them know we're pimping them out over here, and they should be paying.
They're gonna be like, times are tough.
all right, I'm gonna
Times are tough.
I'm gonna say some strong words to AMC right now.
And then the other thing is, you mentioned Kong versus Godzilla. I watched it last night on HBO. What did you think of it?
I thought that movie was also right off the bat. It was good. I liked it. It was good, and I liked it. But there were a couple times when I was watching that movie, and I was like, "This is fucking weird, man. This is a fucking weird ass movie." It was sick, but there are things that are happening, and I'm like, they talk about Godzilla so casually. They're just like, "Hey, Godzilla's back, and he's hurting people." And I'm like, "Yeah, if Godzilla's back, he's not hurting people. He's destroying fucking cities. He's leveling." And I just thought it was so weird. They talk about him like he's hurting people's feelings or something. The Godzilla's back and he's hurting people. And then King Kong, there was like, yeah, he's on a boat. King Kong's on a boat now. Oh, King Kong's jumping boat to boat. I know those boats hold tanks and fighter jets, but like this is like a fucking huge ass ape, like jumping on boats like it's a Super Nintendo platformer. I was obviously really high, but I was still like, this movie is fucking weird. I loved it though.
Dude, I didn't like the first half. The first half,
agreed. The second half was stronger.
The first half, they were like, all right, we got to come up with a way to make Godzilla fight King Kong. And we're really going to have to make up a lot of silly shit to make that happen. Like the whole storyline, I'm not going to spoil anything. So anybody listening, don't worry. But the whole storyline of Alexander Skarsgård, like, and that ship they use to go to this isn't a spoiler. This is just a plot point. They go to the center of the earth, which is where Kong is from. Like, all of that was like silly to me. It was like, why are we even doing all this? This is just filler. Like, I don't need any of this. I just want to see them fight. When they finally fought, that was fucking cool. I actually liked that. I thought the fight was well done. That was the fun part of the movie. That was the part of the movie I liked the most. I don't like that little girl from Stranger Things.
I kept being like, oh yeah, she's in this. What are we doing here? And she's like a sleuthy, like investigative, like type. And she's in these scenarios, guys. You're watching the movie and you're literally gonna be like, well, you got it pretty easy doing what you're doing, like getting around and being where you are, you know. Her dad calls her, where are you? She's like, I'm in Hong Kong in a secret lab. And I'm like, yeah, you are, aren't you? By accident. That was funny.
And then there's
you know, and you know what? I might unintentionally spoil some things here, by the way, but guys, it's King Kong versus Godzilla. King Kong Godzilla fight. Like, Nothing matters. It's one of those movies where like nothing in the movie matters, and I'm just happy we got tons of fight. Like it wasn't like a 10-minute fight at the end, and that's why I'm going to give it a good review, because we got those fights, and that's really what it was, you know.
And it looks cool. It looks pretty.
Sorry,
cool.
you were about to say
that there's a black like janitor guy who's like the comic relief, and he didn't even make me grin. Like he didn't say anything. They were trying so hard to make him the comic relief, the sort of jokey, always got some funny quip to make. And I was like, God, I hate this guy. He is not funny at all.
Yeah, he reminded me of a person that I actually know and I actually hate. So I was like, it looks like this guy is doing an excellent impression of someone I dislike. So I'm actively getting mad at him. A couple of characters like sucked. I thought even Alexander Skarsgård, who I love, I was like, I don't really care about this guy at all. He was kind of shit. But like once again, like it was just King Kong and Godzilla were really awesome. Like there's some things in that movie that were fucking cool.
Look, this is a movie where a giant lizard fights a giant monkey in the middle of Hong Kong at the end. And the most ridiculous thing in the movie is when Alexander Skarsgård, who is an author, gets behind the wheel of a hovercraft.
Luke Skywalker.
He gets behind the wheel of a hovercraft, and all of a sudden he's like Han Solo or something in the Millennium Falcon doing like 720 spins through rubble that's crashing down from the sky and stuff. And it's like, has he ever even driven a fast car? How is he a pilot in a? It
was, and that thing he just. Like, and that was new technology to him. It's not like it was his or anything.
It's new technology
you know? He didn't
for the
know
planet.
what that thing was.
Like, keep in mind, this is. Don't imagine a helicopter, a Harrier jet. Those would each be much easier to fly. This is some sort of a hover, like a space type hovercraft, like something out of Halo.
Mass Effect. It's like the Mass Effect, like boarding thing. Yeah,
it's got like 4 like engines on the side that are like anti-gravity engines. Like this thing doesn't have a propeller, not a jet engine. This is like a sci-fi craft that he is flying. It's a spaceship essentially, and he's just like, here we go, and he just gets in and drives it like it's a Volkswagen or something. That was the most unrealistic part of the movie in which King Kong fights Godzilla.
King Kong had it rough. Like King Kong, like he's like, you know, he's just like from shit situation to shit situation to shit situation. It's like the humans are just like, yo, wake up, and he's like, we're in Antarctica now, and they're like, yeah, go in the hole. He like goes in the hole. He's like fighting creatures in fucking Lord of the Rings now. Like he had it hard that whole movie. And all I was just like, you know, I'm not gonna spoil. I was just like, you know, I want King Kong to catch a break somewhere here.
Yeah.
I went into it team King Kong. Godzilla is great, but I just relate more to this big ass ape than I do a fucking swimming lizard type dinosaur. But like I think I don't know. I know Godzilla's deadly. He's always. I never thought King Kong. Like, anyways, I don't want to spoil anything. Check it out, guys. It's cool. And that movie, you could rent it on Amazon or whatever for $24.99.
It's free on HBO Max.
Oh, and it's free if you have HBO. And speaking of Amazon, have you guys seen the show Invincible or read?
No, I've seen the previews for it. It's the animated show.
Yeah. It's an animated show. It's low key. It's just Superman. It's about like a half. It's about an alien superhero that's literally Superman. And he has his kid. And there is a Superman show now where Superman has kids, and it's like, oh, their kids have powers. I don't know. But this is the story of like Superman's kid. And there is a scene in it with him, Omni-Man, the Superman, and he's like fighting the Justice League. And this is like Robert Kirkman, like Walking Dead. So it's like, imagine Superman fought the Justice League and fucked them up. Like, this is in the first episode. And I for me, it's what got me hooked on the show. So I don't think there's spoilers here, but like, it's like, and it's on YouTube, all over YouTube, that scene. He like, just like, if Superman really just fought, I've always been like, Batman could fight Superman. He has a plan sorted out. But imagine Superman was just instant about it. It was just like, no, I'm going to fuck you all up right now. And it's like disgusting. Put that show on, guys. I recommend Invincible on Amazon Prime. There's 3 episodes up now as of this recording. And that show's good time. I recommend it for you guys also. But shows like that, shows like
Batman
The Boys.
Yes, Batman would have a chance. Here's why Batman has a chance. All right.
I'm team Batman has a chance also.
Batman has a chance against Superman. The same reason I have a chance against Brock Lesnar. I know we're going to fight.
Bring a gun.
Yeah, I bring a gun. And now I win. And you act like that's ridiculous to say. You act like that's ridiculous to say. Batman's gonna bring a fucking kryptonite gun.
Oh,
he literally does in the movie.
You gotta also you gotta think of something else. Also, it's like I imagine Superman. Like, this is a guy. I've never been to Kansas, so I love everyone from Kansas. He's like an American dude in Kansas. He's got like white K-Swiss, like cargo shorts. He's got like a backwards hat, like right up to here. He wears like, two polo shirts with the collars popped. He's like a real Kansas, like American boy. Like, he doesn't have any serious hobbies. He ended up going into like, this is just, Superman's got the brain of just a guy.
Yeah.
And it is brains over bronze, I think, and Batman is coming with a fucking plan. And one misstep, Superman, will obliterate him. But like, if like, this is the key thing, like Kyle said, if Batman knows, then I think he has a great chance.
And if Batman doesn't know, that's something Superman won't do.
If Superman's like, wake up, we're fighting, it's over.
How fast?
But if Batman knows, what?
How fast can Superman fly?
Oh, it depends on the comic.
He can fly around.
He turned time back in one of the movies, dude. Like just as fast as he wants.
Flash. Even Batman's spots, he could probably dodge bullets.
That's Superman.
Oh, he can absolutely dodge bullets, but it won't matter because the bullets bounce off of him.
Superman brought back time?
Krypton. Yeah. If you're shooting Krypton bullets at him, then
Lois Lane died in an earthquake.
He can dodge
and he got very upset, so he reversed time and brought her back.
Yeah, that's in one of the movies, though. Look.
Flash could do that too.
And then the other thing is that Superman's like a genuinely like pure-hearted like individual, according to the comics. Batman's a real dirty fighter. That's kind of his thing, right?
Argument. I always hear this argument that Batman would win because he'd be willing to win, whereas Superman will take pity on the other guy. Yet Batman hasn't killed Superman, right? It always ends with, "Hey, I just want you to know I could have." Right? And it's like, oh, so where's this killer instinct that you always get credit for? Superman could just the same be like, yeah, I'm looking at you right now. You're dead the second I choose laser eyes.
Yeah.
It is such a lopsided fight. It's just a dude with a gun against a god.
It's not fair. He can fly apparently fast enough to reverse the Earth's polarity. And he can, like, if you shoot a 9mm at him, he can like see it, register it, and then casually move to the side. And then
he could catch it with his eye.
You think he's moving for a 9mm? He's taking that for sure.
No, I'm saying he can dodge these regular bullets if he pleased. He doesn't have to. He can just let him. But a Krypton gun is gonna kill him. Why wouldn't he just dodge that too?
You gotta get deep. You gotta go deep here, though. Here's where you go deep.
Do those go?
You go
1,000 times as fast.
So the way they did it in the comics is they used I can't remember the I get confused with Marvel and DC, but maybe Green Arrow in this like alternate time frame. What had happened was Nixon. This is the time era that it took place, and Nixon had like outlawed all of the superheroes, and you had to have like a superhero license. And Superman had actually cut off one of Green Arrow's arms so that he couldn't be a superhero anymore. And so like you can't draw the bow with one fucking arm. Well, Batman like recruits him to like help him in their final fight when he's fighting Superman. And the Green Arrow, I don't remember exactly how he does it. He's got like a one-armed bow or something, but he shoots.
Oh, he's the green javelin.
He shoots
That's a good line. I like.
He shoots a kryptonite. He shoots a kryptonite arrow at Superman, and Superman, of course, hears it coming, turns around and catches it, and he's like, "Really, dude?" But then the tip of the arrow explodes, and it's kryptonite gas that he breathes in, and it like weakens him severely. And then
too fast for him.
And then Batman comes in and starts beating the fucking shit out of him because the kryptonite gas withers him away.
That's a 2-on-1 though. Like,
but no,
and
but
also,
that's
he's not going to fall for that.
Batman doesn't fight fair.
I agree. I also think that the thing is, like, when you look at the richest man in Gotham, like, you got to connect with the richest man in Metropolis, and that's Lex Luthor. And these are just two rich guys talking, but like, these are two guys that it is very important to them for very different reasons to know the ins and out weaknesses of Superman. And as I believe Lex Luthor has, like, it all depends on the author and everything. Lex Luthor's got a power suit that helps him fly and be super strong, and it's never as strong as
a
Superman.
Spider, or Superman.
That's a Superman villain. That's a Superman's nemesis. And he's a great villain. But I read this one book called Luthor, and what was so cool about it was it was Lex Luthor flying into Gotham, and he was just like, you see the plane landing, and Lex Luthor's like, I fucking hate this city. He's like, it's so dirty or whatever. He goes to the fanciest restaurant in Gotham to have a one-on-one dinner with Bruce Wayne. And he goes to Bruce Wayne and he's like, hey, listen, I don't know if you know about the alien in our city. And you're just some guy. He doesn't know he's Batman. He's like, but it might be valuable for you because I know you have ties with Batman to take this and use it. And you see Lex Luthor give Batman kryptonite. And he's like, use this. And Bruce Wayne's all like, what am I going to do with this shit? But Batman inside his head is all like, oh, like, this is very interesting. Like, what is this, like, material I've never seen before? But you see Lex Luthor giving, it's like, this is like a network of humans because Superman is an alien. And if Superman existed, you know how many people on Earth would be like, bro, this guy could tear the world apart in a second. It's almost like similar to King Kong versus Godzilla has a similar storyline to some extent. Like, men want to be the apex predator. And if Superman is the apex predator, there are a lot of powerful men that'll be like, we need to do something about this. And Batman's not just a powerful man, but he's like a paranoid guy.
Yeah.
And I know in Justice League in the past, like, Batman has a file on how to kill every single member of the Justice League, and the enemies get their hands on it at one point. Like, Superman doesn't have a file. He's just like, I'll fuck you up, bro.
Yep.
That's it. In that Luthor comic, by the way, he ends up making, it is some sort of javelin, kryptonite javelin.
Yeah.
And he shoots like this harpoon, but like, it's just not enough. Like, it really isn't enough.
The psychology of Luthor, the psychology of Luthor is fascinating. Like, it's one of the coolest things in all of comics. Because I saw this one. I remember what movie it was or what cartoon or whatever. But he's having this conversation with Clark Kent about why he wants to like take Superman out, and he's like, he's working out in the gym at the time, and like Luthor is like the pinnacle of human fitness. Like, he is about as strong as a human being can be. But
he has no powers, right?
None whatsoever. He's just incredibly rich, and he's a super genius. And he's like spent his life becoming the best human being he can be. He's knowledgeable in everything from like fucking ancient ruins to art to like he invents all these like crazy gadgets and futuristic toys. It's why Luthor Enterprises or whatever it's called is so it's why he's so wealthy. And he's having this conversation with Clark Kent, and he's like, I spent my life, becoming as close to perfect as a man can be. And while he's doing this, he's doing like overhead presses with like 350 pounds or something. Ooh. Like he just like 4 plates or something absurd. Like he's just crushing it, and he drops, and it's just like boom, 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 boom. He's like wiping the sweat off. He's like from fitness to intelligence to culture, like every step of the way, I've tried to perfect my life, to live the perfect life. And then this alien lands, and he's just given everything and more. Everything that I could ever want to accomplish, he's given it. He didn't work hard a day in his life. He's a walking weapon of mass destruction whose motivations we don't fully understand, because when's the last time he had a press conference and answered one question to us? He flies around at the speed of a bullet, enforcing justice as he sees fit. He is unregulated. He answers to no man, certainly no human. He has to go. He needs to go, for my sake, for your sake, for the world's sake.
God damn it, he's right.
And even Clark Kent is like,
Clark Kent's like, kind of right.
He's 100% right. You can't have this guy. Well, Superman, is he immortal? Does he live forever?
Essentially, well,
then eventually he's going to become a fascist. Eventually,
I mean, there's comics where he does.
If he lives forever, he'll go through every possible thing. He'll try every way to manage the humans for their own best. I'm doing this to protect them.
Sure.
If I have to do something egregious,
pretty sure that's like probably a couple comic book lines. Actually,
it is.
I think that is a couple of them. Where
oh yeah,
yeah,
I'm sure. And so like, Okay, first of all, the way you explain that, Kyle, I don't know anything. Everybody knows I don't know anything about the superhero universes. I get them confused often, but Lex Luthor was making some good points there. That makes a lot of sense.
He's amazing. He makes Superman interesting. I don't find Superman interesting. I find him interesting.
I heard I work really hard to get good stuff. And this guy got good stuff without working hard, so we should take it from him. Why? Life's not fair. Suck it up.
No, not kick him out.
No, because it's more like, yo, at any moment, this alien that you know nothing about could tear our planet in half.
Guilty.
Yeah.
He could breathe in space and fly to another one.
But he hasn't. All he's done is devote his life to making this world the best place it can possibly be. There's been no one ever as pure-hearted as Superman. And then you've got Lex Luthor over there, a supervillain, trying to convince you that you need to stop Superman because he is. But
we don't know. We don't know these are supervillains in the universe like we do because we're readers. But people there, they don't know. They're like Lex Luthor's literally like, yo, he's a boss ass all-American entrepreneur. If you don't like Lex Luthor, you don't like America.
Oh, it's good.
Like, that's it.
I hear you, but he's not making a good argument, right?
No, he's a supervillain. He is ultimately wrong, but you could relate a little bit to what he's saying, no?
But is he ultimately wrong in his argument that, hey, allowing this person who's basically immortal and who can circumvent any of our laws at a whim, and he will eventually pivot to an area that is bad for us? That's kind of a natural thought process. And do we want to allow this guy to live here in our society when at any point he can just decide, you know what? I don't like this whole government thing. I'm going to destroy every government on Earth, and I'm going to be the ruler. Like,
I mean, it's scary that someone has that much power, but if he hasn't done anything to deserve a punishment, then he shouldn't get one.
They should just remove him.
It's true. What helps Superman?
Muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
You wouldn't agree to that if it was a person though, right? And not some like flying alien wearing an S on his chest. You would never say, well, you know, Biden's never really done anything that bad. I mean, I guess he can have control over every aspect of my life. In fact, every aspect of every human being's life. So he's going to live forever now? All right. Well, I guess he'll just, be control of everything forever. All right. Sounds good.
If we're doing parallels here, I think the stronger one is all of you are against guns. Right? Like what you could do by owning a gun is horrendous. You could go to a mall, you're infinite KD, right? Everyone else is walking around unarmed and you have a gun. So I need to take your gun from you so that you don't do things. And it's like, I have never done anything bad. Why are you punishing me?
I disagree.
I think the biggest thing,
a more equal comparison would be a society full of guns, and then one guy who didn't earn it is in charge of every single nuke on Earth. And you need to realize that even though that guy with his finger on the button of every nuke on Earth, China, the U.S., everything, he's been benevolent so far. So why assume that anything in this world would ever change? Like,
and in this situation, he didn't do anything to earn all those nukes. I'm sorry, Harley. He just happens to know how.
Yeah, but he shouldn't.
It's not just that. What we're missing is super important. Is also this guy is like, aliens are attacking and he's defending us every time. That's a big plus. Where not only is he just like, yo, he didn't do anything bad. It's also like Superman. Bro, he literally saved the whole planet yesterday and he's going to do it again tomorrow. Yeah, like absolutely. That is a big plus for Superman.
A tyrannical dictator will defend his kingdom from an attacking army so that he can maintain a tyrannical dictatorship. And so like, that doesn't really, make it through the wash for me as a rationalization.
Well, there's nothing that could.
No.
So on the same topic as this conversation, which will spiral into circles into infinity because we're talking about fictional characters, I watched half of the Snyder Cut last night. It is 4 hours and like 15 minutes long. I got sleepy about 2 hours into it. Not because it was not entertaining. It was just late. It was really late. I had to get to bed. I had to be up early this morning. I am so shocked by how good it is. Like I watched the Justice League that was released, the Joss Whedon cut, and I hated it. I really
worst movie. It was literally the worst superhero movie.
And I thought that like, okay, so the Snyder cut, okay, what is he filling 4 hours with? How could it be that much different than the movie I've already seen? It is so fucking good. And there are moments where like, now when I watched Godzilla versus Kong, there was maybe like 2 seconds in it where I was like, oh, this is epic. I'm seeing a thing. This is almost like Lord of the Rings has a bunch of epic moments where you're just like, especially the first time you saw it, where you're just like blown away. You're like, fuck yeah. Oh, when Gandalf appears at the top of the hill, right? And he's about to ride down to Helm's Deep. It's like, dun, dun, dun. Oh shit. Gandalf's here. And he brought the whole fucking Rohirrim. Fuck yeah, let's go. Like, there are so many moments that are honestly equal to that in the first 2 hours of the Justice League recut that I've seen that are epic. They're like they spend so much time on each character fleshing them out. Like the Flash gets his time, Cyborg gets his time, Wonder Woman gets her time. Wonder Woman gets a whole like action sequence. The Amazons, they get a whole action sequence. Aquaman, whole action sequence. Everybody gets their story told, and I'm only 2 hours in. There's this part. There's this part where like it's the part where in the Joss Whedon cut. The bad guy shows up and he steals the box from the Amazons on their island, and it's real quick in the Joss Whedon cut, like maybe 10 minutes. I think it might be half an hour or more in the Snyder cut.
All action, literally
all action, and it's not that crazy like shit flying everywhere, and you can't even tell who's winning or losing, and it's just
that
like
bullshit Braveheart style fighting where it's just shaky and so terrible.
Well, like it's not Star Wars style where it's just like everything's exploding and you don't know which ships are which, and it's just lasers here and lasers there, and it's a good time. Good thing they all got together before they started and agreed the good guys will shoot green lasers and the bad guys will shoot red lasers. All right, I have no fucking clue what's happening right now.
Oh, how'd I never think of that?
Yeah, right. like they all agreed beforehand. So no, there's this great sequence where they're trying to keep the box away. There's this one moment where like this box has been like safeguarded by the Amazons for thousands and thousands of years. Mm-hmm. And it starts moving and wiggling and vibrating and making noise. So like, I don't know, let's call it 50, 60 Amazons are surrounding it. And they're all around it with their weapons drawn out and everything. And like the queen of the Amazons is like shows up, she gets the call, and the bad guy comes through a portal. And he says something like, I can't remember exactly what he says, but he's like, show me your fear. Or it's like, you will fear me. And the queen's like, Amazons, suck his dick. They're like, the queen kind of smirks and she's like, Amazons, show him your fear. And all the Amazons like chant together, we fear nothing, or something like that. And it's like one of those like 300 moments where it's just like, I was just like, ooh. I got the chills a little bit. Like,
it's about to be a cool battle. I'm ready.
And they all just start fucking shooting arrows and swinging swords and killing all the dragonfly demon guys.
It's a crazy game of keep away. It's like a keep away game.
They have this game of keep away that is really sick. Cool. And this is R-rated, I think.
Who's the main bad guy? Sorry,
Steppenwolf.
Steppenwolf.
He is, but the real bad guy is Darkseid. Darkseid is like an uber villain in the DC universe.
Dude, I fucking spelled that right because I knew it was based on a German.
like Steppenwolf.
Steppen Wolf.
Yeah, Steppenwolf is Darkseid's like bitch boy. All right, and Steppenwolf himself is like almost equal to Superman. Like he can beat up anybody in the Justice League except for Superman.
Dude, this guy is like, he's like that scene where they're talking about Nazis and like, are we the baddies? Like he's wearing devil horns, a devil head on his chest. He not only has a devil horn on his chest, he has a smaller lower devil on his stomach. Like, you gotta make sure you know who Steppenwolf is worshiping. Satan, probably, right?
By the way, just to say like Steppenwolf is like far more powerful than the Justice League and the Amazons and stuff. But like when you do continue, and it was in the first one also. If you saw the older one, I had forgotten some of the scenes, but Superman does come and has an interaction with Steppenwolf, and you realize that like however much more powerful Steppenwolf is to the Justice League, Superman is that like times 10 to Steppenwolf.
Really,
it's like. You only get the one thing that bothered me about this one and the Joss Whedon one is like, I like seeing extravagant things in the theaters, and like so Superman should take up a portion of the movie, and if it's 4 hours, it does kind of suck when it feels like Superman's in it for 10 minutes, because it is like very short. But like Superman's powers and the way they show it, and it took a lot of buildup, is just very cool. Like I don't like Superman or find him quite interesting, but when you get to see him in a movie, that's when it gets cool. Because I love when movies show like extravagant things. Like there's a part when Wonder Woman's blocking bullets from like a fully automatic gun, and it looks cool because it's like, what would that really look like for real, you know, or just their take on it. And there's a couple Flash moments that are really cool that remind me of the Quicksilver moments in the X-Men movies. Remember those? When all those scenes were so cool. And I like when they could show you the powers, because when you're like a filmmaker or whatever, you got to sit there and think about like, how am I going to show this in the coolest way? I personally thought the whole movie was kind of goofy and shitty, but it was so entertaining. And it reminded me like, you know, Zack Snyder's got an eye. Like this guy knows how to make things look fucking cool and good. And I used to love Zack Snyder, and then I saw Sucker Punch and I despised that movie. I wasn't about it at all.
Didn't he? Right?
Yeah, he did. And remember when every movie looked like 300 after that for a while? Like every action movie wanted that style,
they all tried
that
to mimic
darkness,
that blood spattering stylized slow motion action. And in in 300, it was so cool because it was unique at the time, where it was, you know, the slow or the fast motion slash and then go slow, and you see the guy's like torso tear apart. And then you're right, every movie after that was like, oh, 300 found the formula. We're gonna do a worse version of that. And it was.
It's funny you mentioned Zack Snyder and his appreciation for style, like what he has, because that I thought about that too. I made daily vlogs for a while. I made like 140 of them or something. There is nothing in Casey Neistat's editing that we don't all know how to do, right? It's just jump cuts and some music, speed it up. Yeah. Like it's not that. What Casey Neistat has is taste. You know, the music that he chooses, the pacing that he puts in. Of course, the things that he does are extraordinary. But even when he's not doing extraordinary things, right? He can just put a hook in that fucking studio, which is so interesting. And he edits it with a taste, with a style that makes it compelling, with the pacing, with the music, with the jumps are in the spot that lets you see what's happening. And it's like, that's why this guy's so good at this. It's not, people think he's good at editing. We all know how to click on jump cuts. He's good at pacing, at music selection. He's good at lighting. Like I don't know. I appreciate what he does, and I guess Zack Snyder too.
Him? He doesn't really. I just went to his channel.
He doesn't do much anymore.
Yeah, he's posted one video in the last 6 months.
I think Jesse Wellens is a good follow up, because Jesse Wellens also makes like these vlogs, and I watch it. I'm like, bro, relax. You went to the beach. I can't believe you brought 3 camera devices. And there's like, you got the drone shot, but make it look like everything just goes together so crazy. And I do have like a lot of respect for that. People that just have an easy time, or at least they make it look easy. You know what I mean? They make it look easy when they pull it off.
It makes Zack Snyder so hard though. I don't know. I've done vlogs of me changing the oil on my truck. It takes me 15, 20 minutes to change the oil in a car. It takes me an hour to do it while taping. Just I don't know. There's so much pain in the assery involved in lighting and videotaping and stuff. It makes every task 3 times harder.
Do you think you'll ever go back and do some more vlogs like that, or not really interested at the moment at least?
It doesn't excite me. I was thinking of doing them for my trip.
That's a good idea. I mean, it's 2 months away. Plenty of time to amp yourself up about it.
I kind of want it documented, even just for me and family or whatever, to show the adventure. It's almost a way to communicate with guys while I'm gone. Like, hey, this is what it is. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm doing. I'm going with a buddy. Oh, Harley doesn't know. Harley, on June 4th, I said
motorcycle trip?
Motorcycle trip from North Carolina to Oregon and then back some way via dirt roads. And apparently there's something called the Trans-America Trail, which is basically gravel roads, mountain passes, shit like that. That's all sort of off-road. And that's what I intend to do. The East Coast.
That sounds really awesome. Paved. The fact that it's off-road also sounds really awesome. That sounds like a really cool aspect to it. There's like a trail you can only take with like a bike. You wouldn't be able to get in there with a car.
Mostly, yeah. They call that single track when it's just like motorcycle width, and there's some single track in there. A lot of it is just like gravel roads and stuff, like a gravel driveway would be.
Cool. What speed will you be going at? Because if it's a lot of it is dirt and gravel, 40 miles an hour, 50. Like,
Oh.
I don't even know motorcycle wise. Like, how fast will you be going?
I think there's parts of it. Like, so in North Carolina, actually, a lot of it's paved. There's just some like river crossings, but paved. And in there, of course, you'll be able to go like 50, 70. It looks, I watched a ton of videos on this, on the dirt roads. I'm estimating these guys are going like 30, something like that.
Oh, damn. No wonder
it's gonna be a long trip, but like, it's not about getting there fast, or he'd be on the interstate.
Yeah, it's the journey.
Or if he just wanted to get to Oregon, there's a flight every day. Like,
Where do you sleep? Are you getting in hotels? Do you have like hotel strip, or do you like camp out at all?
There's two ways to do it. You can do it via camping or hotel. My buddy's like, so we're doing hotels, right? Or motels. Like, picture small town bed and breakfast, Airbnb type things. And I think we're doing it that way. Part of it is, I'm not that good at motorcycles, especially off-road. I have real limited off-road experience. And if you camp for even one day, you're bringing like the capacity to cool food, cook food, tents, rain gear, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
Whereas you can save a lot in gear if you're not camping. So I think that's the thought. Just lighten up the bike by 80 pounds by not camping.
What kind of bike do you have?
It's a BMW G650 GS. It's an adventure motorcycle, their smaller one. I could show a picture of it.
Yeah, please.
Is that they call it?
How long you
motorcycle? That's interesting.
How long have you been a motorcycle? I didn't even know that. Did I know that? Did we ever talk about that? And by the way, the link that I put there was for a Luther book that I read. That if you liked what Kyle was going off on, it's all from the perspective of Luther. It's just by Brian Azzarello. For those listening, if you're interested, Brian Azzarello, DC app, check it out if you want. Or not, fuck DC. I don't give a shit. They're not fucking paying PKA. They could suck our dicks. Suck our little sour Jewish dicks.
I got a link was going to have a bunch of
fantasy book series first. I can't buy any more books.
I like that black one there.
That's what mine is. It's black like
That's
that.
what you have. That's sick.
So what amount of weight?
This is like, I don't want to disrespect it. But this is like the thing I always jump on in like open world video games. If you have this as an option, like I'm going on that. This is like like I don't know if you played the latest Ghost Recons, but they have some of these like, and you're like going up and down like dirt roads and shit like that. This looks like it's between, and I don't know anything about that. I'm talking on my ass. It looks like it's in between like a sick ass motorcycle on roads and like a sick ass dirt bike. It looks like it's
behind it. Yeah, like it's not as hardcore enduro like as a pure dirt bike, but it's meant to be a little of both.
Well,
what's enduro? What do you mean enduro?
Will you have huge saddlebags on that? To
saddlebags and a top case maybe, which goes like on the very back behind the passenger, like a boxy thing.
What's the top case? Shit. When did you get into motorcycles?
Container on the back and then like two giant saddlebags on the side, right?
Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong.
Because if you're gonna potentially camp, you're gonna have to carry a good bit of stuff.
I think
he said he wasn't gonna camp. I thought. Yeah, fuck it. Camping's stupid. Unless you want to low key fuck your friend, then camping would be hot.
No, I want to high key fuck Kyle.
So,
bro, Blazer Kyle he could blast all of us, right, boys?
Mine doesn't look just like this, but this is what a top case is. It's that case behind.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I know this.
Yeah.
The thing I linked, I think we talked about this last time, and I've talked about it ad nauseum. I know everybody doesn't want to keep hearing the same shit, but
this is such an aesthetically pleasing bike. This Indian, it looks so cool.
I know, right? I fucking love it.
I don't like the red as much. I think it would.
I don't like the red either. I'm black. I'm all about
maybe even matte, like a matte dark gray finish.
We're same fucking page, brother. Either black, shiny black, matte black, or the matte silver that they do as well. In 185 days, I'm moving, and like this is pretty high on my list of priorities that I want. Like I want that fucking motorcycle, and they're cheap, as you can see. Like.
Yeah, it's $9,000.
And that's a brand new 2021 is $9,000. Like, granted, that's probably the non-ABS model that's being like promoted there, and I do want anti-lock brakes. But used, you can pick these up for $6,000, $5,000, even if you get one a couple years old. I want the current body style, which you're looking at there. I'm not exactly sure when the body style changed, but that's neither here nor there. That's a little bit down the road. But yeah, I like that bike a lot. It doesn't have the versatility of what Woody has, but I like the style of it.
Whatever fits your mission, right?
Yeah. I
have
mean,
no
I
idea.
really do like Woody's bike a lot. Woody's bike looks like it looks utilitarian.
How
It
much
looks
is your bike,
sleek.
Woody?
So they don't make it anymore. New, it was like 7,500, and I think I got it for.
Man, I have no
Five
concept of how
something.
much motorcycles cost. I'm shocked.
Is that higher? Or lower?
I looked at your motorcycle and I thought that was like a $20,000 thing. And then the one that I'm looking at here, I'm like, I would have thought that was $20,000. I have no concept. Then again, I'm also automatically thinking Canadian numbers, and like a Ski-Doo is like $15,000. And I don't know why I didn't think
Like,
I don't know why I didn't think.
like some brands are really expensive. Like Harley Davidson's can be $20,000, like you said. Ducatis like can be really expensive.
That I knew. I knew that was an expensive brand, but I still thought.
Let me show you
it
the
was
bike that I
price of a
love.
Civic or something.
I just want to squeeze in. I feel like I dodged Harley's question twice. When I got into motorcycles, as a teenager and in my 20s, I rode motorcycles all the time. I didn't have a car, so that was how I got everywhere. And then there was a huge gap, and I got this bike 4 years ago. I rode it, kind of didn't ride it for like 2 years, and now I'm back at it. So
I'm sorry, I cut you off at the end.
that's cool.
So this link right here is the bike that I love the way it looks. I think it's super fucking sexy in that color scheme that it's being like put in there, but it's way too fast for me. I'm a completely inexperienced rider, and I think the Scout 60 is a lot more stable. I've seen people suggest it as a first bike, which seems a little crazy at 1,000 cc's or whatever it is, 1,100, I think maybe. But my thing is like, just don't fucking twist the fucking accelerator that hard. And I have no interest in going fast, or like a bike guy would consider fast. Like the speed limits are fine with me, if that makes sense. I have no interest in going 100 miles an hour, even much less 150, 200 miles an hour, which some of these crazy high-end sport bikes are capable of. But this bike, this 1200 Indian, this FTR, is so sexy to me.
I don't
Have
like
you seen the Fort 9 video on this bike? I'm pretty sure it's this one.
If it's made recently, no, but like if you go back 6 months, I watched every video for every bike
He
that
does
was
a
current.
video, and I think it's this motorcycle, about like what beauty is in a motorcycle. And he points out this sort of like line, the red one that goes from the bottom left to the upper right through the shock uninterrupted. He points out the special effort they put into towards making the top of the motorcycle level like it is, right? That's not all bikes are like that. The fork rake, like they go through all this effort to make this a beautiful motorcycle. And he's like, a lot of this stuff you wouldn't appreciate unless you're a designer, but if you're a regular person, you just look at it and say, ooh, I like. And that's where I am on this. I'm like, yeah, I like this. I instantly liked it. And then I'm like, oh wait, this is the one from that video that the designers really put a lot of effort into making this so wonderful. I like this
I like that it's upright. It's an upright bike too. I like that. Like it's not full on fucking rear peg bike. You know, it appeals to me a lot.
Rear peg.
Rear peg.
Eh?
Yeah. Rear peg bike will get you fucking rear peg. That's what it'll do.
That.
Yeah, I have no interest in that. But man, the Indian motorcycles really appeal to me. They're American bikes.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're older than Harley. I think they're the original American bike. Could be wrong about that. Probably.
I wouldn't know.
But Harley is, from what I've read anyway, I'm not a bike guy. I don't pretend to be. But Harley seems to me to be very overpriced, and they don't get nearly as much bang for your buck, and you don't get as much bang for your cubic centimeter of engine displacement either.
Just the optics of it, how it looks. Like I just linked something because I was curious, and Harley was 100% on the dot. $20,000 for this 2021 Pan American 1250 Special Harley Davidson. This thing this thing looks way less cool than your Indian or Woody's bike.
If you told me this Harley was a $3,000 bike, I would have believed you.
It doesn't even look cool.
It looks like a fucking scooter. It looks so.
But they're jacked.
ugly.
Their prices are jacked up, aren't they? Harley Davidson.
Yes.
Big time.
It's not just the coloring of it. Scroll down and you'll see more versions of it that are even more expensive. They all look shitty. None of them are cool. I wouldn't pass. I don't know shit about bikes. probably less than anyone here. But if I were to pass one of those, like a $20,000 bike, which is apparently very nice, I wouldn't register that. I would think that was like, oh yeah, someone cobbled together a bike out of miscolored parts. Like
It looks like shit. It
Oh,
looks
I
like
watched
shit.
that Fortnite video. I just looked up the video that I saw. That it was the Harley Davidson killed itself video, the Fortnite one.
Yeah.
That was a sick ass video, and it was like just talking about how motorcycles were so cool coming back from the war and stuff like that, and then Harley Davidson fucking with their prices to make it seem like more of like not designer, but like something like that. Like, sometimes it like gets people interested, and then what they did. And they get like, I don't know, is it subsidizing, but they get a lot of help from the government or whatever it is.
What's those Sons of Anarchy bikes where like the pipes or the tubes go down really low and the wheels way out front?
Are you looking for chopper?
Is that what it's called? The chopper?
It's like the style of
Well, it's a style of bike, really.
That's what I always associate as a non-bike knowledge haver of Harleys. Like I always assume that's what Harley means, like a chopper.
Me too.
Harley's
How
trying. So this is an adventure bike, like in the same class as mine. I actually like mine more, but maybe I'm biased.
For sure, yours looks cooler.
But Harley's making electric bikes now. They're doing everything they can so that they can expand their market beyond, 65-year-old dentists who are the people buying it today.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to appeal to kids, adventure bikes, whatever. They're just trying to. They're like, look, our market is drying up. 7 years from now, they're all going to stop buying motorcycles. So how do we get the next gen of buyers? And
what is the benefit of a chopper style motorcycle? Is it more comfortable to ride? Is it the visual that people like?
I think it's about the visual. Yeah, you're kind of doing a sit up a little bit. They usually have back support, like the way that the seat sits. Yeah. But I've ridden one. It wasn't for me. I felt like maybe I'm just uncomfortable with it, but I didn't feel that in control. The upright style that Kyle likes and that I have is the most comfortable for me. Just sitting up, sitting on top. But yeah, I don't know. I like Harley. Sometimes I think about getting one. I'm on Craigslist all the time looking for more bikes now, but I don't even know what I want. I see or I'll like, oh, this is what I want. I want this. Then I see it and I'm like, but
get an Indian Scout 60. I know right where you can keep it.
This FTR looks cool. How much is it? Oh, 11.5 is not as high as I expected.
You can't
I bet that's non-ABS. If I had to guess.
I looked in the wrong spot. That was like previous models starting as low as 11.5. No, these are 15, 17.
Yeah,
so.
But I watched a video. The gauges are very cool. Everything about it's real cool. I don't know, it's a cool bike, but it's not the one that I'm going to get. I'm almost certainly going to get the Scout 60, which I'm pretty sure the only difference between the Scout 60 and the Scout is one less gear. I don't need 6 gears.
Dude, honestly, I'm on Harley Davidson's website. I'm looking at all their models. These are the ugliest bikes in America. These are terrible. There aren't any choppers. There's nothing cool. It looks like shittier versions of what you guys are both interested in. The Indian you have, or you're selecting, Kyle, very cool aesthetically. Woody, your BMW, very cool. I like the finish you decided on. I wouldn't have liked it if it was colored, but I like it.
It doesn't look good on their website, but I've seen videos and stuff of their electric motorcycle that I thought were pretty cool.
What's the benefit of, I bet an electric motorcycle doesn't have any problems with range, because isn't that the biggest complaint with the cars?
It has huge problems with range. It has,
really?
Yes. It's like
because electric cars have room for a gigantic battery.
But they still have range problems. They'll be like, 200 miles, 250 miles.
It's like 100 miles on a motorcycle.
That's fucking bullshit. It's so much smaller. It should be better.
So is the battery, right? Like,
if you want to tow a battery behind you on like a little U-Haul trailer, then
weight
you go a long way
on a
motorcycle. You just go forever with a bunch of car batteries on a U-Haul. You look like an asshole.
Weight's a big deal on a motorcycle, because if it tips even a little bit, then all of a sudden that's you pulling it up. And so they have this balance, like how light can they keep it? They have problems with range, but also I'm told, I've never ridden an electric motorcycle, that because it's so quiet, you like connect to the road in a different way. You're not hearing the engine, you're hearing the tires on asphalt, you're hearing the birds. It's a different sort of zooming environment that's really pleasant. And I think it sounds attractive to me, but I haven't tried it.
Isn't a big reason that a lot of people get motorcycles, or I guess this is probably also a chopper thing. Like, they like the loud noise it makes. Regular motorcycles don't quite boom that
right?
volume.
A lot of car
That's
guys.
a pipe thing. Like you can put different pipes, and your motorcycle can be as loud and as obnoxious as you want it to be. And but one of the things about, there's that South Park bit about, what do you call somebody that rides one of those loud Harleys up and down the street and ruins everybody's time? A faggot. And you can see it that way, but the reason that a lot of people want loud pipes is because you are on a two-wheeled rocket ship that is one little nudge away from you spinning down the interstate at 80 miles per hour with nothing between you and the asphalt but your fucking pants and your shirt.
And
So
your
they
skin.
want to be loud enough, and your skin, meat crayon style.
Yeah.
So they want to be loud enough that people know you're there. The problem is,
Oh,
you
I
don't want
didn't
everybody to
even
know you're there when you know who the biggest douchebags in the fucking world are? Those people with radio systems on their bikes that ride through town. Like there's a nice little area near me with like lots of little hippie coffee shops and like antique stores and shit. And it's mostly foot traffic, and there's speed bumps to slow the cars down. It's a nice little area. We go there, we hang out. It's a real nice place to go. And this cocksucker comes riding through on his loud ass motorcycle, and he's just boom, boom, and I'm like, what a douchebag. And then he starts playing Kid Rock so fucking loud that you can hear it inside the fucking coffee
what
shop.
an asshole.
Oh, I agree. You know who
Well,
I
I'm
hate?
looking at my game and I'm gonna head out west.
He likes the song so much that everybody has to listen to it.
I'm with
Yeah.
Kyle, but this behavior, the twist on it. So now, COVID, outdoor seating. I'm always doing outdoor seating at restaurants, ideally with a propane heater or something. Those guys that start their loud ass bike and take like 10 minutes of warming up before they leave, just fucking go. You're bothering everybody out here. There is a whole restaurant full of people sitting outside because of the coronavirus, listening to you warm up your goddamn noisemaker. That if your bike takes 10 minutes to warm up, fucking get a different one. Just start it and leave. That's how my bike, I warm it up for like as long as it takes to put my gloves on. What, 40
You're 100%
seconds?
right. It's so fucking inconsiderate to do.
Yeah.
It's like someone being like, oh, it's a little chilly out. I don't want my car to be even a little chilly. So I'm going to go roll all my windows down, turn on my car, and turn the radio up I'm going to put on the oldies as loud as it goes. You're a fucking dickhead. You're a rude person. Don't do that.
It infuriates me. I'll never be that guy. Even if I had a loud bike, I don't know, think about the people around you. Just start it and leave.
Yeah, I'd start and be like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so, but yeah, I'm very excited about this trip. All my waking moments are thinking about it, preparing for it. Just spent 3 days working on my motorcycle. I did a task that should probably have taken one. And, but it's finished now, and tomorrow I'm going to ride it.
Very nice.
Sounds awesome. That's a cool ass trip.
So, it would be the perfect apex is if your interest in this met with your interest in outdoor survival, and so you were like camping the whole way. But I'm also glad that that's not the case, because that would have absolutely ruined your trip. It would have been so unpleasant. Like day 2, and you're like, I'm so tired of beans.
There's the sleep apnea thing too. I'm like, how am I going to sleep with the CPAP machine and charge it but I'm gonna charge this, like run off a battery and then charge it off my bike all day long during the drive? How am I wiring this? And like that kind of thing. It's so much nicer to just stay in a motel and not have camping gear to bring around. And
the BPAP machine helps you fall asleep, obviously, but ever since you got it, has the act of like laying in bed, putting it on your face, also helped you fall asleep? Because it's like, this is sleep mode time. We're finalized. That's it. Whereas like if you were just laying there regular, you might be like, oh man, I want to watch another motorcycle video. I want to. You know what? I'm not quite tired enough yet. Have you noticed that?
Absolutely. It's like, we're initiating the sleep sequence. We're going to put this thing on and go to bed. It doesn't help me fall asleep, although maybe it does. It helps me stay asleep. That's the big thing.
Is it weird while you're awake, feeling it like push air at you, or no?
Not anymore. At first it was. Now, like I'll wake up in the morning and I'll like leave it on because it's heated air. It's humidified air. It's pressurized air. What, am I just going to fucking breathe whatever air's around me like some sort of fucking peasant? No.
You just have a cart like a person who's on chemo. Just walking around.
Kyle, you're muted.
You are muted, my friend.
Would you like it if it were flavored air?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That sounds
What
great.
if it was butterscotch? What if it was
Right,
butterscotch? And you were just like, Jackie's like, where you heading, honey? To bed. She's like, it's 5 p.m. I'm a little hungry and yeah, I'm heading to bed.
That would be
That would be
badass.
such an awesome feature. You could like set it to change. So it's like, yeah, throughout the night, I breathe lavender scented air. So it keeps me asleep. And then around 6 a.m., it pivots to coffee scented air.
This is great. Yeah, I don't know why my BPAP's not flavored. I really don't. I feel like
This
I'm
is
missing
a
out
great
on
idea.
something.
Put some of this
This
orange
actually-
creamsicle in there, and you're never gonna want to wake up.
Yeah, but yeah, sometimes I'll
Put
wake up
pizza in there
morning.
and breathe it. Breathe pizza for lunch.
In
Yeah,
the
I just
morning,
wanna
I'll
just
wake
skip
up,
meals.
watch
Breathe
YouTube
them.
videos wearing the BPAP, and just like, easy breathing, easy, warm, humid, lovely breathing.
On your phone, right? Like you can't leave the bed with it.
Right.
'Cause
Yeah, there's a hose, you're kind of, as a matter of fact, if you sit up straight, or like if the cord, like I'm on a laptop or something, I have to reach down and grab it. It's like pulling my head. Yeah, it's not.
You gotta invest in a longer tube. So you can have,
It's not that it's like routed behind the pillow in such a way that it's like not disturbing. So that's why it's such a short leash.
okay.
But
Yeah, that's one of those things where I'm like, man, I'm glad I don't need that. But then also, I might need it. Like you probably don't know until you try it. How much
You don't know until like your sleeping partner lets you know. Like
I don't really snore, but I do have a lot of trouble staying asleep for more than a few hours at a time.
Do you wake up having to piss, or are you just waking up?
Often I'm just waking up.
I keep waking up having to piss, and I drink so much water before bedtime. I got to slow that down. Like it's not a prostate issue or anything like that. Before our resident
Not at your
doctors get
age.
ahead of themselves, I'm always like filling this motherfucker up and drinking my Maraca
And it's 40
and drinking
ounces.
more water. And yeah, it's the same exact one. And got the Nalgene over there. Okay.
old school.
Yeah, I piss all the time. All the time.
I'm just like every time I get up like from this show, I'm like taking the longest, like it's one of those pisses where I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm glad Taylor decided to read some ads. I needed this.
Do you do those ones where like you sit down to piss and you didn't even not sit down to piss and shit if you have to piss and shit. But regardless, you're pissing and it's one of those pisses where it's like it's so much more than you thought there was. Where it's like you're sitting here doing the show and you're like, I could go for a pee. Kind of, and then you stand up, and the second you stand up, you're like, "Oh no! Oh, this was an emergency the whole
All
time."
right. So like so much pee is always in my system. It's shocking. All right, so like I went to go get that COVID vaccine, and I've been drinking a lot of water already. My vaccine time was at like noon, 11 a.m. At 11 a.m. So I get in the car and I'm driving, and like I'm sitting in the line for this thing. So I've driven about 30, 35 minutes and I've been waiting for about 10 and I got to piss so bad. And I'm just like, there's no way I'm getting out of this line. And there's no way I'm making it to my shot without pissing. But I've got like a really tall coffee cup, like styrofoam cup from a gas station in the car that was left over from my trip to the mountains. And it's like a 22 ounce. And I'm just like, yeah, we're just going to piss right here. We're stopped anyway, waiting in line. So I start pissing and I'm like, whew, we're going to fill her up. We're going to, yep. I fill the whole thing up. I piss 20 fucking ounces minimum because it's almost brimming. All right. So when nobody's looking, I dump that out into the grass. You know, that like I crack the car door, looking around, make sure nobody sees me dump my piss jug, like, and I empty it out. So then I wait in line for about an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. It was a long wait. Get my shot, and then you got to wait 15 more to see if you're going to have a reaction. I got to piss again. So I'm like, well, glad we emptied this out. As I'm I do have to do this one driving because there's cops everywhere in that parking lot, and the last thing I want is an indecent exposure charge at this point in my life. So I'm driving down the road, I put the thing in cruise control. I put my left foot all the way on the floorboard so I can like arc myself up, do like a plank or whatever, like a reverse plank, and I'm pissing into this thing again. I fill it up again. I fill it up completely again, and now I've got 20 more ounces of piss riding shotgun with me. I get home and I'm like, I've still got to piss, and I piss more. Like I'm riding around all the time with like 50, 60 ounces of liquid just rolling through my body minimum. So when I go to bed at night, I'm waking up like at least twice in the night to piss.
When I pee that much, I'm like, I should weigh in. I just cut a pound. I wonder what I weigh right now.
Yeah. So 128 ounces is 8 pounds. You can do the math.
Do you have times where you notice you wake up and pee all the time? Because at like 4:30 in the morning, I'm always waking up to pee. It's like predictable where I'll wake up and it's just some ethereal, I don't know what time it is. I don't know what to, 4:31. 4:28. 4:33. Like I'm always pissing, I feel like, at 4:30.
I have done that, but I'm not that consistent like you describe.
No, I wake up
bottles.
I wake up 2 or 3 times in the night, and it's always to piss. And I don't know. I would say like 3 hours into sleep, I wake up, and then 3 more, and then 3 more, or something like that. And when I'm
wake up randomly, just like, I'm awake. I don't have to pee. I don't know why I'm awake.
It's always having to piss because like
constantly, and I hate it.
I sleep really well. I take my not getting paid or anything by Derek, but he should pay me, Derek. I take my fucking Gorilla Dream, and it really like puts me to sleep, and I sleep really well, and I have my weird fucking dreams too, which I appreciate.
Something I've tried is it's not NyQuil, it's called like ZQuil, and it's like NyQuil without the acetaminophen active ingredients. It's just like, hey, take this. It doesn't have anything in it other than dimethylhydramine or whatever it is that's in Benadryl to make you kind of sleepy.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried that to make me sleepier, and it works sometimes, but a lot of the time I just have really bizarre dreams and I don't like it. Like just really unsettling, bizarre dreams that I don't like. And I really don't dream that much, or at least not nightmares. Like I guess I wouldn't say that. I dream all the time. I can't remember the last time I had a nightmare. I just
You
don't.
only remember your dreams.
I smoke weed. I smoke hash before bed. So
Does that make you dream?
you just don't get, you get no dreams at all. You get nothing.
Really? I
just wake up.
That. But I always thought remembering your dreams had to do with waking up unnaturally, right? Like if you just wake up and do the full cycle and ease into consciousness, you don't remember your dream. But if I were to like shake you, you'd know what you were dreaming about when I woke you up.
That's such a bizarre thing that like scientists, nobody really understands our dreaming, our dream structure, why we do it, the meaning of any of it. It's a fucking bizarre thing. And you know that like other animals dream too, because I'll watch Fozzie, one of my dogs in particular. He'll fall asleep next to my leg late at night if I'm reading or watching a show, and he does his little kicks and his like, and it's like he's clearly dreaming. He's clearly dreaming about running
that
around.
Little dumbass.
Yeah, that little dumbass.
Little fucking dumbass. My dogs too. They're like, oh.
Taylor, you have 2 dogs. Do you like one more than the other?
See, it's split because Teddy is cuter than Fozzie. That's objective. He just is. He's the runt of the litter. He's very little, and he has kind of a wool-like coat. So you pet him, and it's very thick and wool-like. And so Teddy's so cute. He also likes me a lot because of the work from home thing. He's so attached to me. Fozzie is the objectively better dog. He doesn't go to the bathroom in the house ever. He rings the bell to go out. He does everything correct, and he's still adorable. And so I would say, I'm sorry, Teddy. I know you're a big viewer of the show, but you've lost out to Fozzie insofar as my favorite dog, because like Teddy hasn't figured out how to ring the bell yet. He just like, I'll be like, my girlfriend falls asleep way earlier than I do most nights, and Fozzie, they both go to bed with her in the bedroom, and Fozzie will come out in the middle of the night, ring the bell, and I'm like, oh, okay, you got to piss, you got to shit. Teddy will just come out and just stare at me like a little neurotic weirdo until I like get up and take the initiative. And I'm even testing now, because I'll say something, be like, Teddy, you want to go outside, go potty? And if I say it really quiet, he's like, kind of tilts his head, and I go, "Wanna go outside, go potty?" And then he gets all excited. And so he's like so dumb. I need to say it in a specific tone of voice because he's clearly not understanding the words that I'm saying. He just knows the tone of voice. So if I'm like,
I think he understands the words. He's just like, nah, you're bullshitting. You're bullshitting me, bro. I'm not buying it. When you mean it, then I'm down. Apparently dogs can recognize like 1,000 words. Apparently words.
Yeah.
They're smarter than we believe. You know, they know what's going on. They read off your emotions and your state of mind really well. They've
evolved to. It's really cool. Like our relationship with dogs is like nothing else in the animal kingdom and on the planet. Like
really cool.
Like they didn't exist before us. We created that thing, and like they've evolved to be our best companions. That whole man best friend thing isn't some sort of fucking slogan or some made up Hallmark shit. Yeah. They just are. Like the reason their eyes look like that, the reason they have those they have whites in their eyes. Look at a fucking wolf's eyes. Those dead fucking eyes. They won't make eye contact with you. My buddy out in Texas, like I hung out with his pet wolf. That thing will not look at you. He just observes you a little. It's sort of that like corner of his eye kind of thing, checking you out like a fucking convict in the fucking
everything he needs.
Line.
He smelt it.
He's
like
checking
everything
his
he needs. He
fucking
smelt it. He doesn't need to fucking look at you. He's like he knows what you're about. He's like I know your weaknesses. I know I could fucking kill you in a second.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna look at your stupid hairless ass. I don't even want to see your non-furry face right now.
Meanwhile,
is what I assume.
Meanwhile, your dog makes complete eye contact with you and takes cues from your eyes. Like you look over there, he's like, "Whoa, what is it?" Like he knows what's up. Like I love dogs.
That's like the Bill Burr. That Bill Burr bit, you know, he has that whole Bill Burr bit about the dogs, or he's like, or he's like, your friend comes over and your dog's like, you want me to fucking kill this guy? I also have 2 dogs, and I posted them there, but like I definitely, me and my girlfriend, we have Tussie. That was my first dog. He's great. We love him. He's the best, perfect creature. And then we got Goro.
Is
like
that
4 months ago?
Is Goro the furry?
Goro's the
not furry
the
one.
Chihuahua. Even in the pictures, Tussie doesn't look cute. He looks like a weird demon with some stick skewered on his tooth.
What a sweet little pup. I love all dogs. Yeah.
Yeah. So Goro, we literally call him other dog. We're just like, get Tussie an other dog. We're all like, the whole joke is just like, fuck that dog.
Oh, those are cute fucking dogs.
Tussie's good on his like Tussie's like good with us. He needs us no matter what. He needs people.
Who's the shaggy one? Tussie?
That's Tussie. Yeah.
Okay.
If I put Goro and I put him outside, like this guy's good. He's gonna catch a rabbit. He's gonna catch something. He's gonna make it till tomorrow. The other dog never will. So Goro, I'm always just like, you're good, bro. Shut up. But they're so hilarious.
Could kill a rabbit?
No.
He's very impressive. He's the pictures you have. He's puppy, but he's very fast. He's got some skils. You know, I remember looking up the history of like the other dog. It's a Yorkshire Terrier.
He's
fast.
I'm telling you that Chihuahua's
killer. That Chihuahua is fast. I'm telling you, he'll fuck you up.
But the thing is, like, if you asked him if he could kill a rabbit, 100% boss. You just
that's it. He's got heart.
I'll kill any rabbit.
I'll kill.
Bro, he's not to kill humans.
Anybody
thinks
fucks
he can kill
with
a human.
you, they gotta fuck with Goro.
He is like, I remember looking up like Yorkshire Terriers because the dog's so useless. I was like, what are these dogs? What was their function? Because I remember I got high once and I saw like hunting with dogs and it hit me. I was like, oh, man's best friend. Because I did think it was like a Hallmark type thing. That's cute. Shut the fuck up, man's best friend. Yeah, I get it. We like them. No, like the relationship that humans have with dogs is like better than any other relationship out there on earth, which I'm sure when we're like, yeah, man's best friend, dogs, horses are like, I've died for you, bro. I've carried you on my back into war. And those are your like, I just feel like horses got swerved on the whole man's best friend thing. But like, I do get it. Like dogs, like we got like working relationships. And I looked up Yorkshire Terriers. I was like, what did they do? And they were like, during the plague and stuff, they hunted down rats. Like they would like go into like little, like they would follow rats into little burrowed holes and like drag them out and stuff, like, you know. And I was always like, my dog, I don't know, but my dog's like some LA bitch. I got him in Los Angeles. He's a useless fucking little hoe.
They'll do it,
but
though.
I
Like,
did.
They've got those
I did
instincts.
I came across a real Yorkshire Terrier once, and it was the funniest thing. I was standing in an elevator going to my friend's apartment, and the elevator doors opened up, and they must have got like this big, even though the Yorkie was like that big. Most of it was fur, I guess. It opened up this much, and this guy came into the elevator so fast and meant it so much. This was like a real perky Yorkie. He like came into the elevator, and his nose went into all four corners of the elevator, and then he was standing and his nose was in my balls all in like 1 second. It was like so crazy. Like I could see how he chases rats. His owner didn't even come into the elevator yet. The doors weren't even all the way open. And he came flying in and was like, boom, 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 and boom, in my balls. Like he smelled everything that was in there that was interesting. And he assessed me and he was like in my nutsack. And I was just like, oh, this is it. This is like an athletic little dog. Like he was agile. You don't look at Yorkies and be like, oh yeah, they're agile. You're just like, yeah, they're a little fucking, they yap a lot. But like, I got it. My dog is useless. But Yorkies, I was like, oh, I see. And my buddy had a Yorkie that would do like a flip. You would take a treat. He never taught it to him. He would just do the treat, and the dog would do like a flip. And it's so funny. I was like, that's crazy. Like, that's like interesting. And then Chihuahuas are like, I understand like why people say they're like, they got attitude or whatever. Because that Yorkie would never, ever, ever growl at me. He's never growled at me in my entire life, and I'm irritating, and I could bother him. He'll be sleeping, and I'll be like, wake up, you little bitch, you know? And he's just like, but the Chihuahua, when he's sleeping and I just even hover over him, he'll be like, like his eyes are closed, but he'll start growling at me. Like he'll growl, like he'll never bite anyone, but like you go near him when he doesn't want it, he's like,
dude, Chihuahuas, they're fucking ornery. Like they're kind of known for being nippy and shitty at people. I mean, it's not a big deal because unlike like a
it's true
or some big dog, like an angry Chihuahua, whatever. Like an angry pit bull, that's a scary thing. But a Chihuahua, you know, what are you gonna do? Nip me? I can just knock you away.
Dude, one of the most irresponsible friends that I knew in high school was also the guy that had his pit bull. And so, like, we'd hang out.
Always goes someone.
And I love dogs. I love pit bulls. I happen to think they're like one of the most beautiful dogs. I think they're so cute. Also, they're like beautiful and cute and fucking scary. And one of my buddies, like, he'd come there. I'd be like, "Yo, is this guy coming over?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Is he bringing his dog?" And if they're like, "Yeah," I'd be like, "I'm not coming," because like this guy would come. And he'd come with his pit bull, not on the leash, and he always showed off. And I actually found it really fascinating. He would like open the gate, like a full fence, like, you know, like a 7-foot fence, like chain link fence. He would open the gate and close it and then call his dog, and the dog would just scale the fence instantly. And I was always like, man, that's scary to just see the pit bull climb the fence and hop over and cool. And then he thought it was so cool to say code words to the dog. That'd be like, what is it? What is it? What is it? And then the dog's fucking like face, you know, and they're like, shit goes back and they're like, and like their face is different. Bro, for real.
You hear he guy
like
starts pointing at you. He's
dog.
like, Juden. The dog's
And that was my neighbor was Israeli. He had a Doberman, and my mom was like, "Why'd you get a Doberman? They were Nazi dogs. That dog's a Nazi dog." And he's Israeli. He's like, "The dog is Canadian. What do you say?" You know that.
This dog is Canadian. What are you, retarded? It's not a... You think this dog just hates Jews? What are you, stupid?
He barks in French.
I guess if the dog would be bred to be like, oh, Jew. No, they don't fucking know. They're like, oh man, this guy had apples yesterday. I'm interested in that. Like that's, yeah. Dogs are so awesome. I love dogs. Everybody loves dogs.
You guys all like small dogs.
Loves dogs.
None of you were talking.
Like all dogs.
Okay. You pick small dogs.
I picked small dogs, but I guarantee if I met your dogs, I would love them too.
I love big dogs too. I wish I had the space for big dogs when I got my last dogs. Like I just didn't have the space. You know, and I love big dogs. I see big dogs, bro. Like we have a connection.
My
They look at me and they're like, "You fucking
when
animal!
my dogs
You
sit on
fucking
a
animal!"
couch, they're like tall enough that you can hug them and stuff, and they put their head on you like
That's good.
Oh, yeah, that's
Those
sweet.
little motherfuckers.
this. They're Great Danes, so they're like they're tall, and then you can squish them. Like that's something I don't know. My family's touchy, I guess. Like Colin just lay on them, put all your weight on them. The dogs, just lay on them like they're body pillows or something.
Did you get those like bladder supplements we talked about?
I did. She's been doing better. So my dog, one of them is old, and she had a problem with just peeing, and she's just been doing better. I got them. I was inconsistent. You're supposed to give them to her twice a day, and it's like 3 pills because she's big, twice a day, and I'm doing like once a day sometimes, twice a day other times. I'm not sure how much of a difference it made, but she has been doing better. But yeah, dogs get old, then they get leaky.
Do you think you'll do, like, are you settled into the Great Dane as your dog breed of choice, or do you think you'll ever branch away, try something new?
So last time I was the one who was like, you know what? Hey, just research, right? Let's just look at other dogs, see if anything else fits what we like in a dog. And Jackie was like, no, only Great Danes. I'm like, well, I'll be over here looking, and if I find something I think is better, or maybe something just different as good, I'll circle back. And after I looked at dogs, I landed on Great Dane again, so there was nothing to do.
Can I throw one into the mix that you might want to consider? Because they look a bit similar, but they're medium-sized instead of super-sized. The Weimaraner.
We had one maybe as a kid. She was a mutt. She was great.
I love Weimaraners. I had one as a kid. Sam. Sam was my best buddy.
Is it Weimaraner or Weimaraner?
Well, I'm from Georgia, so it's Weimaraner.
Okay.
It's Weimaraner?
It's probably Weimaraner.
Anyway, I love that dog. You know who has one or had one anyway? Onslaught from YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
Weimaraner guy.
They're beautiful. I like the silverish ones. They're the gray. It's
That's what
that's
his
really
was. Yeah.
really shiny, almost reflective, like glint to their coat. And I don't think they shed. I think they're maybe one of those hypoallergenic breeds, perhaps.
Onslaught's dog his name was Champ, and he was so athletic. Our dog was never that athletic, and she got kind of fat and whatever. You saw his, and he was just like, let's play. Let's catch a deer. So you guys want to go catch deers? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. He just looked like he was always built to do things.
Very, very similar to that kind of dog. I just posted a picture of Cavapoo puppies. I have 2 Cavapoos, Harley, and they are so fucking cute. So fucking.
Honestly, I want to kick their fucking ass. I'll tell you that right now.
I'll kill you.
I want to, but you know what I mean? You know how I'm saying? Like, we come home and you see her, you're just like, you motherfucker.
You just want to get it shaking a little, like not like a violent shake, but just kind of almost a vibration.
Oh no, I like to go and like put my hand over his skull, like gently, but I put it over and he's just there, and I'm like, I could fucking kill you.
Is
right
this
now.
a pink
I could fucking
harness
kill
for
you? And he's just
walking?
like, and he like wants to like lick my hand. I'm talking about murdering him.
Looking at this picture
have-
of this dog is raising my estrogen levels.
We have a harness like that for our dogs to walk them.
I get dissed for my dogs all the time.
It's not pink. It says Voyager on the front, and so the little Voyagers, and so we put that on them. We took them on a walk the other day. They fucking love it. And you take my dogs on a 1 mile walk, and by the end of it, they're like, "What is wrong with you? You know how big we are. Stop it? Why'd you bring us on this?
I'm not as strong as you, Taylor. I'm not as strong as you."
See that picture you just posted? That's how
dog's
Teddy.
amazing.
That's how Teddy looked when he was a little smaller. Very adorable little puppy. I love my dogs. I love all dogs.
I love your dogs too. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah.
They're adorable. They love
both
you.
your dogs.
Maybe, except the bad thing is that I bought them like right before quarantine began, and so their entire like formative months, because it's accelerated because they're dogs, they weren't around people, and so that's like really spooked them and made them less affable towards people. Is because now if someone comes over, they're like, "What? We got to bark. We got to bark really loud. What the fuck? Someone's coming to our door. Nobody comes to our door," and so that I hope. They're probably going to be ruined forever because of this development. And I am almost positive that both of them were abused before we got them. just because like I'll come into like I've had Teddy for a year and a half almost, and I'll like come in to pet him on top of his head, and he's terrified. Like the way a dog behaves if they were smacked or like hit or something from the top. And so it's like you come up from the top and he's so frightened of it. And
I had a
it's
girlfriend like that.
yeah, well, she learned when she was at the puppy farm to
Every time I go to pet her on the head,
he's bringing down the law on her. Yeah, but yeah. Well, you guys want to call it a show?
yeah, I think so.
I think so. Harley, where can we find you?
YouTube.com/epic mealtime. We upload episodes now again. Did I say that last time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they're back. The show's back now.
Check them out.
We even got most of those glasses on there. You guys should go check it out.
What?
Ooh.
Yeah.
The same muscles glasses?
Shut up.
PKA 537. Time for me to shut up.